the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's April.
Good morning.
And, God damn it.
What?
God darn it to heck, shoot.
Let me guess.
What?
Remember a few days ago when you're like, I'm never doing Keanu cast that way again?
I didn't drink.
A small victory, right?
I went in to do a 5-minute. I thought it would be funny because at the last minute I decided to change my Halloween costume yesterday. And I decided to just grab some crutches out of the attic of the garage, put on my Kirk Cousins jersey and my Viking sweatpants, and hand out candy as Kirk Cousins.
It was very funny.
It was very funny. People seemed to enjoy it. It seemed to bring a lot of people joy. And after all, isn't that what the holiday's about? But then I thought, you know who would find this costume really funny?
A one person named Geno Bisconti.
Geno would love this costume. So I went in, and producer Roberto sends me the link every week to the show and says, just in case you feel like popping in.
Sure.
And so I said, you know what? I feel like popping in. I do. So I popped in. Johnny was on there. You know, I thought, hey, I'll go. I'll say hello. And stay in character as Kirk Cousins. I think it's very important if you're going to wear a Halloween costume. You have to stay in character. It has to be a Daniel Day-Lewis thing. It has to be a shoot. That has to be who you are for the whole night.
Okay.
I don't like it when people dress up as something and then act and talk like themselves.
Of course. It's just terrible.
It's like now you're just wearing goofy clothes. That's all that costume
just
is.
for the fun of it.
Yeah, you got to lean into the character. So I was a bitter and angry, despondent Kirk Cousins who had just torn his Achilles. So I thought Geno would love this. So I went on. I was the character. I didn't give it away at all. I even stood on crutches with my right foot up.
The whole time.
Didn't even put my right foot down. And it was very fun. But it was supposed to be a 5-minute bit, and then I was out. Well, then they wanted to see April. Well, then we went through costume changes, and people had to put on different costumes.
I did 3 of them.
I put on a costume. I put on my Crusader outfit. I brought my sword, and I was a character called best character of the night, by the way, Frank the Crusader.
It was good. Who weirdly had a weird
he had a
Jersey,
Chicago he had like a
thing.
Chicago kind of accent, but that's the way they spoke in the village he came from. So that's understandable. He was so we had Frank the Crusader, Kirk Cousins, April wore 3 different costumes, and every time I tried to leave, everyone went, no. It's kind of like when you hang out with alcoholics and you go, hey, man, I'm going to take off for the night. Hey, come on. Have another drink. Come on. You got to stay for one more. Give it another.
And you were sober dealing with all of us. I blame whatever I go through today on you solely, by the way, because I wasn't going to be on Toward Tuesdays yesterday. And then, so I was undressed upstairs, ready to and then I hear hollering down here oh, where is she? I've yelled for her several times. And how many Jamesons later? How many ale horns full of beer later?
April went and got drunk.
I got pissed drunk last night.
There you go.
Stayed up way too late.
And so we did that, and we stayed up until, well, then I had to get a show ready after that. There was a lot of things I had to get done. Oh, wait, hold on, guys. This is our first one of the day. Ready?
Not now, Charles.
Here we go. Sorry, Charlie. I owe a lot of people a lot of money if I pick up your call. So I go, we do that show. It was a lot of fun. But it went way too late. She's a night owl, that kid.
She is, and she's been here a couple times this year. I'm starting to stay up later at night now.
Great.
Like midnight, 12:30 is becoming like a more regular thing for me now instead of like 11:30.
So you're saying this older woman is a bad influence on you?
She's my age.
Yeah, it's,
And then
when you hurt, you hurt.
then I've still got part of my costume stuck to me. This is a lip stain, so it's still stuck there.
There you
so
go.
I feel very vampire-y today.
Yeah, so look,
I'm sorry.
If I'm tired today at all, it's Geno Bisconti and Keanu C. Thompson's fault. I didn't do anything wrong.
It was fun though.
Red Fox Mad says, good morning. How was your Halloween, everyone? Happy YouTube Wednesday. I can't wait for Rumble Friday. Well, we only have 2 goals to get through until Rumble Friday. We're going to give away a VIP tonight on the evening show. That should be a lot of fun. We don't have a full one today, but it's not as small as the other ones have been. 330 is the magic number. Everyone go on PayPal and Venmo right now and get ridiculously generous, and then we won't worry about that thing all day. Thank you very much. First 3 hours are on us, and then if we're not within shooting distance by then, I stick my whip out like this. I make my pouty, dreamy eyes, and then you guys are supposed to knock that number down. So 330 is the number. Whoever wants to kick it off. I have 2 requests today.
Okay.
1, we get that thing down to 0 because we got that and we got Thursday morning. And then after that, it's Rumble Friday. It's a VIP thing tonight. We got it all figured out, money and goal-wise.
Yes.
You got, my 2 requests are, fill up that PayPal and Venmo and just knock that goal out early. But number 2, my secondary wish today is that we get at least 12 new subscribers, whether they're not subscribers, members. I mean, if you want to do 12 new subscribers too, that's great. But whether it's gifted memberships or people choosing to become members, there's lots of perks to becoming members of this show. First of all, you get entered in a $100 drawing every month, and you get access to all the emotes and the members-only shows and all of that extra. You get extra content, which is wonderful. So go ahead and become a member or gift some memberships. We're at 588. We like to be right at 600.
Yes, we do.
It's the beginning of the month, so naturally it's going to be at your lowest point. So that's pretty encouraging. 12 away from that 600 if you'd like to join in. But 330 is the number today. Thank you guys for helping out. Oh, and there they go already. Matt Joe says the Crusader bit was good.
Very funny.
Look, man, I don't mean to brag, but as Patrick Melton showed on his show yesterday, I'm pretty goddamn funny.
I think you were the funniest, actually.
I'm confused. He doesn't hate me anymore, does he?
I don't know if he can.
I don't think he hates me.
I don't know.
I mean, he's shown me killing in front of a sold-out crowd. I think there's a little bit of hero worship there.
There's something to it. I don't pretend to understand a Patrick Melton, but
call me crazy. I think it's love.
Oh, well, he's claimed to hate you for the longest time, and hate and love are this close.
I think it's love. I think it's
He's
admiration.
sweet.
I think he sees a jovialness and a sarcasm in me that has kind of been beaten out of him. He's too serious, and showing me. I don't. If you hated someone, you wouldn't show them doing very well at a comedy show.
No,
So
like never. Right?
I appreciate it. The guy used me as his launching point to become almost as much of a success as I am. Sarcasm. We're nobodies. He's going to get there someday. And he's kind of like using everything we do as like his blueprint. I used to think it was hate. It's got to be adoration. It's got to be almost he looks up to me as like a father figure.
I was going to say father figure.
He didn't have one
Probably
himself,
means
so
that.
he latches onto me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I mean, I've been watching you do stand-up for many, many years.
Yeah.
Longer than I've been with him.
Sure.
I've never seen you walk off a stage because somebody was heckling you.
In fact, my
even
sets
once.
don't start until someone heckles
Right.
me.
They don't really kick in until
No.
that happens.
And Aaron's set doesn't begin until some drunk yells something out, and then we've got fun time happening. All right, guys. Cynically Insane says you should have dressed up like a heterosexual. See, that hurts my feelings. Why would you say something like that to somebody you clearly admire?
It's mean.
Mad Joe says, good morning. The Crusader bit was good. It was one of my better characters. I did enjoy it.
I
had
liked
a fun
it a
time
lot.
with that. While I was seething deep down, and I was going, I need to fucking prep a show and get some pussy and go to bed. In that order.
That's what we did.
In that order. But I didn't want to do it at midnight. Beggars can't be choosy, I guess. What are you going to do? Los Federales says, I imagine that drunk April is a lot of fun. My brother, you have no idea. I know from experience, dude. Well, maybe not me, but a guy I know, him and her got it on. Woo! Sorry. Mad Joe says, dude, I can't deal with X on my phone or my phone internet. I've had it. Okay. Sean says, you two look how I feel. Cracking my first beer. Toughen up, Buttercup. Do I look like shit? I know I have a tit milk stain.
Tit milk?
On my Hulkamania shirt.
Did you lactate again?
I must have lactated. I have really high nipples.
Do?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. I have yesterday's makeup stuck to my face.
I got some high-ass nipples,
I'm,
bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Regretting the sweater. I'm very hot.
SC Motorsports says, did the spider dress up for Halloween? Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you very much. There we are. We're gonna get those 12 in today. As a matter of fact, we're halfway to it because Thermodyne Diesel starting us off with 5 gifted memberships today. Appreciate that, pal. And then I got a couple more here to read off, and then we'll get into the meat and potatoes of today's show. By the way, the people getting memberships, Mr. Green, DC Malaprop, JJ Lynn, Blazing Blue Tongues, Tim Pers, and Willie.
Nice.
All getting gifted memberships.
Thank you.
Tobo, I did see your donation yesterday during our Best of show. I did log that down. Mr. Green says, fun fact, Kirk Cousins dressed up as a goofy podcast host for Halloween.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool, right?
That's weird. It's like we were simpatico.
Simpatico.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, do you remember this story about a teen player neck cut by skate? We will check it out. I will tell you this. Great for Rumble Link Friday. 191 Redbird with $5. Oh, I miss Redbeard.
I do too.
Oh, man.
Well, that sucks, kind of.
He says, F your begging, LOL.
Oh.
No, I can't.
Well, thank you.
I simply can't, but thank you very, very much. Mr. Green says, Melton is a huge fan of Steel Toe. There's no way you can't be. There's no way you can't be.
But that's kind of how I've shifted over to any of them, like a Zumach or Melton or anybody, the Win by 4 guy or whoever that is. I feel like you all have to love us on some level or you wouldn't spend so much time on us, right?
You do. There's
same with like the Redditors.
Yeah, there's a level of like, first of all, a lot of it's you. A lot of it's that you're here.
I've told people that because I've had, like after the show, Nick Ricade is like, why do people hate you two again? And I'm like, I don't know. I think really it's because people don't like Aaron doing well or seeing Aaron with somebody like a female.
Yeah. And by the way, guys,
next to him. Doesn't like that.
Doing fine, but not doing that great. I think a lot of your jealousy is a little overprojected, I would say.
Well, obviously.
I heard Aaron bitched one time when starting a 9/11 bit. My buddy one-upped him by saying he watched it in 2nd grade, says Sir K.
Oh, wow.
Miss MN Viking says, where can we find that show last night? Is it on your YouTube page? No, it would be on Keanu C. Thompson's page, actually, which is in the description of this video. It's linked to it, so you can check it out. Zool McCool says, how the hell do you guys look so fresh after staying up so late? I drink the blood of virgins before I go to bed. I have it bottled. I don't like keep virgins. I buy it. You can get it on Amazon. And then I just keep it stored here. I don't.
For me, it was Chrissy Mayer has me on some new elixir that I shoved down my throat last night. Like this weird coconut shit. It's all her fault.
I tell her it's coconut.
It's very white and creamy. But yeah, he does say it's coconut.
I say, here, drink your coconut milk. And then she's so tired that she doesn't even know what's going on.
Chrissy's a big whore for it, too.
She loves it, too. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, April, drunk? You kidding. In other news, corporate requests that I let everyone know that the Gobbler is back at all Wawa locations. No family this year? The Gobbler and your local Wawa have got your back.
Thanks, buddy.
Somebody says he's got to like you somewhat. He is making money off you. Not only making money, I'm the only reason his channel does the shitty numbers that it does. That's all.
In the wee hours of the morning, I bet Patrick Melton does sit by himself and think,
Thank God for that
thank
guy.
God for that guy, because I don't know where I'd be.
SC Motorsport says, how did you read Red Fox Mad's super chat so weird? We could clearly see what he wrote. I mean, I thought I read it fine, but...
Are we blind?
Gary Crouch with 5 gifted memberships.
Thank
MN
you.
Vikings.
Nice.
Infernal Machine, I love that name. Mad Max Mardigan, Crash 61, and Mike McShane all getting memberships. Citizen M says 100%, it's not jealousy, it's all love. I agree with Citizen M. I have to agree with him. It's adoration.
Yeah. Because
It's adoration from people who mentally don't know how to process it.
Right. And I don't think people usually have to be jealous of things, so
No.
the adoration makes more sense.
Adoration makes a lot more sense,
Yeah.
guys. Aaron's period pill says, well, I'm here today, boss. One day after we talked about you and your trolling job on, what are they called? KCLD yesterday. Damn. Let's go over to Rumble. Bigot on Socialist Media saying was a fun show last night, whether it's Keanu or our best of. Thank you.
Fun.
I appreciate it. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I know it's not Rumble Link Friday, but here's Aaron out of context. Okay. All right. Well, you guys are down to 300. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Let's see me out of context.
Just fill my mouth with cum until it's coming out of my ears, and you'll be happy forever. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I mean, I don't mean to give away parts of my book, but,
Why did you say that?
but there's always reasons.
Just your inner dialogue,
Yeah,
just your deepest desires.
Look, this is a very honest show. We're a morning talk show format. This isn't a beef channel or a drama channel. We like to just, shoot the shit and talk about the news, and that's just what I was feeling at
Well,
that
I'm
point.
just so happy for you that you can be honest with the world now.
I like to be free, to be
you
me.
should.
Is what it
I'll
is.
stand by you.
Thank you to Balls Deep for gifting a membership to Matt Melt. I believe that's 600, boys and girls.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mission B has been accomplished today. Mission B has been accomplished, 300 away from Mission A. Thank you, Trucker 18-wheeler. Ivana Tinkle says, maybe Patrick has a sweet spot for you, and the only way he can express it is through hate. But in reality, Patrick wants to breed you.
Oh, God, I hope he's talking about you.
Is there a more horrifying thought in this world?
That was,
I'd rather have my throat slit by Hamas.
I really do need that comment to be directed only at you.
I understand. For your own just mere psychological well-being.
If somebody put me up to, okay, you can have all the sex you ever want in the world, but you have to breed with Patrick Melton one time.
You're going to become a nun?
Or a life of celibacy.
Okay.
I'm swearing off sex.
You're swearing off sex?
I'll take care of myself the rest of forever.
Wow.
Amen.
And she's a total slut, so... Aaron's period pill says, I did listen to that last night. It's funny because they didn't respond to any other comment on that post that I saw. I think I upset someone with that comment. Oh, the KCLD one?
Maybe.
Hobo Chili says, Patrick Melton wants to do food play in bed with Aaron. Oh, no.
Would you do food play with him?
No. He's
I
not
can just see it now.
He's not a pleasant-looking individual.
I'm picturing a Zia Anderson stream, but it's you and Melton with the chocolate syrup and the whipped cream.
That's way bigger tits. Scarface says Adonis Paul discovered wrestling otaku last night.
Ooh, fun.
Yikes. Now, Ivana Tinkle clarifying, they did mean me when they said the breeding thing.
Thank you. You know
Wants
what?
to breed with me.
I can go on with my morning.
Yeah.
That's good.
Paul Steep, hashtag breed Melton like a sow.
Ugh, he has a whole litter somehow.
Just so
with your super seeds.
So disgusting.
You had to dump your super seeds in there, and then there's just a litter.
I don't want to have piglets. I don't want to.
Dude, you're so cute.
Don't make me. Lucy Fur says April got some pussy too. Good for her. Hey, that's not fair. I'm not. But I'm a big boy.
I did visit my girlfriend last night.
You did.
God, I love her.
So last night, the movies we ended up watching were Children of the Corn. Classic. Love it. That's my kind of like thriller horror movie. It's got a lot of cheese to it. It's got a lot of
cheese.
Here's the word I'd use to describe Children of the Corn. Schlock. And I gotta say, every time I watch it, I think that Malachi, if the goal of a heel in a movie is to just, you fucking hate him to the point where you're like, I forget that there's an actor playing this guy. I just want to see somebody kick the shit out of him. Malachi is that.
He looks like a monster, too. Like, for casting, did they just put out, like, a flyer for World's Ugliest Kid? Like, that mouth of his.
And he answered.
And
he answered the call.
He's like, that is me.
So we did Children of the Corn, and then after that, we did The Babadook, which you're shaking your head. I didn't like it. I didn't hate it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I've seen it one time like 6 years ago, and I thought it was a lot creepier back then. And this time it was only, what'd you say, an hour and a half long?
Hour and a half.
It felt like a 3-hour movie to me. Like there was so much extra shit in it that was so unnecessary. I didn't like it this time.
It was very, what's the movie where the guy doesn't sleep? It was very Fight Clubbish.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, it was just her going crazy.
Yeah, she was just losing her goddamn mind. And then at the end of the movie, you think, oh, well, she's better now. And it's like, no, she's still fucked up. She's found a way to process the monster that she thinks exists.
Yeah.
Fuck. Soup Can says, I watched Five Nights at Freddy's. Great to see Matthew Lillard in it.
I like Matthew Lillard.
I don't know what it is. I'm kind of like Soup Can. There are just certain actors I love to see him working.
Yeah. I like Matthew Lillard. He doesn't show up like ever.
No.
Basically. So without a paddle, him and Seth Green, I always love seeing those two.
I like seeing Matthew Lillard in shit.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Rostog's Broken Spirit saying, where the F is my membership? I mean, someone could gift you one, or, you can get off your lazy ass and get it yourself. As my mother used to say.
Rude on this November day.
Yes, it's November 1st.
November today. That month flew by.
J-Dub with a great point about Malachi. He says, he was a rambunctious little scamp.
You're not wrong. It's that red hair.
I love that the Kevin Von Erich looking main character was backhand, like just slapping him in the face, like knocked him out by slapping him.
I think that is one of the greatest movies I do like watching on Halloween, but for some reason there's like, as you said, there's a lot of cheese. It's like somebody put the nuclear cheese on it, like at the end of the movie, and it's too much for me.
I liked it. Well, because it's a made-for-TV movie, I think, so the technology is not going to be that great.
They just kind of overdid it, though, for me. It was a great movie up until the point where, like, the corn starts turning a weird lava pixely thing.
Citizen M says, Fight Club is a movie where a guy doesn't sleep. The Machinist is the movie where the guy doesn't sleep. You're going to hate me for this, Citizen M. I love Christian Bale. I've never bothered to watch The Machinist. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, God damn it, Aaron, I just rented Babadook from the Red Box and was going to watch it tonight. Are there still?
Is there still a Red Box around?
Hey, if there are, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor will find it.
Well, you should still watch it. I think for your first time watching it, like, he liked it.
I liked Babadook.
This is my second time, so I knew what was happening, and the shine had worn off for me.
Yeah. I understand.
I don't know.
I understand.
That's a lot of horror films.
And then I fell asleep while April watched the Amityville Horror.
For the second time in like 4 days.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I fell asleep eventually too.
I like Ryan Reynolds, but that's enough horror movies for me. To be honest.
In my opinion, we should have skipped the Babadook and watched that one. I think you would have liked it more.
Mr. D-Ball Money says you have to watch The Machinist. Don't tell me what to do.
No.
Don't you tell me what to do.
I don't think I've seen The Machinist either.
See, I feel like I've seen The Fighter, and like in The Fighter, Christian Bale was still gaunt from when he was doing The Machinist.
Yeah.
So he was playing a crackhead. It's kind of like when you see Matthew McConaughey in Wolf of Wall Street. You're like, oh, I kind of feel like I'm watching Dallas Buyers Club.
He's pretty scrawny, right?
He's still pretty skinny from that movie. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron handed out pennies wrapped in foil to trick-or-treaters, allegedly. I mean, that is a trick, is it not?
They did really get a kick out of Aaron's limp and his crutches last night. All the children would get to the door, and most of them that were old enough would be like, oh my God, are you okay?
Yeah,
like, do you need help?
Some people, as they say in the wrestling biz, thought it was a shoot.
So I would sit there and like crouch down under him with the bucket so he could like hand it out. It was a team effort. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, what do you think of the quarterback the Vikings traded for? What do you think of the trade? I like it. I watched my Asian guy this morning. My Asian guy, he's rah-rah as shit about it. Does he have a name?
Andy from
Andy?
Purple FTW. Yeah. So he loves the trade. I like it too. I think we gave up a 6th-round pick, and we got a 7th back, and we got the quarterback.
Okay.
And then we traded Ezra Cleveland for a 6th-round pick. So
I just don't know much about this. What is it, Dobbs?
Josh Dobbs started for Arizona this year, has decent numbers. I mean, he's not, and there's no weapons there and a terrible offensive line. And the Cardinals only have one win, but he is not the problem in Arizona. And everyone thought it was weird when the head coach was like, hey, we love the job Josh Dobbs is doing while Kyler Murray's hurt this year. We're very happy with Josh. And then the next day, 2 days ago, the coach goes, oh, by the way, Josh Dobbs is not starting next week. It's going to be this guy or Kyler Murray's going to be back. And people were like, well, that's kind of strange that he would switch gears that quickly. It's because the front office told him, look, Josh Dobbs will not be an option next week. We're working on a deal with the Vikings. We're going to get this done. He can run. He's quick.
I hope he works out well for us. I do find it kind of fun and interesting that once Kirk Cousins got injured, all of us were like, trying to predict what the next move is and all that. Yeah. And I don't feel like anybody ever said Josh Dobbs. It just kind of came out of nowhere.
Look, I knew that he was an option only because ever since Kirk got hurt, I've been sitting there just watching videos of people going, here's what they could do. Here's what the Vikings could do. I'm just sifting through videos going, make me feel better. And then Josh Dobbs was a name that kept coming up. Are you staring at my milk tit stain on my shirt?
There's something here too.
Oh, no. What a pig ass.
What you did to that poor shirt.
What a fucking piggy.
Do you see the dark spot?
Yeah.
What is that?
It looked like
it's a clean shirt.
It looks like if black skin could wipe off of a person. It looks like somebody like caressed my chest with black skin and it rubbed off.
I was gonna say it looks like a black jism stain. Like somebody.
They don't cum black cum.
Oh, you see, I've never been with one, so I don't know.
Thank the Lord. Find yourself a girl who doesn't know what black semen looks like. That's how you know you got yourself a winner. Those are the good ones. The ones who go, oh, don't they just cum blackness? They're like,
kind of like,
you got it, babe.
I figured the chocolate milk came from the brown cows,
Yeah, and you know what? That it would be far less troubling.
Yes, it would.
The cow thing than the alternative.
The jisms.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says April hasn't seen The Machinist, however, was a machinist. What a conundrum.
Don't give me that much credit, but close.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor also says, noted, slip in your DMs guy, purple FTW. Citizen M says, Bale had to buff up for Batman twice between the machinist and the fighter. Dude can pull the Karen Carpenter like it's a dance move. April and I were talking about this, about actors who go up and down for movies and the steroids they have to do and all that shit. I mean, there's something impressive about guys that literally probably shave years off their lives.
It has to be
roles.
hard.
Yeah.
Hard on your system. I wondered this too, and this is going to be remarkably gay. I get it.
I'm all here for gay.
You know how Matthew McConaughey was rail thin for Dallas Buyers Club and then therefore Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah.
Where did Magic Mike fall into that? Because that's when he was like beefy and had muscles and he was
I
thicker.
believe that would have been after. By the way, you had Magic Mike on the other day. You talk about a movie like Dirty Dancing that is just geared towards how fucking retarded women are.
I had it on because you weren't supposed to be there.
I know, but that movie is just a perfect character study for like, hey, Hollywood, if you want to pander to women, it's not hard. You don't put them in Ghostbusters movies and shit. Just make this retarded drivel. Like, Channing Tatum is one of the worst actors.
I don't watch it for him, ironically.
I will say this. He's one of the worst actors of all time.
He is bad.
He tries way too hard to be like the guy who's like, I'm going to talk like a conversational human being would talk. And then I don't know if it's shitty dialogue they write for him or if it's just the way he tries to be normal guy, but it looks like a robot trying to pretend to be a person.
I would 100% agree with you. I do not watch it for him. I think his acting is terrible, but I also don't think he's there for substance. I think he's there to look pretty.
No, he's there to trick retarded girls.
And I would never make Aaron watch that movie. I watched that on my own time.
Dallas Buyers Club 2013, Magic Mike 2012. So he just dropped all the Magic Mike weight.
God, because
to do the AIDS movie.
If you look at him in Dallas Buyers Club, he's remarkably ugly, like as a person. Like he's just not attractive.
Speak for yourself.
But then, then you throw him in like a Magic Mike, and you put the weight back on him. He's a very attractive man.
There's only one reason to be gay for the movie Magic Mike. It's Kevin Nash, boys and girls.
Oh, really? Because I like Matthew.
The Bad Luck Boy says Keanu's gay and doesn't do clubs. I actually kind of feel for Kevin Brennan. I know people are going to go, dude, he fucking hates everybody and he's a piece of shit. Why would you feel? We're going to talk about this later in the show. We got some Daily Mail stories. It was ridiculous that they even covered the Matthew Perry tweet. That was stupid and silly.
It is stupid and silly, but it's funny.
But then he was on like 7 different media publications. They were shitting on him for it. And you could tell by the way people were writing it. We said this on Monday when we were talking about it. It looks like the person who wrote it is someone who either loves Neil or knows Kevin, and like on their way up when they tried to do comedy, Kevin was a piece of shit to him.
And with either one of those options, I don't feel bad.
Because it's written so personally.
They're
like, he hosts a pretty obscure podcast. He only has 50-some hundred followers. He's not nearly as successful as his brother Neil. Like, it's almost like his family at Thanksgiving got together and wrote the article.
Yeah, it did seem a bit hit piecey.
Yeah. And for a tweet that the tweet didn't go viral. It wasn't this super mega tweet that went everywhere. It was just in his own corner of the world. And the joke wasn't good. It was very basic. It was like, oh, I love it when junkies die. It's like 13-year-old edgelords made that same tweet. They didn't get on TMZ.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody said that about like a Heath Ledger when he died.
Yeah, there's all kind. I don't know. I don't think his tweet was that bad. I don't think it was offensive to the point where TMZ should pick up on it. There's definitely somebody with an anti-Kevin Brennan bias. And what a useless bias to have. You'd think if you hate Kevin Brennan in show business, you'd think if you're like, I fucking hate him, you're like, well, guess what? Then you won.
Yes, you're in the right side of the universe.
Guess what? It's over. But you've won this by clear-cut unanimous decision.
I'll tell you why you don't feel bad for Kevin in any of this, because Kevin's name has never been out there more. There's probably never been people.
Tit stains. I just spilled again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He has holes in his lips. No, his name's everywhere now. It was on the front of TMZ.
Yeah, like Kevin Brennan is in the same atmosphere of nobodiness that we are. You don't need to put him on TMZ. You don't need to hold a grudge and shit on him on TMZ. It's like, it would be like putting us on TMZ.
Okay, but would you not love to get on TMZ for anything?
Why do you think I'm still kind of mad about all this?
That's my point, though. Why don't you put a shitty tweet out there and make sure the right guy sees it?
I try.
The next druggie that drops dead.
Mersh keeps. I see. We're gonna catch up with Mersh in the chat. I'm sorry, Louie and Clarence. But Mersh keeps telling me, he goes, when you make these tweets, make sure you mention the Jews. And I've tried. I've been trying over and over and over again, and nothing pops.
Maybe if you mention the Jews at TMZ.
You
got to get specific.
Try that next time. The Bad Luck Boys was Chad Pennington busy. Oh, that's a great 04 reference. I like that one. Nobody Likes Onions says, Josh Dobson can run, just like you said, N-words are fast on your stand-up. I gotcha. Well, they are. That's a compliment. Coltrane with $5 says, I think Dobbs is a rocket surgeon, which is surprising for the type that he is. Okay, first of all, that's racist, and it's rocket scientist, not rocket surgeon. Why would you?
Rocket surgeon? That seems weird.
Let's continue on here. I'm just skipping through the chat because it's taken me a while to get through this stuff here. And then we'll get on to all of the wonderful things we have to talk about. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, April watches it to see a single ab. Just one ab for once ever.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. That movie could be over for me after the first 30 seconds. I just like the line that Matthew McConaughey says. I like the lawbreaker line.
Oh, yeah?
And I could stop
April,
watching
would you like
after
to
that.
Would you like to do the lawbreaker line as Matthew
wouldn't.
McConaughey?
Now that you put
Come
me on the
on.
spot. How does he start it? How does he lead in? He says something to the effect of like, oh, you know, the law says
No, that's
you
not
can't
how.
touch.
That's no.
You know,
That's
he's
not
talking
how.
about the-
Nope. You got to do the voice.
Stop it, and I'll
Nope.
finish. You
You're doing the
fucking
voice.
asshole.
No, do the whole thing in the voice.
I'm setting up why he says this.
Okay.
Okay, he's talking about all the shit on his body that all these ladies can't touch at the club, right?
Yeah.
Then he says, but I see a lot of lawbreakers up in this establishment, or something like that.
How does it go? One more time with the voice.
No. Go fuck yourself.
What?
You are so rude sometimes.
Why? How is that rude?
I always tell you, like, I'll do it one time.
I'm the host
and I
of a-
prefer to do it spontaneously.
I'm the host of a comedy show. It's very funny.
Nobody likes that movie.
Everybody
Nobody
likes
likes that movie.
But everybody likes you doing lines from it as Matthew McConaughey.
My whole point was that movie could be start and finish for me in 30 seconds. I should just shut it off after that.
That's it? That's
I
all
just
you need?
mostly like watching him grab himself and tell all the ladies what they're not supposed to touch.
And what's the line?
But I see a lot of lawbreakers up in here.
Oh, my God. Is Matthew McConaughey here?
He's so hot. He's
hold
so
on.
hot.
Where is he? Oh.
In his little leather pants and his cowboy hat. I would so many
She
times
makes me
over.
dress up in it sometimes.
I wish you would.
It's troubling. Captain Caution with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Catching up with everybody here in the chat. Mr. D-Ball Money says TMZ equals the machinist rules with a capital Z. Why? Nobody likes Onion says I'm going after Mersh now. Oh, look out! What's wrong? Did the steel toe well run dry? You got tired of showing sets where we did well in front of a sold out crowd. You went, shit, I got to find somebody new. Otherwise, I'm going to have to create my own content. And we all know that ain't happening.
So I missed the part of you guys actually playing that he played something of your clip.
Somebody sent his set to us. And it was a set from like 8 years ago. He walked off stage before his time was up because 2 people were heckling him and he was about to cry. And he didn't get paid for his set, and that led him to like harass this comedy club guy because he didn't get paid, and he started whining and complaining and kvetching online.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't think he ever did comedy again because he doesn't work anymore.
Thank you for the recap. I saw that part. I meant how did he get your set? That's the part I missed. And what set was it?
Oh, I'm sure somebody filmed it and sent it over.
Was it the last like 2 Saturdays ago one?
Yeah.
Oh, he's fresh. Okay.
That was
a great fucking time.
I gotta say.
That's the one to play.
Please, thank you for the advertising. Not that I needed it, but I appreciate it. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron gave trick-or-treaters cans of old soup, allegedly. No, that's a great idea.
It was all cream of mushroom for some reason.
Sir K says, shows that April just wants to finish. Sometimes my clips don't work. Let's check out the clip.
The effect of like, oh, the law says
that's
you
not
can't
how
touch.
that's not how. Nope, you got to do the voice.
Stop it, and
Nope.
I'll finish. You fucking
voice.
asshole. Do you see what you do though? You walk all over people.
That's why
trying to do the thing you asked them to do.
That's why I like having my show because I get to do that to people.
You know what? I'm with Sir K on that clip. Thank you.
Seth Martin says, did they already cover the Black Beast? Oh no, we're just what is it? 6:36. We're just warming up. Mersh /Louis /Clarence says, Melton acting like he's on my level. I'm not even allowed on mainstream platforms, and I'm still hanging with Sean Strickland and Dana White. He can't even keep a gig on MLC. Yeah, like you look at our stats, and they're terrible. But it's like 400 peak on YouTube and 400 peak on Rumble. Like he doesn't even get to where we're at on one of those 2 platforms, let alone, all of the platforms we're on. And he's acting like he's on anybody's level. It's like, no, you don't understand, dude. You're the barnacle hanging on. We're minute little tiny nothings, and you're a barnacle hanging on the little tiny nothing. It's remarkably sad, but entertaining. Not in the way I think you want to. But yeah, Mersh is right. Like they're not even allowed on YouTube.
No.
And they're bigger than all of us, by the way. And all of us, nobodies in the grand scheme of things. But like they're not even allowed on mainstream platforms. And this guy's acting like he's like on that level.
He's hard.
The whole gimmick is find people who are doing better than you and just try to ride the coattails and pretend you have heat. And then the people you're trying to have heat with, whether it's Mersh, whether it's me, whether it's Red Bar or anyone else, we all kind of look at him and go, you understand you're really bad at this. And we kind of laugh at him and he's like, see, I got him. It's like,
it's definition fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I think it's
it
definitely
works for some people.
It's definitely fat, insecure guy lacking parents. That's for sure. Red Bar is alive, by the way, says Citizen M. Yeah, I saw that. Mike's not dead yet. I will say this, 1 show every 2 months, though. I don't think you're going to keep a lot of those Scars Club people that way.
Yeah, so Citizen M says the new episode is fantastic. I have to ask, what was his excuse this time for not doing a show for 2 months?
Well, here's the thing. Mr.
Because
Big Bad
pay for that.
Mr. Big Bad honest broadcaster who tells everyone else that they're liars. See, he doesn't address things like that. He keeps that to himself.
See, I knew that was the answer because I've watched him before.
Right.
He doesn't give reasons for his paying customers as to why he was gone.
Everyone else has to be honest, and he has all these rules of what you should be doing. But then when it comes to him, he's too embarrassed to admit, look, I'm shitting in a bag and I'm almost dead, so you guys got to give me some slack. And by the way, people would give him some slack if he came out and just said that. It's the fact that he's probably the most aggressive hypocrite in the history of podcasting that kind of makes it stick out a little more.
And then look at us, though. Anytime we're going to miss, it's usually planned, and you know about it way ahead of time, so we'll let you know, and we'll put up something for you. But on the days when we're sick, and, like, let's say, God forbid, we can't be here for some reason, although we work at home.
Yeah.
Like, we feel like shit and apologize.
Rotting from cancer.
He just says he's rotting from cancer.
Renke says April is a 10, Aaron is a 5 when it comes to getting dressed for the show. I don't know if you know this, sex appeal, not my department. Thank you very much.
It could help, Mr. Tit Milk Stain.
I do have tit milk stains on my Hulkamania shirt. Me's a big boy. Jake says, I've been listening to Party Time by the Northern Boys. Thank you guys so much for telling me about that song.
It's a good song.
No problem, Jake. Now April has to stop listening to it forever. Unfortunately.
That's not my least favorite Northern Boys song.
Bruce Gerald Hoppy, the man. Oh, God, I can do this. Bruce Gerald Hopman, the one and only Yeet Briunois, says, I talk about Jews, and then my Twitch channel was banned. They said I was a hate group.
I have to see what that guy's Twitch channel was.
How did you not see that coming? Bruce Gerald, whatever the fuck his name is, says, I have been talking about Jew and Islam for the last 4 years and how they want to kill all First Nation tribes and how they want to stop my tribe from walking with the great spirits. I can't figure out how you got banned. You know what? I'm going to look into that for you. I'll have an answer for you by end of business today.
Well, that sounds nice and helpful.
I'm that kind of guy. Hawkeye on Rumble says, April looks extra pretty this morning.
Thank you. I was nervous to have lip stains still on because I don't wear that usually.
Citizen M says, Mike explained he contracted COVID after he attended a concert in Colorado. Yeah, so what? He just lied?
It's impressive, though, that he is of good enough health to attend a concert. But then the second that he goes out, he gets ill.
So he lied and made a joke of it. That's interesting.
No. Hold on. So he got COVID and he was gone for 2 months? Because, I mean, we get COVID and we're sick for like 5 days to a week, maybe. And we still work through it.
Bad luck, boys. Mersh says, hey, Melton, next time I'm in the city you've called home for years, would you like me to extend some access to you? UFC Alpha Center, high-end suites. I'm nicer than you. I make love, not war. Hey, Mersh, we're going in early December. If you want to hook us up with the same, I'm not against begging a guy for
or come hang out.
A little favor. I mean, you don't have to. No, I'm just kidding.
You could come hang out.
I would love to meet Mersh in person.
Very cool.
Seems like a good enough bloke. Where was the, I think I'm almost caught up here. Costume, makeup, never mind, always beautiful, says Bishop. Oh, that's very sweet.
It's real makeup. It's just lip stain and eyeliner.
All right, we got a couple of things here real quick. Oh, actually, just one last thing before we jump into all of our stuff. First of all, thank you guys very much for your generosity. 290 is the number. Thank you guys very much for your wonderful start to today's show. We do appreciate it. There's all the links at the top of the page if you want to support what we're doing over here. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's do some algorithm boosting. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. We like those. J-Dub says UFC Alpha Center tour with Mersh. Yes.
That'd be so fun.
Why not?
I would love that.
Okay, yesterday we went to see our good buddy Matt Wood from Wild Country here locally in St. Cloud, the guy who took over as number one after I left. And I like that guy. He's just a good dude.
He's a good buddy. He's good at what he does.
We talked,
real nice guy.
We talked mostly personal stuff. We talked a little business, things like that. And always very encouraging. We always get very interesting news when we talk business with old Matt Wood.
Good news. He's always very positive. Yeah. Little pointers here and there.
I like that guy. You see the new Vikings quarterback? Yes, if I may. Somebody also asked in the chat, have you gotten to Derrick Lewis yet? No, we will get there in a little bit. But as far as the Vikings quarterback, we did talk about it a little. Josh Dobbs, I like the pickup. It doesn't hurt. We got the draft pick back. We picked up an extra one. Look, the more the merrier when it comes to replacing Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
We do need it.
April, today we're going to start in your hometown.
No, we're not. Really?
Very rarely do we start a show that airs all over the place in Litchfield, Minnesota. But today we get to start in Litchfield, Minnesota. And today we start with a family who shows you what happens when you inhale corn dust for too long. You go fucking retarded and you do really crazy shit.
So we're talking about farmers, right?
I don't think so. I think, what is it in Litchfield? You either sell insurance or you farm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you sell insurance and farm on the side.
Or you're a tax person.
Yeah.
You're an accountant.
Hobo Chili with $2 says, April, what's with the whore lipstick and the split ends? What was your costume last night? Dead hooker wrapped up in a Persian rug?
Very close. No, I was like a rock star. Like I had my whole Rob Zombie and leather on and shit. And then on Keanu Cast, that turned into Freya, the Viking warrior. And then it turned into female Derek Chauvin for a little bit.
It was, but it was,
it's stuck. I'm sorry.
Persian rug, that's a compliment. At least it was a nice rug that your whore ass got rolled up into.
Very expensive.
Producer Robert says, and Frank the Crusader. Yes, Frank the Crusader and Kirk Cousins were on Keanu's stream last night. So let's go and talk about this family in Litchfield and what they did. What they did was they had too much time on their hands, and they made something.
Okay.
And here it is.
Well, if there is something strange in your neighborhood, who are you going to call? Well,
fuck you.
I hate this already.
I hate it already.
I'm going to hate it more if I know this family.
if you live in western Minnesota, you might want to call a Litchfield man who has taken his love for an iconic 1980s movie to a whole new level. Maury Glover shows us how he did it.
In the shop at his house in Litchfield.
Of course, it's like a rickety shack and like an old rusted door that doesn't open unless you jostle it up and down a bunch. This story's starting very much in a Litchfieldian way.
It wouldn't be Litchfield if it opened smoothly.
Now, is that a ghetto-ass golf cart or a lawnmower? Yes. Oh, that's a ghetto-ass golf cart.
Ghetto golf cart.
This guy is Litchfield through and through.
With a Folgers can in the top as like a console.
Yeah, this is really looking very Litchfield so far. I would say this story, if you ask me how it's starting, I would say on brand.
Blaine Adams has a collection of unique cars, from the Bluesmobile to a vehicle from Jurassic Park.
Cool.
But you might say...
Hold on a minute. Blaine Adams. Is that Jim Adams' boy?
I don't know. I don't know Blaine.
I don't know. That might be one. That might be one of the Adams boys from out yonder.
Maybe.
He has been haunted by his latest passion project.
The motherfucker made a Ghostbusters car.
Are you serious? This is cool.
He just got a beat up piece of shit for a couple $100.
Look at that.
You know, he tinkered with it himself and then he scanned Amazon and eBay and Craigslist and just found goofy shit that he could mount to the top of it. And
it looks legit, though.
I mean, it looks pretty good.
Adams came across an old ambulance while browsing through Facebook Marketplace and thought it would be fun to transform it into an homage to the Ectomobile from the original Ghostbusters. He turned his 6-week labor of love into a family affair, enlisting his wife and 2 kids to give the vehicle a spirited makeover that would make Peter Venkman proud.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about a guy who can't let his childhood go. And look, I'm one of the bigger Ghostbusters fans you're ever going to meet. I love Ghostbusters. The original movie to me, like, fuck best comedy of all time. It's one of the best movies of all time.
It's pretty good.
Ghostbusters is one of the easiest watches you're ever going to have. But this guy, I always get stuck on stories like this. Do I think this is really, really cool? Or do I think this is really, really gay? I'm going either way. I don't know what my emotions are.
Well, I'm stuck wondering if it matters if it's cool or gay. I think this is pretty cool. I mean, you talk about being stuck in your childhood. You're wearing a Hulkamania shirt. You wear this shit out in public.
Look, when you get got, you get got. There's nothing I can say to defend that.
I like this. And being in Litchfield, he could have just done meth. And he's not.
You know what? That's a good point. He had two opportunities to spend this extra money he had.
The road forked.
He could have. Yeah, that's true. He went to the fork in the road. 2 paths diverged in the wood. And he took the one less traveled by for Litchfield.
Yes,
he goes,
did.
all right, I got some extra pocket money. What can I do here? I can build myself an Ecto 1, or I can do a shit ton of meth. Ecto 1, shit ton of meth. Do we want to know how close this decision was?
No.
Probably not.
It both cost probably about the same.
Yeah.
Growing up in the 80s, every kid
Oh, yeah, definitely that was the choice.
Oh, man.
Definitely the choice.
Yeah.
knew Ghostbusters. Even to today, any age, any group knows the movie, and the car was almost more iconic than the movie. That is our Slimer-powered engine.
In addition to lights and sirens, the Adams' Ecmobile comes complete with real collector's license plates with Ecto-1 on them.
Come on,
just
that's
like
cool.
the car in the film, which is playing in the back of the vehicle. They also installed a
course it
hologram
is.
projector to make it look like a Slimer
Oh,
is
wow.
flying around inside the car.
Went all out.
This guy, I will say this, he really went after it. If you're going to do something that people perceive as nerdy or gay, you might as well swing for the fences at that point.
This guy strikes me as somebody who's probably like a psychopath of some sort, and he like channeled it correctly. You know, like if Dexter had found a hobby instead of killing people.
What a disgusting world we live in, that a guy who does something so sweet and so innocent, we're like, he probably would have murdered 17 people if he wouldn't have done this.
He might have Benoit his family, but
We
he
can't just
built this
assume that
instead.
he's a sweet gentleman he'd probably just be eating Frosted Flakes for breakfast and going out running errands. Nope. We're like, hey, good thing he built this Ecto-1, because if he hadn't, he'd have raped and murdered a bunch of bitches.
Look,
all up and down western Minnesota.
I'm just saying there's a chance. Who else does this?
A guy who really likes Ghostbusters.
Fine. And you know what? He's besides being a little squinty, he's pretty cute. So I think he's winning.
He's Litchfield.
No meth,
he's Litchfield cute.
He's a Litchfield, like...
7?
What? No, I was going to say 8 for me.
That's an 8 in
I think he's
Litchfield?
an 8 for me, yeah.
Around, bringing smiles to everybody. That's what we do. Everybody likes it. We will take it out for supper. We will stop at any small town. If they invite us to come over for trunk or treat, we'll swing in.
Wow.
People like to
What a
see it.
generous guy.
Very generous.
Adams and his family don't just ride around in their Ghostbusters car.
They dress their poor kid up as
you
like a
think-
special ops Ghostbuster.
Well, they're dressing the kid like the children's, the Afterlife movie.
Oh, that one sucked ass.
That one did. And do you think this family gets sick of that great song eventually?
Nobody
From
gets sick
hearing
of that
that so
song.
much?
Not at all. Nobody
Really?
gets sick of that song. No.
God, it's-
They're planning on dressing up as the characters from the movie for Halloween.
No way.
And the only trick
Would've
they'll
never
play
guessed.
is giving a treat to the hundreds of kids expected to check out their ghostly replica.
It's fun to get people to smile. That's what we're doing.
In Litchfield, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
That's so strange to me to hear Litchfield.
We're disgusting as people, I just realized, because I haven't even looked at the chat for this one yet, but just even our commentary, you and I, we're a jaded society.
They're going to call him a fag and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
like they're going to be like, you queer, oh, nice car, you
Oh.
fucking 10-year-old, you
Right.
piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like,
they're-
we all get jealous that we never went for something and did it. Just fuck what everybody says. I'm just going to do this thing that makes me happy. So we just see a guy like this, and we also, like, when you do a comedy show, you, like, feel pressured to make jokes. But also, like, the only proper thing you can say about that is, like, that's why, like, morning TV shows exist where all the women say is like, oh, isn't that sweet and wonderful?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, technically, they're right.
It is technically sweet and wonderful.
It's
but
not as entertaining to say that. It's not as funny to say that. It
Right.
doesn't capture people's attention to say that.
It's-
But it's the right thing to say.
But it is more funny to assume that he's likely a psychopath that has channeled his inner feelings. somewhere else.
It's much more funny to say that, oh, I bet you this guy's, raping bitches and stuff like that. Like, that's funnier to say rather than just, oh, that looks like a really kind, nice man who had a passion and he followed it and he found a way to, entertain hundreds of people with his creation that he made. Like,
Oh, I bet his children are products of incest.
right. We just
Coming
say
from
mean,
Litchfield.
We just say mean shit to the guy who's doing something really, really fun. Just
Pool Scam Sam in all caps said Litchfield houses where did it say, the largest
The
community
largest-
of unemployed magicians.
I mean, I don't know if
What?
we can quantify that statistically, but he might not be wrong. See, like Tom Thompson in the chat writes, "Get fucked on, wiener guy." Like, why? He made a
really
nice,
mean.
funny car.
He's bringing smiles to children's faces.
Prostitution saved my marriage says, "I'll take the meth." See that? Why? Why?
See, but the meth will rot your teeth.
J-Dub Production says April is right. Lose the Hulkster shirt and put on a Macho Man shirt. Would it be sadder for me to admit that I have one?
You do have one.
I
Is it?
do.
I think I got that red one for you.
Hobo Chili says he would have been better off spending that money on remaking Ecto Cooler. Oh, I miss the juice boxes. Oh. Remember the 90s? Nobody Likes Onions with 199 says, I became famous because of Ghostbusters.
Oh, the Stay Puffed guy.
Stay Puffed Marshmallow. You see, he's fat. He's fat.
You can't walk down a street without touching everything.
Howie Do It says, I could buy storable food and gold or double down on being a goof trooper. Yeah, great choice, ghoul. See, people are just being dicks. And the guy just made a fun little car and he's being really nice about it.
What if his kids are mad at him someday because he didn't save money for their college, but he spent money remaking an Ecto one?
That's true. Then you can be mad at the guy.
And buying Jurassic Park cars.
Yeah. Hobo Chili says this guy has the obsessive compulsive behavior of Aaron, but not as fat.
Well, that guy was very svelte, but
Hurts my feelings.
Aaron's pretty slim in person.
How dare you? Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, thankfully, April got out of Litchfield. Otherwise, every Halloween, her costume would be Dana Barrett with a black eye because of this creep. See, now they're saying that this guy would have hit a woman.
Then it would have been me.
We have no evidence of this. We just have a guy making a nice car, and now everybody wants to be mean about it.
Hey,
because we can't process our own emotions.
If I hadn't left Litchfield, I might have ended up with that guy, and then I'd have to dress up as a Ghostbuster every year.
Pool Scam Sam says, I was slimed by April, allegedly. See, you can't get mad at him because he says allegedly.
No, I won't tell anyone.
Plankton says, we made WCCO for our dog and duck. We put Litchfield on the map.
For your dog and duck? Put the link in the chat. I kind of want to see that.
See, I think Skeezy nails it. He says, that's so sweet, it just makes you sick.
Kind of.
I think that's what it is. 30-year-old Ray DeVito says he's immature. Grow up, dude. He clearly has arrested development and social issues. You see, it's funny because it's coming from Ray DeVito.
Oh,
and
of course. Well, this guy's clearly trying to make up for a childhood he missed out on.
Look at the shit that people write. It's, again, my position after I tried to shit on him. It's a lovely car. It's a fun homage to his childhood. I'm sure his kids love it. But then Coltrane, he's definitely going to be on the sex offender list. How We Do It says, wish he'd take his vroom vroom over to Nooseville and hang around a while. Why? Somebody, what if it's just a cover up for a meth lab? I mean, it is Litchfield.
Maybe he makes meth in it.
Pig Riser says he's handing out candy to kids from the back of a pretend hearse, not dodgy in the slightest. As long as this guy isn't playing ice cream truck tunes, I'm cool with it. Tom Thompson says, I was saying get fucked on Wiener Guy to you, Aaron. Oh, sorry, Tom Thompson. When April did you need to grow up and take off the Hulk shirt? Oh, when April said that. Oh, okay. See, I was
fucked Wiener Guy.
Get fucked Wiener Guy. Oh, I see. You were making fun of me, not the man with the Ghostbusters car. You're right. Hulkamasha Baby says there must be something in that Litchfield water. You guys are fucked up.
I'm not going to deny that. It's all well water, actually. It comes from hoses.
Coltrane says Aaron makes fun of Big Bang Theory for being a bunch of nerds, then proceeds to wear wrestling shirts like a nerd. This is now Big Bang Theory, not Steel Toe Morning Show.
It is funny that the arbitrary lines humans will draw, though. Like, they'll point at somebody and be like, oh, you're fucking gay. And then you're sitting there wearing that. And they're like, well, what about you? I don't know.
And again, it's usually because they can't process their own shit. Like, they can't, like, they see something like that. They're like, it's too cool. I don't have anything detached and edgy to say. And it's like, well, then don't. Just think it's really cool.
Sit this one out.
President Camacho says, send the Litchfield guy to take care of Stay Puffed Melton. Oh, I don't know. Just play one of his old sets. He'll melt down pretty quick. I don't know. He wouldn't make a very good Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. He roasts easy, as it were. Hobo chili recipe with $5 over on Rumble. Thank you very much, buddy.
You.
He says this one's for Mersh. All right, let's check it out.
Oh, but Hobo said don't play it. It's not the right one.
Oh, it's Halloween 3, the main theme. Oh.
I don't
know
why.
Don't play it?
I think in his next comment he says don't play it.
Hobo says don't play it. It's not the right song. I was trying to do 3 more days till Halloween. Damn it, I screwed that up. Well, yeah, there's always next time, buddy. There's always next time. That $5 from Hobo puts us at $285 for today. Thank you guys very much. Fill up that PayPal, fill up that Venmo, and load us up with memberships, as I think we just got back over 600 today. So thank you guys very much. Everybody chip in a little bit, and we knocked that thing out pretty goddamn easily.
Thank you.
And hey, looking for another. We had a perfect day yesterday.
Yes, you did.
We didn't bring this out. So the perfect day streak is back at 1. And then we don't have a goal tonight. We're going to give you guys either cash or a VIP package and just do a show. And then tomorrow we've got a goal. And then Friday we have one technically, but Rumble Link Friday usually takes care of it. So we've only got 2 goals left today. So let's make them both perfect days. And that will mean that we will have only taken the plate out 1 time this week.
I appreciate it.
I'm here for it, guys. Thank you very much. That change you made me make, working out aces. Yeah, see, I don't get this. Daily Mail followed around Kevin Brennan while he was on his bicycle. Kevin Brennan was out on his bicycle wearing his bike helmet and his bike clothes. They're bothering like a 65-year-old man in his bike clothes because he tweeted a tweet that got very little traction until they posted it about Matthew Perry's death. He said, I like it. It makes me happy when junkies die.
Okay. Yep.
And then the whole media just decided, yeah, fuck this nobody. And it's like,
well, I'll tell you what, I'm such a sick son of a bitch. I find this very funny. He's been shitty to like everybody. And I see it kind of as like some karma coming back to him. He's being annoyed now.
No, Dylan, not 2 goals today. 2 days, 2 goals the rest of the week, you silly goose. Jesus. Unless I misspoke and you're making fun of me, in which case, touche. So this is from the Daily Mail. They write exclusive, like only going to see it here on the Daily Mail.
Well, that is where you're going to see it.
Exclusive. Ex-SNL writer Kevin Brennan is seen for the first time after mocking Matthew Perry's death as he hosts podcast show where he jokes about getting detained about the Friends star's death. So Kevin Brennan's show has popped up by about 100 people so far this week. He's at like 8-something instead of 7-something.
See, this is good for him.
And some of those people are like these writers from these places that are watching his every word, picking it out and writing articles about him. And they think it's like going to hurt him. They think it's going to bother him. The guy's already canceled. The guy already has no career. The guy's hanging out with fucking steel toe statistically. So it's not going well. And they think that they're going to like bury what's left of him. If they go, hey, did you see what a bad guy this guy is? I got news for you. The only people still rolling with Kevin Brennan are the people who likes that he's a piece of shit. You know, you want to get Kevin Brennan's audience to abandon him? Tell them that he said something really nice and appreciative about Matthew Perry.
Right, or he donated to charity or something weird.
He helped a leper or a blind kid. That would get people to go, oh, fuck Kevin Brennan. I'm not listening to him anymore. Like they have this idea that they're like, the cancel tactics we play on people, that we usually do and that really work. Let's try that on a guy who's already canceled, who's already done, who's already over with. Mm-hmm. It's just, it doesn't work, you guys. So they went and followed him around, and I want to show you.
There's nothing not funny about this article.
This is hilarious. So they followed him around with his little bike helmet on.
And his little balaclava.
And he's got to stay warm because it's cold in New York right now or wherever he lives. And I love how they say he was spotted on Tuesday for the first time since the incident. Guys, he doesn't leave the house that often. They act like he's hiding from them.
They don't know. They don't have the intro yet.
They're like, oh, man, he's hiding because of this tweet thing because he hasn't been outside since Sunday.
No, he's just a curmudgeon.
Yeah, he only goes outside to ride his bicycle. That's it.
Which is good, though, right?
Yeah, you got snaps of him. Oh, no. Oh,
I could never feel more gay than this moment if I'm Kevin Brennan.
This man has no right to make fun of anybody. It makes sense that him and Melton are cut from the same cloth. You don't get to do this.
Well, clearly Kevin only got a little square of that cloth.
Yeah, you don't get to do this and make fun of people, just like you don't get to weigh 500 pounds and make fun of people. You're ridiculous. He's got his little helmet on and he's got a bike. And
I'm like nervous of this guy on the street for other reasons. He looks like sus in like a weird gay way.
Well, this is actually, when you see like the whole picture and everything, he does look like kind of elderly.
Yeah.
Like this just looks like an elderly man going to get his groceries and you're bothering him. Like, why are we bothering the old man on his bicycle? He's just trying to stay active. in his old age so he can be around for his family. And you're like, look, we found him. He left his house for the first time since this controversy. Don't flatter yourself. That's just kind of his normal schedule.
I would give, if I had nuts, I'd give my left nut to hear what Kevin has to say about this article on his show. Has he been talking about these?
That I haven't been watching much.
I haven't either.
But it's like I tune in to hear if he's going to talk about any of the Daily Mail stuff. And then it's so monotonous that I'm just like, I got to go do something else.
I just want to hear him defend his appearance and the things he does.
This article makes it sound like he's just been joking about it, which is what you do.
That is what you do. You either don't address it or you joke about it.
Again, nobody is like looking. Nobody who likes Kevin Brennan is going to stop liking Kevin Brennan because you said, oh, you know, he said a mean thing about Matthew Perry. Again, his audience would abandon him if he said something nice about Matthew Perry.
Or just call him gay.
Yeah, it's not what you guys think. You like Neil would get in trouble if he said something terrible about Matthew Perry. Neil has things to lose. Neil would get in trouble because there's trouble for him to get into. There's no trouble for Kevin Brennan to get into. He hits go live on YouTube. And really, unless YouTube demonetizes him for this, which YouTube's getting weird about shit, but I don't think they're going to demonetize him for this.
They won't.
There's really nothing you can do to hurt this guy.
He didn't hurt anybody either. Like, I made a joke, I think, a couple days ago that somebody out there in the ether could be like, oh, this guy's emotionally damaged me because I was related to Matthew or I was his friend, you know, and make a case to YouTube. That's not even going to cut it.
Dude, look at how long this article is as they continue to write about what did he do to these people who are writing about this that they are going this apeshit still? Like 3 or 4 days later?
Do you think it's very personal against him specifically, or do you think that people held Matthew Perry in such high esteem because of Friends and the whole bubble around him that they're just that upset that somebody had the nerve to say that about him? I can't decide which one I think it is.
It's odd. The level of obsession over this guy's tweet is crazy. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says firearm deer hunting starts on Saturday. I'm super excited. Is April going out this weekend?
Yes, it's going to be good weather. I think we're going to take the kids somewhere fun like Air Max or something and spend some time. I'll find a nice family hunting balance this weekend. Yes, good luck.
Pig Riser says he'll joke about dead Palestinian children for an encore. Corndiff says Kevin wasn't biking. That's just his day-to-day helmet. Oh, so he just wears that out of the house in general. Thank you, Corndiff. See, I didn't know that. To me, it just looked like a little old man just kind of riding his little bike.
When you go, when he's out riding his little bike and he wears this little helmet, does he keep his little helmet on in the store when he shops?
Oh, you have to.
You have to. So now you're walking around with your balaclava and helmet.
Little Kevy Brennan likes to go shopping with his neon green helmet on.
That's kind of cute to picture, right?
There's something to be said about being comfortable with who you are. And
I mean, I've never worn a helmet into a store.
Look, you get to a certain age where you just don't give a shit. Because what are you going to do? Take off the helmet and get mad pussy? No. You're gonna grab your fucking Brussels sprouts, you're gonna grab your deli meats, and you're gonna go the fuck home.
Oh, I thought you were doing a sex thing, grabbing your little Brussels sprouts.
No, I don't think he's gonna go in
deli meats.
He's not that old where he just goes in his store and pulls his balls out. He's not that old yet.
He'll get there.
I'm surprised. Mad Joe says, I'm surprised he doesn't have a little bell and streamers on the handlebars.
And a little basket on the front.
Well, see, and that's just it. Like, the media's like, oh, don't you want to go after him for what he said about Matthew Perry? I'm like, no, I want to make fun of him for the gay way he rides a bike with his homo helmet.
That's way more important.
Yeah, that's
Matthew Perry's dead already.
Yeah, who gives a shit what he said about Matthew Perry? It's not like he killed him. Let's make fun of this total queeb on his bicycle at 65 years old going to get his little 2 bags of groceries on his bikey, on his Huffy, on his little 16-speed or whatever the fuck it is.
Is that helmet really going to save his old ass if he falls?
No, he's going to bruise. Oh, dude, at that age, do you know how bad you bruise?
The bruise. I remember when my grandmas were still alive and you get on like blood thinners and shit when you're old.
Yeah.
And you barely get bumped and you're like a rotten peach. You've now got just this dent. It's discolored.
It's like
gross.
Yellow. Yeah.
It's a yellowish, but then it'll be like purpley black on the top. It's real bad. Yeah, you're right.
Howie Dewitt's mad that I'm not doing a Kevin Brennan impression during this. Howie, just relax, buddy. How about this? Hi, Daily Mail. Hi, Daily Mail's lawyers. I fucking hated that bit when he first started doing it, and it's fucking terrible now. But, hey, when shit sticks, there's nothing you can do. You know, like a tweet. I just don't know if the Daily Mail and TMZ, I don't know if they know the favor they're doing him yet.
No, this is a big favor. His name's out there. I think the biggest hit to his, anything will be his dignity, really, because he likes to pretend he's such a hard ass on his show, but then people see him out in his little helmet.
His little helmet on his bicycle with his little 2 bags of groceries.
He literally couldn't look more gay.
It's
out
the gay
to get groceries.
It's a pretty gay look. But there but for the grace of God go I, and I certainly don't want to be chastised for any offensive tweets I have. I mean, that would be absolutely terrible.
What offensive tweets?
Just some stuff here and there. I don't know. Did I have an offensive tweet this morning? I got a lot of people
Yeah.
I got a lot of notifications here. Oh, it's a lot of likes. Oh, Jake tagged me. And so every time I get tagged by Jake in something, there's a lot of likes and lists. And okay, that's what it is.
I get tagged in a lot of retarded shit, like just people trying to shit on you or something, but somehow Mersh and I always get tagged in this thing for no good reason.
Oh, no, it was just a bunch of likes because Jake tagged me in something.
I don't know. The people on Twitter are so fickle. I could post a very nice picture of just me doing something fun, and it upsets everybody. I don't get that.
It's almost, April, they're externalizing their own internal rage, and probably at their mother.
Usually the worst is, I had fun with my family today. Yeah. And they're like, how fucking dare you? What family?
You're not allowed to have a family. I don't like you. You can't have a family.
You can't have a life.
Jake, thank you for the 4 cents on Venmo. Hey, guys, try to beat that. Jake just threw us 4 cents on Venmo. I'm not trying to flex, but we're 280 away today, and I think that 4 cents is going to be the start of a rally. Just me. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, it's all, the links are in the chat, pinned to the top of the page. They're there on Rumble as well. Thank you, guys. 280 away from today's overtime, and we have a lot for overtime today. Let's talk about Chris Broussard over on ESPN. They were talking about basketball, and James Harden has apparently been traded again. This is my thing about why I can't get into basketball is everyone moves teams so often. I think this is James Harden's 4th or 5th team in his career.
Yeah, I don't know which one he's on now.
I hate it. I think it's sucks and it's stupid that LeBron has been on 3 different teams. I feel like if you're a legend who's the greatest and you should be on one team and you should be helping them win all the championships.
I agree. You should be known for that one team.
Right. If you're great, if you're oh man, I'm one of the greatest who ever did it. Well, then why did you have to keep teaming up with other great guys? Or you couldn't win a championship?
While I kind of enjoyed him in this location better than the first one, it kind of tainted what I thought of Tom Brady a little bit when he left the Patriots for the Buccaneers, because I feel like he was just known for being a Patriot.
Well, see, I don't mind when the old player does that thing where they go somewhere for a year or two, because
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it because it's not their decision. It's usually the team's look, you're 40. We got to move on. We got to prepare for the future. So that guy's well, I guess I don't have a choice. If I want to keep playing, I got to go somewhere else.
You know what I mean? He was known for that. He fucking Tom Brady and the Patriots, killing everybody.
But it's in basketball, it's every year these guys, they get traded to a team, and then then they don't win a championship, and instead of blaming themselves, they either try to get the coach fired or they demand a trade, and then they're off to another team, and it's just God. No wonder I can't get into basketball. You don't know if the team's going to be completely blown up the next year because 3 guys wanted to get traded out of the building. Sucks. Well, anyway, Chris Broussard, this has nothing to do with basketball, was talking about the James Harden trade, and he had what I can only describe as an extremely awkward moment where he said a thing that's considered fucked up by TV standards.
All right.
And then in trying to apologize, this is why, people go, oh, that written apology was so ham-handed and it was so pandering. Well, there's a reason people take a day and they write an apology. Because sometimes people like Chris Broussard, an analyst for ESPN, try to apologize for their offensive thing right off the cuff.
Right.
And it comes off with, instead of you going, wow, I'm really offended by what he said, you go, wow, that guy's the fucking dumbest person I've ever heard open their mouth. This is Chris Broussard yesterday on James Harden.
he's going to mope, and it's not going to work well.
Nick,
is
the man retarded?
Shouldn't use that word, but sure.
Developmentally disabled?
Sure.
So he doubled down.
First of all, I love that. Like, the word retarded, like, I'm not dumb. I'm not one of these internet spurgs who's like, yeah, why can't the guy just go on ESPN and say retarded? What are we, PC? Look, I get the red tape that comes with the word retard. It's fine if you're doing a podcast. It's fine in polite conversation if you're
love
just
that word.
being silly with your friends.
Yeah.
But I also understand why you can't say it on, I'm sorry, it's not ESPN, it's FS1. I understand why you can't say it on cable television sports talk shows.
It's kind of like the difference between having garage beers with your friends at home versus going to church the next day.
Yeah, or being at work or anywhere else.
You gotta class it up a little bit.
You don't say, is the man retarded on a sports talk show. And then they go, oh, well, we don't say that. He goes, all right, fine. Developmentally disabled. That just shows that you meant like retard.
Right, you could have... Yeah, that actually made it worse.
Yeah, that made it worse because that meant you were usually when those of us who say the word retard are saying retarded, we're not talking about like bleh. We're talking about like we just mean is he an idiot? Is he stupid?
I call you retard all the time. I don't mean you're retarded.
He goes, is the man retarded? And they're like, whoa, you shouldn't say that. All right, fine. To show I was talking about waterheads, I meant developmentally disabled. It's like, well, that's fucking worse, dude. But that's not the worst part of it.
Really? Okay.
Halfway through this clip, he's going to try to apologize, and yeah, boy.
To think that he is going to go to the Clippers where they have Kawhi Leonard as the number one option, Paul George is the number two, and still Russell Westbrook there, and think that he's going to shoot 25 times a night?
Listen, I didn't know what you were going to say today. I'm shocked. This is not going to work.
Let me apologize for using that word. I have my first cousin. We just put him to. He died a month or two ago. He was developmentally disabled, so I didn't.
That makes it worse. Everything you're saying is making this worse.
You stop digging.
Well, no, they had to bury him. I mean, he's got to dig a little bit.
But he, for one, wouldn't put the shovel down himself. He's helping.
No, he's like, is the man retarded? I'm sorry, developmentally disabled. Now, look, let me apologize for that. I just buried my retarded cousin. It's like, what does that have to do with the... Then you should have never, if you really cared about that, the word never would have come to your mind in the first place. You literally just used the death of your retarded cousin to try and give you an out for saying retarded on national television.
Well, he probably could have just let it go.
Right, you probably could have just went, hey, look, my bad.
I shouldn't have used that word anyways.
I wish we could be honest in our apologies and just go, look, it's three dudes talking sports. If the cameras weren't on, I probably would have said that. And now, but we're on TV and it's not appropriate because we're being watched by millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people, whatever. And, a lot of those people, this might affect them and they might not like that word, blah, blah, blah. I understand. I get it. I'm sorry.
Because words do hurt.
You don't go, is the man retarded? I mean, does he have Down syndrome? Look, folks, I'm sorry, but it's okay for me to say that because I just buried a retarded relative. That's an extra reason for you. That would make you more like the guy who's upset about that word rather than the guy who says it. Look, when your retarded nephew dies and you bury him, you become completely insensitive to any of the things he might have found sad. And you just say them out loud.
I didn't mean to use that word.
Of course. I
apologize to the audience and everything.
That's very kind of you. I don't think anyone would kill you for it.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, wow. I don't think anyone will kill you for it.
Have you met America?
Yeah, I mean...
They're ready to string Kevin Brennan up because of what he said about Chandler Bing, and he's not even famous.
You could use a less offensive word than retard, and somebody will get you.
Right. Man, what is the owner, a trans person?
What is he, stupid?
Yeah. They don't even want you to say crazy anymore.
And somebody out there, too, is so soft that they would be like, oh, what is he, like, putting down a black man?
Yeah, is he saying that the black man is stupid?
Is he saying they're retarded, that they can't make decisions that are good for their futures?
I
can't even say it with a straight face.
I just really love that this guy's like, is he retarded? And then he goes, whoa. Developmentally disabled. That's my favorite part. It's like, no, that's just a nicer way of saying retarded.
I just got done burying a retard, and I shouldn't have said that.
But that's exactly what he said. I just buried a retard, and
that's what he said. I can't. How do you have that like small, like no self-awareness at all to like understand you got to stop?
But you see what I mean about like people shit on people for having their publicist write an apology for them. Sometimes it's absolutely necessary for your publicist to write you an apology because you're dumb.
Yeah, you could have sat this one out, and if you got some heat for it, just had somebody do it for you.
We got some people in the chat really flexing on Jake Hudson right now. Jake Hudson, of course, contributed 4 cents to our Venmo.
Which is insulting of Venmo to even allow a transaction that small.
No, I'm saying Jake's a big spender. Corn Diff came in with 99 cents.
God bless.
Guys, we call this an arms race. Ruthless86 with $2 says, unban me, you fools. I'll play nice. I swear. You're not banned.
Sweater.
Oh, no, he says I sweater. Yeah, you're not banned.
You literally can't super chat if you're banned.
Yeah, you super chatted us. I promise you're not banned, buddy. And thank you for the $2. You're all making Jake look like an idiot.
Thank you.
With that big $4 he threw out there.
And I'm all for that.
Yeah. Mr. Approachable says, correction, we are $279.96 away from today's goal. Yeah, that's something other people have a problem with. They're like, people who hate it. They don't really have a problem with it. They're just looking for the next thing.
They want to nickel and dime you.
They'll go like, sometimes people give $5 and the thing doesn't, or they'll give $2 and the thing doesn't go down. The goal doesn't go down. I'm like, yes, we do it in increments of 5. If I sat here with a calculator all fucking day, it would be worse than it is now.
I have wanted to get Aaron one of those like real big, like wide button calculators to have right here.
Yeah, just punching
an old
them in.
Man calculator.
Just big, thick glasses too, so I can just kind of keep punching
Get
them
you
in.
a jitterbug phone for the studio.
Geese Artel says Aaron Rodgers was on some ESPN show yesterday and bashed COVID and the shot multiple times, talking shit about Bill Gates and everything. I might like him now. Yeah, McAfee loves him. And he puts him on there all the time, and Rodgers loves shitting on the vaccine. And you can tell that McAfee would probably like to as well.
You know what's gave me? I kind of like the Pat McAfee show.
I like Pat. I've always liked Pat McAfee.
I didn't for a hot minute because I found it very pretentious and douchey that the guy wears a tank top on his show. But then I started listening to him. I'm like, okay, look, the things he's saying aren't that bad. And then he does work out, which makes up for like the tank top thing.
Yeah. People are getting in on the Chris Broussard clip. Dario Delfino says, I'm sorry, my first cousin was retarded. We had to put him to sleep yesterday. They don't put them to sleep. Geese Artel with, how about everybody makes up their own apologies for Chris Broussard and tries to make them better than the Chris Broussard apology? Geese Artel, it's fine. I have retarded friends.
My first cousin was tarded. Yeah. He's a pilot now.
I hang out with retards all the time, socially. It's weird, some people think, but it's perfect for times like these. Skeezy says, stop apologizing for words. Don't listen to April. She's retarded. Words can't hurt anyone.
See?
Look, man, I agree.
Wait, don't listen. I'm with you, though.
I agree that in a perfect world, this guy wouldn't have apologized. It's the way guys talk when they're talking about sports. But look, we also have to be not retarded, and we have to go, look, they're on a platform that has hundreds of thousands of people viewing it at once. Some of those people are going to be really sensitive and bitchy about something like that, and you want to kind of put that fire out before the phones start ringing.
I bet that word is in my top 20, like on a normal daily basis of descriptive words that I use.
Yeah. Corn Diff says, look, folks, I'm not saying he had a full gallon on his brain. Look, folks, I'm not saying that the general manager had a full gallon on his brain. Just a pint or two. Packer says, haha, the old I have a retarded relative, it's okay routine. Oh, he pulled out the old retarded relative card. Who doesn't play that one?
They pull out their cute little happy Downsy cousin. Oh.
They are the happiest people you'll ever meet.
They're very smart, too, in a weird way.
Mike Erb, I apologize to all the retarded people out there. Yeah, like our audience is coming up with better apologies than Chris Broussard could have.
Look, I'm a retard. I'm sorry.
My family just buried all retards, so I'm really sorry that I said that thing, the word retarded. That's my fault.
And really, I only said retarded because I miss him so much.
Mr. Approachable says, it's all right. On his deathbed, my cousin gave me an R-word pass.
It's right in the will.
That's exactly what happened, I think. Man Joe says, do you think in the old days they thought they were zombies?
No, in the old days, they got rid of them in the womb.
Bree S says Mongoloid is a more sense. Wouldn't that be funny? Is he retarded? I'm sorry. Is he a Mongoloid?
Is he a half-wit?
Yeti Flyer says McAfee's show has a warning before the show. Well, you gotta figure ESPN would do that, right?
He's kind of such a shit. Like up in the upper right-hand corner, too, it says hashtag PMS live or whatever.
Not now, Charles.
Here we go.
Was that necessary?
Mad Joe says, sorry, sometimes I get lost in my head stories.
In my head stories.
Mr. St. Caesar says the Steel Toe Morning Show needs a warning before the show saying you may eat a lot of semen. No, that was an out of context clip. I don't think that was accurate.
We can't make you eat it through the screen.
No, we can't. We've tried. There's technologically, there's no way of making that happen.
Not only that, but we've been told that we need your consent first.
Exactly,
so
which ruins it.
That does take something away.
Yeah,
from
exactly. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says all Jake can afford is 1 cent because he is poor from paying for lawyers because of Jake being involved in the swatting of Aaron and April and others. No, I think Jake skated on that whole deal.
Which was devastating.
But thank you, Red Fox
If
Mad.
I could have took a little something from him for how that felt.
What are you going to take? A rat out of the ceiling?
I'll take his rats from him.
Oh,
no more friends for you.
Actually kind of nice of you. Red Fox Mad, thank you very much. Boys and girls, that puts us at 275 away from today's goal. If you want to contribute to it, who's going to break the PayPal Streamlabs? Well, Jake already broke the Venmo cherry today with his big 4-cent contribution. Thank you, Jake. Who's going to break the Streamlabs and PayPal one? 275 away. Thank you. Razor Tip says, boys intellectually disabled works for Minnesota Nuclear regularly. Don't know what's that. I don't know what that means. Aaron Imhole, Green Aaron says, they can't warn me, glug glug. Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Q says, speaking of retarded, there's Charlie.
Yeah, right on cue.
That is good timing.
Funny how that works.
He likes me, but he hated everyone else on Keanu's channel yesterday.
He likes you now?
Oh, yeah. He thinks I'm great.
That guy can get bent, in my opinion.
Look. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, see, when my nephew gets angry, he takes my car and throws it into bushes because his retard strength is mixed with his Negro blood. It makes him very formidable. Like, I know. Again, all of these apologies could have been better than what Chris Broussard did. Sakamoto Shinonome says, I've been called retarded once. I know what it feels like.
I mean, is it really that bad of a word?
It's not.
Why is it that bad?
Again, it's not, but to some people it is. And when you do a TV show, unfortunately, you got to be kind of sensitive about that. That's all. Thank you to Wayne Chambers with $9.99 says, on one hand, I love you guys. On the other, hate you. We need commas. On one hand, I love you guys. On the other, hate you because not a fan of the tards.
Yeah, why are you defending him, Aaron?
Sorry. Geese Artel says, you see, they used to breed the big retards with the big blacks.
You know what's interesting, though, is a lot of these words that people get so butthurt over, like retard or the N-word or the gay F word.
Yeah.
Most of the times that I would use any of those words have nothing to do with the literal meaning of them.
Oh, right.
If I call you the gay F word or the N-word, I'm never, like, fingers crossed, I'm not calling you, like, you know, you know.
You ain't getting my money says if someone called April a retard, she would get offended. Watch this. You're a retard.
I know.
Okay. I mean, I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't
words,
hit the same.
Words don't do that to me. I've always been very firm on, like, I think you should be able to say a word and not have your life fall apart.
And by the way, I don't see any drama about Chris Broussard. I think all the media and all the people who would have gone after him are going after Kevin.
They're distracted. They're foaming at the mouth.
But then also, I think they watched his apology and they just went, all right, he's been through enough. Chris Broussard says something he definitely shouldn't have, immediately apologizes. Ironically, I think that probably stopped it from being anything controversial.
Well, yeah, and then if you keep going after him, you know, you got to address the fact that he's like, look, I had a retarded family member and I understand, and it's just not going to look good on your end either.
If you ever come after me for saying that, you're saying something about my dead retarded cousin.
Right.
Touche. All right, let's continue on with today's show. Now we have, Elon Musk's thing on George Soros. Do we want to do that or point of view, you're on a date with a woman in her 30s?
That one sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, I'm going to skip to I'm going to put the Elon Musk. We haven't been doing anything George Soros-y today, so I don't know. It doesn't really seem to fit. We're not
in conspiracy mood yet.
Yeah, I don't think so. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, let me say it, Aaron. He's going to say Nick. Oh, he didn't say the whole thing. Thank you, Wayne Chambers, for your $9.99. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
$2.70 away from today. Keep it going, boys and girls. We appreciate that. Slow and steady wins the race. Okay, this is a little too accurate. I don't know if you know this, April, but I have dated women in their 30s.
I have heard this.
And
I haven't made it there yet.
I will tell you, I was very happy to find one in their 20s because, by the 30s, women have been through it.
Oh, yeah. I assume once I'm 30, I'll feel as if I've gone through
No,
it.
I mean, like, if you're single in your 30s.
Oh, then
you've gone through it. Like, you've been through every kind of guy there is.
Oh, no.
The relationships obviously haven't worked, so there's, like, some of your shit mixed with the way you pick these guys and all of that.
You're second-guessing everything.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you get into your 30s and you're a woman, you can say whatever you want, but you hear the tick, 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 tick. Like you're starting to see a few lines in the face that weren't there before. You're starting to think, what's my fair market value? Is it going down? And then what happens when that starts is you start to kind of swing for the fences on your first dates. You start to press.
Okay.
And when you're trying to achieve something, but you start pressing too hard, what usually happens?
You screw it up.
Bad. You don't get it. So I don't know how many of you have been dating women in their 30s recently. I have back in the day. I want to know how accurate of a date experience this is for any of you who are currently going through it. Now, let's take a look.
She's cute, right?
Very attractive woman.
Yeah.
All right. And that's a lot of women are in their 30s get that way. There's a weird thing that happens in your 30s where you start to just kind of fill out. And you look like an adult.
I think people look their hottest probably in their 30s and 40s.
Probably in their and in your 30s, you start to, like, the tits are still up.
Yeah.
The ass is still up. But you're starting to get that kind of grown-up face. Not like wrinkles or anything like that, but you start to have a look where you know exactly how you like your hair, what looks the best.
You figured it out, what looks good on you.
You've figured out what looks best on you, what your best features are, and how to accentuate them. So you kind of put it together. But you know that you're closer to it going away than it developing.
Well, it's the definition of peaking. You've gotten there. It's like, wow, things are really great right now, but it's going to go away.
So the problem is, you're peaking.
Yeah.
So you're trying to rush to get everything in before the peak wears off. But you think that you're hiding it from the person, and you're kind of not. So let's take a look and see how well they nailed it with this sketch. Point of view, you're on a date with a woman in her 30s.
Hi, wow, you have the exact amount of hair that you have in your profile photo. You have no idea how refreshing that is. Sorry, before we order drinks, can I just lay a few things out onto the table so we're both not wasting our precious times when we could be answering unread emails? So, I'm looking for a husband and someone to have kids with. Ooh, yikes, I know. I'm not saying right now you don't have to impregnate me on top of these menus. That's just what I'm looking for right now. So if commitment is like the boogeyman to you, I totally get it. But, boo. Also,
I get the kid thing.
I mean, it's a little too good.
It's very on the nose. I feel like you're right. In your 30s, this woman's probably terrified that she'll never have kids. She'll never get married. It's over for her. She's now going to be labeled a geriatric pregnant lady. Okay.
I'll say this, though. I appreciate, if I were single, and maybe I'm a weirdo, I would appreciate this level of honesty about someone.
I do that too. If I were to go out on a date right now, I would want the other person to lay out on the table for me, okay, this is what I seriously can't have anymore. I'm too old for this shit. This is what I need. And if you can't do that, then this is pointless.
Here's the tragedy of it, though. A lot of guys get freaked the fuck out when someone lays that shit on them right away.
Yes.
So, like, what women need to do is have it be made very clear, like, look, I keep getting fucked and left. and it makes me feel like shit. Like, no matter how much I post on Instagram that I'm killing it and it's girl power and it's empowering to fucking sleep around, what really happens is I was kind of thinking this would be a thing, and then he just kind of bailed and never called me, and it made me feel like shit, and it slowly eats away at my soul. So I just want to tell you, right, like, women at this point when they're in their 30s are like, I would rather you walk out of here with your hair on fire screaming than you fuck me and leave me again.
At least she was honest. But you're right. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. If I were 30-something and I went on a date and I think it's a little implied that you're single and probably looking to settle down with somebody and maybe have kids. You don't have to bring it up on the first date, right? Because it's probably in the back of everybody's brain anyways.
Now, that would be the guy's opinion. A man would say, look, we don't have to knock this all out on the first date.
Right.
Let me just find out if I can stand you.
Just slow burn it a little.
Yeah. Let's have a few drinks. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we like each other. Let's see if we have some things in common. And then, you know, when you talk to each other after the first date, you can be like, hey, where do you see this going? Hey, what's your goal for this whole thing?
Because if the first date doesn't go well, guess what, honey? You're not talking about kids anyways.
Not only that, but now I hate you and I know you're crazy.
Yes,
So,
and desperate.
Yeah.
It's a very desperate smell.
And we're about to get drinks and you're laying all this shit on me. And I'm like, well, this is going to make the drink taste shittier.
Well, yeah, now you're thinking if you take her home to fuck her later, it's like,
Yeah.
well, I don't want her thinking like...
she's going to steal the condom out of the garbage and try to dump it in her puss.
I don't want her to think this is a kid making session here.
Exactly. Oh, just stay in. No, get the fuck out of here. Leave.
Oh, please don't wear
Right
a condom
now.
today.
I'm going to jack off. You leave.
I'm on so much birth control, you'll never, have to...
Show it to me. What? This is insulting. Show me the birth control.
You taking it.
Well, it's an IUD. Pull it out.
Well, then we can't have sex.
Reach in there and let me see the IUD.
Oh.
Or at least maybe can you stretch that thing open enough? How worn out are we talking? Or can we get that thing
It's
open?
like a set of shades.
Yeah. Can you open it like an unpopped up tent? Like, can you kind of dig through there and you find the right part of the tent where you can maybe see some of it?
Jesus Christ.
Also, I have never come to completion solely by having an eggplant inside of my flower garden. It's important that you know that.
Ew.
In my multiple years of being sexually active, it's never happened not once, so I appreciate you not making your entire personality about being the person who changes that. If it's gonna affect your manhood, I'm probably just not the girl for you, and I'm definitely not gonna spend the next 10 years pretending like I am.
So this girl's just saying in a gay way that she's never come before?
Just the dick
came?
in the puss. That's what she's saying. That's like, I think.
I'm not even going to speak to this because the last time I tried to speak to that very notion, I got ran through the mud.
I think it's like 25. You're a lucky devil. I think only 25% of women can from just that.
It's very low. And
Yeah.
I've done it many times. Like you said, it's...
well, you're welcome.
but it's
Now
not-
you're shattering a lot of people's worlds right now. You understand.
What I had tried to say the previous time is for a lot of women, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
It's
for
very rare. Like they need some industrial vibration, like up front or something.
They need someone to take a jackhammer to their clit before everything goes down.
And I think part of that is just not knowing like the signs of yourself and like how you're feeling sometimes, or you put too much pressure.
Is it
oncoming?
Is it, or is it just like, is it like being gay? You know, you're just born a certain way. Like, just
I don't think so. I think
nerve
women
endings
get up
and-
here. I think women are up here and hoping that the guy's just liking whatever they're doing and they're really not focused on it, or
But,
they're
like,
not
okay,
in tune with themselves.
For guys, there's things like, I'll throw one out for me. I can't. I'm not gonna come if a woman tries to give me a hand job. Like, if
No,
she starts
you
jacking me off, I'm like, let me do this.
You want more than that.
It's
yeah.
like, come on, what are we doing here? Get the fuck
Well,
out
that's
of here.
kind of how I feel too. Like I don't mind a guy like going downtown either, and I could come that way, but I would rather get some
not.
dick. I'd rather come on some dick.
I want to save this for.
I'm sorry,
You like to
Mom.
wrap up your meal in a to-go box, and you're like, I want to savor this later. I'm full right now.
Right. You kind of want to. I hate to say slow burn again, but you kind of want to go through some stages and get to the fun parts before you nut.
Slow burn? Then what am I doing sweating so much? All right, let's
You
get.
do sweat a lot. He's a very festive boy.
I'm a giving lover.
All the fluids.
Yeah, all the. Hey, what, you think it's just one fluid in this bedroom? Get the fuck out of here. It ain't any good unless there's at least 3 bodily fluids being exchanged. That's what I
Wait,
always
what's the
say.
third one?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Anal juices.
Blood.
blood.
You got to be cut up a little bit.
Sometimes his blood pressure gets too high and he vomits.
To me, fucking should be a lot like playing power forward. You guys are sweating. There's bodily fluids. Somebody's getting cut. Just makes it more fun that way. All right, let's see if this. I just want the guys in this audience, and women too, all 7% of you. I want the guys in this audience to let me know if this is a relatively relatable occurrence in the dating world.
I would like to say one thing before you move on. She is correct in the manner of, like, if you were to speak to a guy on a date and say that you've never came to completion just from dick. The guy immediately will be that guy who says, I can change that
I'm going to
for you."
fucking do it.
It's every time.
And then watch, when he doesn't, he'll be like, I can't. I thought I could fuck. I can't fuck.
I have had so many conversations with my girlfriends who have been on dates with guys, like, and they'll talk about the conversation they had, and immediately the guy will be like, I'm that guy who's going to rock your world.
Yeah.
And it's going to be so different with me.
I got bad news, guys. We all range from slightly below to slightly above average. None of us are great. We're all just...
Some of you are great.
So I don't know. I like to keep my expectations low. That way I can exceed them.
Well, that's how I live my life.
Yeah, why set yourself up and go, oh, I'll be the fucking man. It's like, you know what? I see myself as a shortstop that hits about 275. I'll get the job done. You won't want to replace me on the roster. And then that way, if they're like, wow, you hit like a 3-run home run tonight, I'll be like, fuck yeah, I do that once in a while too.
Yeah, but then you're so full of yourself after.
I'm the Omar Infante of fucking.
The egotistical fucker over here.
Egotistical fucking, literally.
If you know what I mean. I'm a feminist, shocker, and I'm not necessarily saying you have to be. Labels can be weird. I just would prefer you not think that any man who willingly went to go see Barbie was gay by default.
Well, then that's where you and I part company, because if you went to see Barbie willingly and you're a dude, you're gay.
Not only that, but like, for me, where I leave her date now, or I just know it's not going to continue for me, is I don't like it when people label shit right out the gate. I don't like pronouns. I don't like the labels. Oh, I'm a feminist. No, I'm not.
If this woman were real, and I guarantee this is a married woman with children doing this bit, because she can observe and watch and see.
Still shot.
Like all of her friends are single, and she's basically doing an impression of what she sees. But
just caterpillar eyebrows.
If this was a real person, I would say you might just be a lesbian. Have you tried?
I think most women are when they're drinking, but I don't. There's so few that really go for it at all times of their life.
Yeah, when I have a drink, could you imagine if guys talked that way? Like, yeah, when I don't have a drinking problem. It's just that when I drink, I try to make out with dudes. It's
do you know what you said one day, and it was on the show? That kind of helped me understand why women are like that when they're drinking. And I think it was you that said it. And why I'm like that. It's because women are soft. Like everything on them is soft. Their lips are soft. Their skin's soft. But like once you're sober, you don't want to have that following you around because they're problems.
They have boobies.
Right, and those are soft too.
They have butts.
So when you're drinking, it seems a little more tempting, and you're not really thinking about, though, that they're going to try to follow you for a relationship after. And
you know, a lot of guys think it's the dick in the butt that most guys are like, oh, yuck, that's where I draw the line on gay. That's fucking gross. It's way before that with me. You know what really makes the gay thing completely off-putting?
The stubble, the facial hair.
Stubble.
You don't like stubble touching.
I don't like when hair touches my face. Like, get the fuck.
That's actually why he'll never grow a beard for me. He doesn't. He just doesn't even like the thought of him getting in a gay situation where that might happen.
My homophobia won't let me grow a beard.
Also, that being said, my best friend's on standby and she will come save me immediately should you say anything even remotely resembling an Andrew Tate quote. That one's just for my safety. Now, last but not least, I'm looking for someone who wants me as a partner, not a cheerleader. The blonde hair can sometimes throw people off. So if you want a little more rah-rah, sis, boom, bah, Chris, I love that for you. You're a very attractive man. That's why you're here. I'm sure you can find a variety of options available to you at the local mall. Now, that being said, Chris, do you feel like we're on the same page? Can we order a drink and try not to talk about our ex for the next hour, or are we reading different chapters? Fantastic. Let me go pay for parking. I'll be right back.
Though that woman exists.
Not only does she exists everywhere, and it's exhausting.
She's around. That woman's around, and you gotta look out for her.
I hope I'm never that person that just seems like a desperate for everything in life.
Attention mostly.
Yeah.
Let's go to. I gotta start at the top of the chat here, I suppose. Thank you, first of all, to Yeti. Yeti says, my buddy is currently in the dating world. And he has to ask if women he takes out if they have had a penis before. Oh, they don't like that question either.
If they've had a penis before?
That's something you got to ask now. Thank you for the $5. 265 away from today. Keep her going, boys and girls. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Billy Buckner says most women in their 30s are one bad day away from group sex or life sentence for murder. And it all just depends. The gods flip a coin and the rest of us hold our breath, That's all.
That's a couple extremes.
Pine Belt Adventures says some 30-year-old women will either look 20 or 45. Depends on the day. Billy Buckner says this autism overload. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's autism. I think it's more just desperation.
It smells like desperation to me. They're desperate to have everything just so they can stop looking.
That's, the problem with that is that you'll meet a lot of guys who are also more quietly desperate, and they'll go, you know what? I'm going to power through this little speech because she's hot and I really want to fuck her.
Which is actually more terrifying because
they'll get entangled in the whole thing.
Yeah.
They'll get caught in the web.
It's not going to be good for them down the road.
Yeah. Hulkamasha Babies. Corn Diff says, Jesus, she nailed it. Yeah. It's pretty good. Hulkamasha Baby says that's why rich guys pay them at 25 and leave them before 40. Get them just before their prime and then split.
Look, I've been told once my shit starts sagging, gotta get out of here. And I get it. I would want someone new too, I'm sure.
I don't
think much of myself.
If I hit 205, 210, you better start worrying because is he making a move? What the fuck is this guy doing?
Who's he after?
He's starting to
and what's his name?
That's why you got it. Guys who suddenly get skinny in their 40s or 50s, I think their women should immediately go, what the fuck is he doing? You don't want to keep them fat. You don't want them to be gross. You want them to be attractive. But you want them to be attractive enough to keep you interested.
Do men get fat in relationships because they're complacent or content? What is that?
Yes. It's a sign of happiness.
Wouldn't you rather stay attractive so your woman still finds you, attractive? Because there is something to that.
Men are in a constant search for the middle way. And the middle way is I'm not a fat fuck, but I'm not working all the time to keep this goddamn shit up.
I'm very much just trying to say that I think men get away with being softer a lot more often than women do. If I were to get, I'm pretty firm around here, but if my midsection were to get a little soft and puffier and let myself go a little bit, I think that'd be frowned upon a lot harder than if you did it.
In fairness, there's a reason for that. And the reason is very simple. We have really interesting personalities and we're funny.
Yes, you're so interesting.
That's it. I mean, that's why guys get away with that shit, because women find men funnier and more interesting than men find women.
It's just
in general.
Somewhere though in the last decade, the dad bod really took hold and girls stopped looking for the hot guy and it's just the dad bod now.
No, it's because we collectively all got out of shape and we forced the market to adjust to us. You guys don't like the dad bod. We made you like it.
Right. I think we think that we have to because there's nothing else out there.
We literally moved the market. It was brilliant on our part. Sir K says April only having half the egg holster in her body is probably closer to menopause than other women. Well, that's a lovely thought. Sir K has a little bit of the tism.
I've literally never, ever had that thought before. Ever. Not once. Not one time.
Who knows? Coltrane says, I'm snipped, so I just wouldn't tell them and let them believe it's them. Oh, that's wonderful. If they're going to come out during a date and they're going to talk like a crazy person, pump them full of cum and then go, I don't know what's wrong with your reproductive system. You must be broken.
That's actually kind of shitty.
That'll get them
very funny.
But that'll get them to stop talking like that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Silver Wolf says IUD. Why does she have an explosive in her snatch? No, that would be an IED, not an IUD.
Thank you for differentiating.
Alcoholic Ape says IUDs hurt my dick. I prefer a forearm shiver to the stomach after intercourse.
Some people, look, I've thought about getting an IUD before in my life because you can get non-hormonal ones. They don't fuck you up side effect wise. But I've heard of friends saying that have them that their boyfriend's dicks hit the strings on the bottom, which are metal. And it'll give you a little prick feeling.
Well, two of them. Am I right?
But it hurts. I don't know. I don't want to hurt somebody. That seems bad, right?
Well, that's where you and I part company.
Yeah, Aaron actually needs me to get it now just because he wants the
4
pumpkin.
fluids: cum, blood, sweat, and tears. It ain't fucking unless all 4 are present. Thank you. That's my TED Talk. Red Fox Mad says, oh boy, here we go. Aaron can't make April come with sex. LOL. Someone post the old clip. Yes, it is kind of a hacky bit, but
don't you understand that was what he said was the same thing I said last time?
Yeah.
The very same. So I always got a kick out of whoever spread that clip around. So I'm like, I never said that, right?
Look, boys and girls, I know it was gonna take down Steel Toe. You failed on that one. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a braggart, but if there are complaints, I ain't hearing them. Right. Thank you very much. So again, sorry. I know that shatters the illusion for some of you, but it's better to live in an honest world than let you live in delusion. Here, Omega Dread says, that's why your last resort is eat that box and pray you're good at that. You kind of learn that in high school, I think.
Yeah, but I feel like when we get older as women, that's less important sometimes.
Isn't that what you and Keanu were talking about? Like Geno and I like to, we like to play around the edges a little bit. And you're like, Dad, just throw me some dick.
Yes, she said it first. And I'm like, thank you. Fucking thank you. Because that shit it's not bad, but it gets irritating when that's like the guys enjoying themselves too much. And I was like, no, I kind of want a dick today.
Just throw me some dick. I'm a whore. Just throw me some dick.
Throw me a bone.
That's all. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Okay, buddy, that's fine. April going to be a hot granny, says D Gulag.
Oh man,
that's
I
nice.
hope I'm a hot gilf someday.
Yeti Flyer says April starts sagging. Steel Toe's new goal is upped by the cost of surgery. Oh no, that wouldn't come out of the Steel Toe end of things. I promise you. We wouldn't make you guys pay for that.
He's made it very clear he'll trade me in before he does.
Yeah,
that.
it's also like, do you start repairing pieces on a car or do you just trade it in for a nice new one?
And that's the thing. I can't complain. I would trade it in too. It's cheaper that way and more fun probably.
Oh, it ain't cheaper. The older you get, those younger bitches get harder to keep and more expensive to keep.
I feel like that's wrong. Talk to Geno and Keanu. He's 54. She's like 30.
I don't think that's a conventional relationship. I think most of the time these old guys. Well, first of all, I'm talking about guys with lots of money.
Oh.
Guys with lots of money. It's look, not saying Geno isn't Rockefeller or anything, but
he does live in East Harlem.
Guys with lots of money, the older they get, the more expensive it becomes to keep the younger ones.
All right.
You know? Billy Buckner says if a woman is hot and likes dad bod, she means she likes dad bod because she knows you're never in the gym and she can go fuck Tyrone all the time at Planet Fitness. Hey, I saw that movie once.
I haven't. Where can I find it?
Pornhub.
Oh.
Aaron ate all the kids' candy, says Aristocock TX. Thanks, buddy.
Oh.
I had a pal who got a vasectomy at 21 years old. He's 60 now and has no regrets, says Balls and Wieners. Well, yeah, if I knocked women up 4 times when I was 16, I'd go ahead and get it snipped too.
There's something to the effect of like men getting vasectomies before they're ready to settle down and have kids that makes a lot of sense to me because you're never getting yourself in trouble. You know what I mean? Like you can just get that shit reconnected.
I mean, if you know who you are, I guess. One Big Pond says, can I say the UDI hold back menstruation and your body was designed to express unwanted cells? Please seek natural remedies. That's okay.
Whoa.
Aaron Imhole, Green Aaron, I think we should call him Green Aaron, says, I won't know. She turns 30, out the door.
That's most guys, I feel. Like, is there something psychologically for men that once their woman turns 30 that they seem tainted or like different?
I just say that to, make like, sure you keep yourself up.
You can't say, oh, my wife or my girlfriend's in her 20s. Like, you can't say that anymore.
I can for 2 more years.
Well, I'm 29 next month.
Nah, I don't think so. I changed the calendar. We switched to the Russian calendar. We're fine. Aristocock says, does April find it odd that Aaron asks her to dress as Geno? You can tell that Keanu, when Geno and I start talking, she's like, all right, fucking enough with you two.
Well, that's because there's something there. There's a spark.
Coltrane says April's tit job would be tax deductible as a business expense. Yes.
We could do that.
Nobody Likes Onion says, can I ban Red Fox Matt? No, there's nothing wrong with Red Fox Matt. He's all right. He just gets a little rambunctious. every now and then. I like Red Fox Mad. By the by, I can't fucking remember what the hell I was just going to say. I was trying to keep up with the chat, and I completely lost what I was going to say. I'm a terrible host.
Tin Man Taylor had an interesting comment a little up that I was reading. There it is.
You said it, April. You like it until the guy starts enjoying himself. Women be like, oh, you're having fun? Well, that's enough of that. Time to work while I lay here. Oh,
I'm terribly sorry if you're with women like that. I more so meant like if you're down there for a long time and we're really anticipating something else. That's all.
Guys, let's just stop dancing around the issue here. Here's what it is. April's a cock slut. That's all.
Have you no honor?
Enough with that tingly sense.
Have you no regard for my dignity?
Enough with that lovely tingly oral. I just need that big cylindrical object shoved in my womanhood.
I'm an appreciative lover at all times. It's just that, shouldn't it be more of a compliment to you, like if I want more than...
You're appreciative. Look,
you know,
there's no guy that's going to not get harder when a woman goes, I need your cock.
Basically what I was trying to say to Tin Man Taylor is it's not that you're enjoying yourself and I need you to stop enjoying yourself. I need you to enjoy yourself. It's just I want to do it more.
Green Aaron says, I want her out of the picture. Geno's mine. MSO says, good morning. Fun on Keanu last night. Thanks. I stayed up too goddamn late again.
You're way too drunk.
Son of a bitch.
That was fun.
Thank you very much to Red Fox Mad for that $5. $265 away from today. We appreciate it. Oh.
Not now, Charles.
All right, so $265 after Red Fox Mad. Let's break in that PayPal, boys and girls. $265 away. One Big Pond says, today's goal will not fail without your help. Use your worth as your wealth. Holy shit.
They're making me think deep thoughts I don't want to have.
$265 away. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo. Thank you, guys. Also, we wanted to get back up over 600 members today. I think we've already done that, so everything else is just padding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you guys so much. Let's continue to knock that down. MSO is here, so if you want to start breaking his heart, go ahead and feel free. That's my favorite part of every day. Oklahoma County deputies arrest man who... Oh, yeah, this story. Okay. I'm not going to read you the whole article. It would give away the story. There's a lot of these in Wisconsin where a parent decides they're going to bring their child with as their travel companion / drinking partner / designated driver. Mm-hmm. It's not that uncommon here in Minnesota for a story to bleed across the border from Wisconsin about a parent who left their 8-year-old in a car while they went in a bar and drank.
And then had them drive them home
and
later.
And then try to have the 8-year-old drive home. That's not an uncommon story.
Has anyone ever had you do that for them as a child?
No. My parents barely ever drank. I probably can count on one hand the amount of times I saw my parents drink.
I would agree with that.
When I was a kid, they don't really.
Yeah, I didn't see mine drink much either.
They didn't really drink. But here's a story out of Oklahoma. This one, not Wisconsin. Wait, what the fuck is this story? This isn't the.
That one sounds fun too, though. Did you see that?
Wait a minute.
A 29-year-old man arrested after deputies found him passed out in his car at a green light with the child in his back seat. And now,
I mean, look. In the guy's defense, the child was in the back seat in the proper, position that a child should be in.
Right, not in the front.
Yeah, he didn't have him in the front seat. He didn't have him in improper restraints. I mean, he was a very responsible parent, except for the whole passing out shit-faced at a green light.
That is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to drive your kids home drunk, I mean, for God's sake, stay awake. Get them home safe.
I want to chant a certain name, but I want to be good to some people in that realm.
What?
JJ, is that you?
Oh, that's not very nice. It's over.
We have a first look at the body cam footage of his arrest.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Whoa.
They literally had to grab him by the neck and Vulcan pinch him awake.
He has a drool rag.
Oh, he's got a drool rag. Of course he's a douchebag white guy wearing a flat-brimmed hat. Of course, it makes too much sense.
Yeah, this is...
Look, man, if you're talking about people that I can easily identify as people who need to go to the camps, flat-brimmed hats are the easiest one for me.
I love a good camp.
They never stop. They never cease to be a douchebag. Show me show me a flat-brimmed hat, and I will show you a guy who will express his douchiness to you within the first 5 minutes.
I don't think you're wrong. There's a big difference between flat rim, like snapback wearing men and like a normal baseball cap, right?
A baseball cap should be curved nicely. What's more aesthetically pleasing than the way the curve of a baseball cap frames your face?
Right, that's nice.
That's a lovely aesthetic look.
The flat brim is so large and sticks out so far, it just kind of screams.
It makes you look like an retarded 8-year-old playing t-ball.
Retarded, yeah.
Yeah. You just look like a guy who doesn't know how to wear a hat right. And then some of them like let it rest on top of their head. They don't pull it
They
down.
end up looking like Paris Hilton's kid.
Oh, you just look like a dipshit.
What were you doing? You got a kid in the back seat and you're passed out. I need to go home.
Oh, I don't think that's a white kid.
I think so.
I don't think so.
Look at his hand.
I think that's a brown hand.
Does it make a difference? Either way, he's there for his chow.
What were you doing? You got a kid in the back seat and you're passed out. I need to go home.
Oh, no, that might just be a white kid who talks like a dipshit.
It's a white kid trying really hard to be black.
That's what it is. Yo, you know what I'm saying? I got my flat brim hat. I just passing out at the green light. Fuck you.
I'm chill.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office said this happened early Saturday morning, and we're told that the man's car was in drive with his foot on the brake.
Oh.
Deputies say that they found several fentanyl pills in the car, some of them by the toddler's feet.
Now this story isn't as funny. Now I just want them to drag him out and go, son, I'm about to do you the biggest favor of your life. And they throw him in the water and tase it.
Father of the year.
There you go, son. We just helped you out immensely.
Did they say how old this person was?
We can look in the article, but I'm going to guess
his
early
face.
20s. Yeah, I'm going to guess early 20s.
They don't typically
29.
have to blur people's faces, though, do they?
I think
When
for
they're
the
an
news
adult?
they do. Yeah, because of the charge that it is. And
Okay.
they don't want you to know who the kid is because
Based
if you
on the
see who the
parent.
parent is. Yeah. So a 29-year-old man was found passed out. So he wasn't drunk. He was on fentanyl. Great.
Wow, that somehow makes it more dirty to me.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Fent? Yes.
I feel like if I were to sit here and take fentanyl pills versus just have a few drinks, I feel like one of them's going to do me in a little harder.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, what does Bill Clinton and Monica have to say about this topic? Well, she liked cigars in the pussy. So, yeah, there's a rumor that Bill Clinton put a cigar in her pussy and then put
Really?
it in his mouth. Yeah.
He likes a pussy-dipped cigar.
He likes a pussy-dipped cigar.
That's
Look,
kind of fun.
everybody has their own thing.
Interesting.
Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $4.99. $2.60 away from today. And
Thank you.
hopefully we can KO that. Let's everybody get going on that PayPal and Venmo deal there. And we can knock that out even quicker without the 30% being chopped off the top. Yeah, so that guy, as far as a 29-year-old being on fentanyl, just give your kid away.
Yep. I've said that before about drug addicts that are, especially young ones that I've known. It's like, dude, if you don't want that kid or you don't want the responsibility, somebody out there next to you will take it. I
Right.
don't care if you think it's an inconvenience to ask. I think we'd all rather you say that you don't want your child instead of see that child die at your
Exactly.
behest.
Yeah, just give it away and then go
Man.
do all your fentanyl. Just don't fall asleep with not only the kid not only you falling asleep with the kid in the car, but then the fentanyl pills just being right there at his feet. A drug that if you get like a pinprick level on your finger, you could die.
Well, depending on how old that kid is, too. It's like kids see a pill-looking thing, and it looks like a Pez dispenser candy, and it's like, oh, God, is this candy? Is this going to be good?
Right.
We'll try it.
Do you remember the Joe Smith story from yesterday? Former Minnesota Timberwolf basketball player Joe Smith. His wife started an OnlyFans.
Yes, the OnlyFans wife. Yes, I do.
He found out about it, which is like the shittiest way to find out about your wife having an OnlyFans is by her not telling you. Like, you have to find out some other way.
I think the shittiest way would be for, like, your guy friend to come to you and be like, look,
Yeah.
I was on OnlyFans, and I don't know if you're aware, but your wife's on it.
Yeah, take a look at this shit.
Take a look at this.
And the worst part about it was we played the video yesterday. When he confronted her about it, she was doing that crazy bitch thing where they go, you know, you just need to calm down. I don't know why you're so upset. I mean, this is solving a problem that we have. You know what I was when I married you. It's like, you didn't discuss it with him first. You didn't ask him, hey, I'm sorry, women. I know you're independent and you're your own gal and everything else. But if you're in a relationship or you're married to someone, yes, you have to ask their permission to get an OnlyFans. And if they say no, you have to decide either you're going to start the OnlyFans or you're going to stay with the person.
Mm-hmm.
One of the two. You got to ask them. I'm sorry. I know that's not very PC in the era where women are all Superman and they're all bad bitches and they can all, they're all independent and entrepreneurs and shit. Look, we get it. You need a lot of smoke blown up your ass. But when it comes to the OnlyFans thing, do it. Absolutely. Go nuts. Who am I to judge? And if you talk to your partner, you talk to your husband, your boyfriend about it, and they say yes, go for it.
Sure.
But if they say no, you got to not do it.
Yeah, why, if you were told no, what is the driving factor of I'm still going to do it? That seems odd to me.
Now, it did seem like she said something to the effect of like, you knew who I was before you married me. So she might have been like, they said she was, didn't somebody in the chat say she was a porn, she was a Vivid video gal.
Yeah, if she was a porn star, if she was a stripper, if she had done OnlyFans previously,
Dave, I'm sorry, bud, you're just annoying me. You're writing way too much.
You don't have to be sorry to Dave. It's okay. I really don't know, I guess, how angry the guy could be unless she promised to not be that person anymore.
Yeah.
That to me is a deal breaker if she did promise to not be that person.
But even if you didn't promise to be that person anymore, you still did this behind his back without checking on him.
It's going to be weird.
If you're showing pictures of your body to other men without your husband's permission or knowledge, that's a form of cheating, is it not?
Yeah.
It's a form of cheating. You're being a little hoe bag.
Well, and then she's getting paid for it, too.
And then on top of that, you're getting money that he doesn't know about. If you guys don't have a joint account, you can't say that you're doing it for us because you're pocketing all the money and he has no idea where it's coming from.
Exactly. Yeah. Wait a minute. Where'd you get that nice new bag that you got there?
Yeah, just show
Where
him
are these shoes coming from?
Just show him my butthole.
Seemed like a real straight shooter.
You seem like a real straight shooter. So she loves the attention she's getting for this.
Yes.
Joe Smith's wife. And she was on TMZ yesterday. Now, again, he starts yelling and freaking out about the OnlyFans thing, which is an incredibly private moment between two people who need to have a conversation. And the first thing she does is turn her phone on, of course, vertical, not horizontal, dipshit. She turns her phone on and she starts recording the whole thing. She records the whole fight, which shows she doesn't take this guy seriously. She doesn't respect him. And she thinks he's ridiculous.
And she needs attention because clearly she's trying to play that for somebody.
She needs attention desperately. So then TMZ asks her, hey, they make the easiest shot in the dark ever. They go, hey, you want to come on TMZ and be interviewed for 5 minutes? And of course she said, well, no, this was really detrimental to my relationship and my marriage. And I want to talk to Joe about this privately. I'm just kidding. She's a complete attention whore as well as other kinds of whore. She was down for it the whole way. Let's check it out. This is Joe Smith's wife talking about the OnlyFans fight that they had.
First question is, where's
Joe? How are you guys doing?
Where's Joe?
He's pretty pissed off with me. So he's been, I think he's at his sister's house. He's not talking to me right now. So, yeah.
This shouldn't be something that should be broadcast.
No, this is a very private moment.
You shouldn't be telling the entire world that you pissed off your husband and he's staying at his sister's house.
She strikes me as somebody who doesn't care about anything.
Herself.
But herself.
Yeah, just herself. That's it.
Keisha, how long ago, obviously we saw in the video that Joe's saying he had no idea that you had this account. How long is the account, have you had the page?
I've had the page for at least over a year. It's on my Instagram and my LinkedIn, but that's what happens when you don't pay attention to your wife, period.
Oh, fuck you.
Ooh.
So I'm supposed to know my wife from her Instagram page. See, this is basic e-thought mentality.
Aaron doesn't look at my Instagram page.
I don't look at my own Instagram page. I think I have 2 pictures on there. I was telling April, I go, why are people following me on Instagram? I don't put anything on there.
It's because I tag you in things.
So she's like, well, he wouldn't know because he doesn't check my Instagram. Bitch, that's not the real world. That's not real life. You talk to him as a human being and you tell him shit like that. I love how she's like, well, if you paid attention to his wife, he would know. If you told him point blank that you have an OnlyFans, and then he acted surprised when he found out, then you would have an argument that
yes,
maybe if he paid attention to his wife, he would know about the OnlyFans. Okay, true, if you told him. But you're like, it's on my LinkedIn, it's on my Instagram. He doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't have a reason to go on your LinkedIn.
Right.
That's interesting. Like, I understand maybe she'd think that her husband would see her Instagram. Like, I would assume most people would see their spouse, but that's still not like an acceptable form of you letting him know.
I mean, I see April's Instagram stuff. I don't know what's in her bio. I don't know any of that. I don't look that close. Who would?
Don't ever look at my bio.
Don't look at the bio?
It's filthy and vile.
Oh, okay. Well, see, now I just don't pay enough attention. But, I mean, everybody sees what's going on. You're an absolute attention whore. You see the lines in the face. You see that you're starting to, get past that peak.
She's giving me Jada Pinkett Smith vibes.
Yeah. And you also hate your husband, clearly. Like, you hate him. It's time to go. He's finally getting that vibe now because of this whole OnlyFans thing.
And, he has a friend that he's been entertaining, and she decided that, she wants to really put a bigger, wedge in our relationship. So she went digging around my page and was like, oh, do you know that she has this? And
so I'm confused. Is she accusing him of cheating live on fucking TMZ? And she can't blame him for this. She can't be like, oh, well, he brought this on by. Bitch, you're the one who recorded the conversation. None of this had to be public. This could have all been handled in-house. She is such a cry for attention that she's going on TMZ, low-key accusing her husband of cheating on her with a girl, which, by the way, I could forgive in this case.
Right.
But also doing it in a way, that sneaky, cunty way, where if he goes, oh, you just accused me of cheating on TMZ, she could go, what? I never said you were cheating.
I
That's
never
just
said that word.
That's you projecting. I don't. You fucking. You're not as cute as you think.
Not at all.
I mean, it's no secret Joe's financial issues,
Jesus.
And I have always made a good life for myself, Before I met Joe, I was living overseas in Europe, and I had established myself as a singer, and I came back here, thinking that with his persona and who he was, once we got together and I found out who he was, that it would only take off, other things.
Wow. So you didn't love him. You used him as a means to an end. You used him as a stepping stone, an escalator.
The one good thing about women like this is that effortlessly, without knowing it, because they can't help themselves, they always reveal themselves.
Yes, they always tell you who they are.
And when they tell you who they are, believe them. This is a clout goblin, clout chasing. This one here. And, I will give her this. While she shouldn't be talking about any of this on TMZ, but she wants her OnlyFans and her singing to take off, while she shouldn't be talking about any of this on TMZ, at least she's honest.
Mm-hmm.
At least she said, look, I was a singer in Europe, and Joe was a famous basketball player. And this happens to a lot of athletes. These women marry them while they're still a professional athlete.
Sure.
And then they don't realize you married a hoe. And then when you stop being a professional athlete and she doesn't see you that way anymore, she's out the door.
I kind of think professional athletes should not get married until after the fact. What do you think?
Not a bad idea. I mean, you think about it. You retire at 35.
That's
36,
not too old.
So you can grab a 29-year-old or something like that and you can have some kids. Right?
Of course.
Grab a 29, 30-year-old, pop out a couple of kids, call it a day. There you go.
Well,
now you didn't miss out on anything in life.
If you were like the stud athlete, too, you could probably even go younger than that, like mid-20s.
Yeah, but then okay, but now you're going into crazy territory.
Well, we don't want crazy.
The higher percentage of crazy comes out in the early to mid-20s. So you got to look. Not that maybe she wasn't a spring chicken when he found her, and look how that turned out. So there is that, too.
But,
So she just admitted, sorry about that. So she just admitted, she's like, I had a singing career, and I thought being with the big NBA player would make my singing career take off, and we could use his funds and his money. And now she's like, Joe's financial secrets are no trouble, or no secret. You don't think you had something to do with these financial troubles?
By chance?
You don't think that maybe you're a little high maintenance?
I bet she made him throw her the biggest wedding.
Yeah.
And buy all the expensive shit, all the nicest clothes.
God, she's the
biggest
worst.
House.
She's literally the woman that all of the coaches and all of the mentors warn you about in college and professional sports?
Yeah, don't pick this one.
Don't pick this one.
Not everybody's hustle and drive are the same.
Ew.
And depression is a serious thing also. So, I've been just like, supporting and dealing and going through his trials and tribulations with him. I've started several businesses,
How they doing?
I've been doing a lot. And I just figured out, I have a home in Cape Verde I'm trying not to lose, and a roof over here we're trying to maintain that we almost got kicked out of. So
Wait, you have 2 houses? You have 2 houses and you have financial problems? Fucking sell a house.
That's kind of what I was thinking though. No, you can't sell a house because then she doesn't get to tell people that she has 2 houses.
Oh, God.
She's that person.
And then
She's
just
so
airing her
materialistic.
dirty laundry for fucking everybody. I mean, if Joe wasn't at his sister's house, I would be totally fine if he walked up there and just started choking her.
Every point that she brings up, like the financial issues, the depression, all that, fine, valid. But those are like very private things you need to tell that person. Like, look, maybe it is him. What if he gambles a lot? Who knows? Let's say he gambled a lot and he's depressed. You need to go tell him then that you can't live with his gambling problem and his depression and that you need to go.
Leave.
That's a really private moment that TMZ didn't need to know about.
And by the way, before this, do you think she went to him and said, hey, do you mind if I tell TMZ about your depression and money issues?
And I bet that she never once in their relationship offered to get him help either.
I'm guessing no.
I just kicked in the drive and did what I had to do, and he won't do it. So I had to. And I'm sorry, you knew I was an adult video star when you met me. So if my survival.
I thought you had a big, bad singing career. I don't know a lot of big, bad singing careers that are porn stars.
Mostly wailing when you're in.
I don't remember Jennifer Lopez doing
Moaning.
porn videos. I don't remember that. Yeah, do you moan in key?
I mean, I wish she had.
Who doesn't?
If I would do anything for my own survival, then what makes you think that would change now? When I retired from the adult industry, I promised myself if I don't sing, I don't eat. So when, my music career wasn't popping here when I left Germany and I stayed here for him, I figured, I would, start a business. I started a puppy friend social club business, a dog sitting business.
Puppy find?
A dog sitting business.
I wonder how that's doing.
That's a part-time gig to bring in some side money. That's not starting a business. Dog sitting. That's calling your neighbors and go, hey, I can watch your dog if you're going out of town. That's a dog sitting
Did you
business.
develop a whole app or something and go on like Shark Tank for it?
Probably
Otherwise,
not.
yeah, it's a hobby.
And then COVID happened and that screwed everything up. I have a moving company, that he actually works for me. Like he works for my moving company.
You should pay him more.
I'm tired of being
right. Yeah, you should pay him a little more. God, it sounds like you could use the money.
Yeah, if he has financial issues, why aren't you helping a brother out?
You're sitting here and just airing all your dirty laundry. Like you said it. I'm getting Jada Pinkett Smith vibes from this chick.
100%.
One to figure shit out. So I figured it out the best way I know that can maximize the money that needs to come in because I'm tired of living I'm tired of living minimal,
In squalor.
Wow. I have 2 houses. I'm tired of living minimal.
Well, don't you remember, Aaron, when we used to have 2 houses and
Oh.
we had to sell one?
Just heartbreaking.
Almost
just
had to get rid of one of the kids.
earth-shattering moment when you got to sell that second house. Every working class person in America feels bad for you at that point.
We should all really have 2 houses, 2 cars apiece.
Yeah.
A full closet just to ourselves full of nice, expensive clothes.
A chicken in every pot, a car in every garage. Adjusted for inflation, that's 2 houses. And a pantry full of groceries. It's really, she's just, when you talk about someone showing you who they are, she's absolutely showing you to be every bit the gold-digging, materialistic twat that they warn you about when you become a professional athlete.
Does that have any, should the porn star thing have been a red flag?
Yes.
Like, you probably should have been like, porn star probably doesn't make the best decisions, maybe doesn't have the right values in place.
100 times yes.
Maybe we should skip that one.
That should have been a red flag.
She's not even that cute.
You ain't getting my money says, I know you ain't bashing that lady's hustle when you're playing radio in your basement, Aaron. Be real. I am being real. I do a show. People give us money. I'm sorry that upsets you. One Big Pond says, women wonder why men don't let others know about their birthdays. as being brought socks is okay while wanting trips around the world for their expectations. I would love to just 100% take Joe Smith's side on this and just move on.
Yes.
That would be ideal, but I can't because there were absolutely red flags from this woman. He didn't pay attention to the red flags.
But
this is on him too.
Answer as a man, I feel like many men
wish death upon
me, of course. Really skate past very, very large red flags like all the time. They marry these people. They reproduce these people. Why?
Now, hefty expenses such as taxes and free and agent fees significantly reduced his earnings, leaving him with approximately $18 million. That's how much he earned in the NBA. And now he's got a net worth of $100,000. Shit, that sucks because, a lot of professional athletes do this, and there's a lot of articles linking, Joe Smith's reckless spending blew $61 million empire. Now, after fees and everything like that, they said, you're probably making about $18 million after taxes, but that's still $18 million that should have lasted you the rest of your life.
Okay, so it says his reckless spending, no?
Right. No.
Maybe what if she did feel pressured to make up for that?
But he has put himself in that spot. I'm not saying he didn't. What I'm saying is people don't air their dirty laundry like that on TMZ.
I would never.
And people don't, they also don't openly talk about all these financial issues and then, clearly start promoting their OnlyFans on their interviews. She's gross. He put himself in a bad spot like a lot of athletes do, but he did not pick someone who was the best partner for that kind of, problem.
I agree. She's a problem and he has problems already.
Yeah. Look, as far as Joe Smith goes, that's too bad. I feel bad for him. I really do. But a lot of these athletes, what they do is they make a certain amount of money in a year, and then they extrapolate that out and go, well, I'm going to have that much money forever. That's just going to be how much I make now. It's it's like a 3-year window that you're going to be making that amount of money, and then you've got to make that last the entire rest of your life. So these guys buy $5 million houses, and they don't realize that for the next, 50 years or however long you're alive, you're going to have to pay property taxes on that. You're going to have to pay insurance on that. And that's going to chew away at the money pretty quick. I think Herm Edwards told players there was I think the documentary broke. They were showing him do a symposium that he does for rookies in the NFL to teach them about money and lifestyle. And he said, rule of one, you get one chain. You get one house. You get one car. Choose wisely. He goes, and after that, you invest your money.
Well, that's
you let your money work for you. Yeah.
I mean, that's ironically, though, that's what most normal people do.
If I had 2 houses, I can safely say if I had 2 houses, a lot of my time would be spent worrying and feeling like I'm not at one of them enough.
And we've discussed a 2-house situation someday when the kids aren't here. And that looks like either a vacation home or a cabin. And either way, it's a lot of work and stress.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, am I spending enough time there? Look at how I feel like those are the first things on the chopping block when people go I feel like I'm wasting too much money. And they're like, I'm not at that house ever, and so on and so forth.
But I'm paying for it.
Yeah. One Big Pond says, this stream does not support itself. Lovers of truth, please dig deep for the great good of new news. All right. Well, thank you very much. I would definitely say, hey, if we make you snicker and giggle at our silly jokes, throw us a couple of bucks. But hey, I'll hire you as my publicist and you can use that lofty language. That sounds good.
Sometimes people that get houses that are too big also, for what they need, seems a bit rich.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just lost out on a bunch of money where you could have just had a reasonably sized house and gone places maybe.
Sean says motorhome or camper. Bingo. We had one for years, and it got to the point where the kids were getting a little too old. They didn't want to be sleeping next to each other and everything.
It was so
and
cramped.
They didn't like it as much, and then we started going, God, it's just sitting out there. We never fucking use it.
It costs money to fix it.
Yeah, it stresses you out because you're like, I'm not using this thing. The years you use it a lot, you never question whether or not you should have it. But then it sits there, and it sits there, and it sits there. And the kids don't want to use it anymore. And you're just like, we got to fucking get rid of this thing.
And we don't want to pay to store it or to fill up the gas tank or to fix it. New awnings because Aaron can't keep one.
Yeah. Somebody says all the money Aaron wasted on fast food, golf clash, and minivans, he could have a cabin.
You're not wrong. Dude.
Yes, he is.
You could have a little shack somewhere.
I did not waste that much on golf clash and fast food.
Talk about this minivan.
Look, the minivan, what are you going to do?
I don't understand you people unless you don't want to get rid of it like ever. Like a minivan is one of the worst investments you can ever make. Literally ever. And it just kind of says you don't fuck.
Bigot on socialist media with $7. Thank you very much, buddy. Hey guys, 255 is now the number after Bigot on socialist media with his $7 over there on Rumble. Thank you very much, buddy. We are still virgins on PayPal and Streamlabs today. So if somebody wants to bust in on the PayPal and Streamlabs, please do. We're 255.
Ooh, pop our cherries.
Yeah, away from today's goal. Please be generous. We do appreciate your support. And if we hit that goal, we do a half hour of overtime. And we only have 2 goals left this week, which, let's knock them all out. Call it a success. What do you say? That Adam, you remember the hockey player who got his throat cut?
How do you forget?
That Adam Johnson guy?
God.
Yeah,
brutal.
Apparently the league he played in, they're already making some changes. And the changes they're making are everybody's going to be wearing neck guards from now on.
You could at least put like a, they're called gaiters and stuff to keep your necks warm, but you could like get a gaiter that's made of like cut-proof material. Like they wear socks and stuff like that already and gloves.
One more guy gets his throat cut on a hockey rink, and they're all going to be skating in chainmail.
It always terrified me to think of like watching a hockey game and somebody like gets their finger. No, not a hockey game, but somebody's ice skating and they get their fingers ran over and sever their fingers and shit like
There's
that.
some sharp-ass skates if you're severing fingers.
I don't think that's that uncommon.
Cutting through bone and shit?
It's a finger.
Can you do that with skates? Oh, I guess the pressure.
The body weight of somebody's whole body on top of skates pressing on your fingers, you can cut a finger off.
How are you skating over people's fingers? Stop doing that. Look at the ground once in a while.
This is what I thought. Like, you know how we take the kids to open skate occasionally in the winter?
Yeah.
There's a million people in there. If you fall and you don't have gloves on or something and you got your little bitty fingers out there and some big dude skates over your fingers, that's a nightmare. That's like a negative thing I've thought about.
No skating over people's fingers, for God's sake. So the English Ice Hockey Association is changing its rules following the tragic death of Adam Johnson, now making it mandatory for players to wear neck guards starting in January. Oh, good. Now everybody can purposely kick a guy in the throat with impunity.
God's.
What's that?
Ugh. I'm sorry, I was busy gagging.
Oh, man, that
video was disgusting.
Video of just the blood.
The scary part for me is that it happened so quickly to him that he probably tried to he did. He tried to stand up and then there's just blood pouring out of your throat. And you have to see that while you're dying.
And then you're panicking, so your blood's pumping your heart's pumping even faster.
You're going to pass out, hopefully, sooner than later.
Ryobi says, so they admit they were negligent. I don't know if they're admitting they're negligent. I think they're just saying, look, we'd rather anything in the world happen than this. So we're going to make sure no matter what, this doesn't happen anymore.
It was a reaction and an answer to a thing that doesn't happen very often.
Bigot on socialist media says, was reading many comments on message boards earlier. Most were saying that the kick was intentional.
I don't know how you could ever time that correctly because you'd have to rely on the other person showing up exactly at that point when you were swinging your leg around.
Right, and he hits you, and that changes the trajectory, and then the other guy cuts inward. And
right. There's too many moving parts, in my opinion, for that to be intentional.
I really think it's a stretch. It
was a stretch of the leg.
I think it's a stretch to say that guy meant to kill that guy with his skate. I mean, I'd almost be impressed.
I would actually be worried about that guy who did the killing because that guy's got to think about how he put his skate in somebody's throat and killed him.
Just the way it's not like everyone thinks like it was a slice. You watch it, it was a puncture. It was like a bam.
Well, we've all seen like the backside of a skate before, right?
Sure.
There's no, actually, that's a figure skate. I've thought hockey skates were
they're one blade.
One like bow shaped blade. with no point on the end. So how can you puncture somebody's throat with that? Now I'm confused.
It's sharp. I mean,
that would be a slice.
You push it right into, but it pushed in and cut.
Oh, like
it punctured
like
and then cut, and that guy had no chance.
God, wow, he really had to be going fast.
Yeah,
to hit that hard directly.
Robert De Niro testified. So this became a big story yesterday. Apparently, Robert De Niro was on the stand for a trial between him and his former assistant. I guess the former assistant is alleging that Robert De Niro was an absolute nightmare of a boss. He was inappropriate. He was a terrible guy, so on and so forth. And Robert De Niro's like 80 years old.
He just had a kid, though. God bless.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need this shit in my life right now. Well, Robert De Niro spent several minutes on the witness stand in Manhattan federal court Tuesday, explaining why it was okay for him to make 2 phone calls to his assistant at her grandmother's funeral. Now, I don't know if you can sue a guy for calling you at your grandmother's funeral. That does seem like just a kind of a shitty thing to do. But for someone, like, I don't mind if someone calls someone during a loved one's funeral and they didn't know, and the person goes, I'm at my grandmother's funeral. You go, oh, God, I'm sorry. First of all, why would you answer the phone?
Yeah, don't answer the
In
phone.
that situation. But even after this is the funny part about De Niro, even after he knows about the funeral and then he called her at the funeral, he's defending it in court and going like, I don't really see what the big deal is. I needed her for something.
She was dead already.
Yeah, it's like, well, what's she going to do? Like, rise up? I don't think so. De Niro wanted the assistant, Chase Robinson, to purchase bus tickets for his son. You call me at my grandmother's funeral and you say, hey, this is really important. I need you. You go, what do you need? I need you to buy me some bus tickets for my kid. You like, not only do I quit, but if I ever see you again, I'm kicking you with a skate. That's just the way
Which kills people.
Which can kill a guy. I don't know if they were putting the body in the ground or at a wake or something. De Niro testified on the witness stand. I have an idea, Bob. How about you just don't call for that next couple of days?
Just, let it breathe.
Yeah,
you can have somebody else buy the tickets if you can't.
Yeah, right? Like, even if it's at a wake and he's like, well, it's not the funeral, for God's sake. I mean, they're not like lowering the body. And it's like, but it doesn't matter. It's a mourning process, Mr. De Niro.
Right. Sometimes the wakes are harder than the funeral because it's like your first time seeing this person in a casket sometimes and all that nonsense.
Yeah. Robinson alleged that he oversaw a workplace rife with gender discrimination through his company, Canal Productions, where she worked as an executive assistant for over a decade and subjected her to gratuitous, unwanted physical contact. Oh, Robert De Niro's an elderly hugger.
Just gets a little extra grabs in there.
He's an old man hugger. When guys get into their 60s and 70s, they know that people won't yell at an old guy, so they get a little more handsy with their hugs.
And then we let them, too.
Yeah.
Like, my biggest example of my life would be Bruce Coddington. The older that man got from my hometown, he would take liberties. He's grabbing. He'll sneak a kiss in there if he can.
He liked to give him a smooch, the whole deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bruce got in there, boy.
He got grabby, kissy, and very complimentary.
Absolutely.
So, and we all let him do it because he was old.
Right. And again, you either have to let the old man kiss you on the cheek or you have to yell at the elderly person and call him a pervert.
And you don't want to do that because what if that one perverted moment was like the highlight of his day?
Right.
What if that kept him going?
Billy Buckner says, I love it when old men finger me. Well,
It's a skosh too far.
I don't think they do that, but who knows? Maybe you've got a tight anus.
He never tried to go up my parliamentary procedure skirt. Thank Christ.
Oh, you had a specific skirt for parliamentary procedure?
Do you not know how FFA works? Yeah, when you're in parliamentary procedure.
Hey, everyone, time out. Stop the show. Fuck me right in my ass.
Oh, yeah.
You see, I don't know how FFA works.
Okay. If you're a woman in FFA, especially if you were in parliamentary procedure, parley, we called it sometimes.
Of course, because you guys were so fucking cool.
We had to wear, we had the corduroy jackets on. You had to wear a white collared button-up shirt under it with your little tie. And then you had to either wear either knee-length or above the knee black skirt or black slacks, but most of us wore skirts because we're not gay. And then black tights and black closed-toed shoes. We were very professional.
Did the lipstick on the tooth come extra, or was that? How did that work?
Are you trying to tell me I have lipstick on my teeth?
No, I'm saying that FFA sounds like a thing where high school girls get all dressed up, but they fuck up their makeup.
It was like you know how some schools like make you wear uniforms? It was like a school uniform. It was just that the jacket was corduroy and it was kind of hot in a weird way because
it's just got a lot of
we're all farm kids.
A lot of dick and pussy in FFA, I'm guessing. Flying all over the place. Lots of hand jobs and
a lot of fluids.
Uncomfortable fingerings.
We went to places like we stayed on the
I don't name big towns now. People are going to get jealous.
Oh, we'd go to the Twin Cities. I don't want to brag. For the FFA state convention, we'd get a nice hotel together where
Holiday Inn, I
we
bet.
could commingle with the gentlemen.
Oh, so there was a lot of finger popping
It was not a
going
Holiday
on.
Inn. My favorite one was there was like balconies around where you could see down to the pool area.
Yeah.
And like we would all get rooms next to each other. We'd all be in each other's rooms hanging out and
finger popping,
doing things, and then you could see down in the pool and see who was down there and who you should go do stuff with down there in the sauna.
You guys are just a bunch
we
of
were
whores
degenerates
in FFA.
FFA was an excuse to be a degenerate.
God, you guys
was
were
what
gross.
it was.
Well, you fisted so many cows that you're like, you know
And
what?
then, of course, and then we got to spend so our daytime was spent on the U of M campus, doing shit, competing in different things.
Optic Nerve saying FFA, finger fucking anonymous. There you go.
Do you know I stayed once in a room in that hotel I spoke of? I don't remember which one. But the couch, I ended up on the couch because the other girls were the seniors in the room with me, and I was like a sophomore at the time. So I got the pull-out couch. There were so many condoms in there, and I'd never seen a condom as a sophomore yet. So many condoms in this stupid couch. And this chick in my room turned on the TV, and she wanted to watch Brokeback Mountain with everybody. That was my intro to that movie.
Now, how many times would you say you got finger popped at an FFA event? Oh, no. How many?
Never.
Over or under 5?
That's a really low number.
Oh, you whore. What a FFA high school slut.
That is not what happened.
Just getting finger popped at FFA events.
You were putting me on the spot.
How many wieners did you touch with your hand or mouth at FFA events?
I had no wieners in my mouth.
No wieners in. How many in your hand at an FFA event?
Probably none.
Probably none?
I wasn't that way.
Go ahead, ask me how many.
The older chicks, yes.
Ask me how
when
many.
I was a senior, maybe.
That's what we're asking at FFA events.
The guy I wanted never wanted me, and it was a different guy. I had a dude in that group too, and he always went for my friend, and he knew that too. He went for my best friend.
Yeah.
What a fucking asshole. You want to know who that was too? You can't say this one.
She's gonna write a name
You'll
down.
know this person.
So April got finger popped way more than 5 times at FFA events.
Does that surprise you?
That's too bad, April.
Does that surprise you?
That's too bad. So now you got finger popped more than 5 times at FFA events.
No, I did not. You're just putting me on the spot. My face looks funny.
You said 5's a low number.
That is a low number, whereas if I were to admit to it, that doesn't sound that bad.
So it was more than that.
No, it wasn't. That didn't happen to me. Other people did.
Are you telling the truth right now,
Yes,
or
I
are
am.
you saving face?
I am. Look, my face looks funny because you're putting me on the spot here.
Did you get finger popped at any FFA events?
No.
Okay.
Not for lack of trying. I've definitely made out with men.
Okay. Did you grab any dicks at FFA events?
Nothing that wasn't above the pants.
Oh, okay. Wow. You know what? FFA just sounds like a blue ball extravaganza.
No, like I said, other people did do things. It's just that I was always so scared of getting caught.
Oh, okay. And pregnant.
That's a serious problem back in my hometown.
Not for
So
some of the
I
people in
didn't-
your hometown.
I did not want to be a statistic.
Jennifer says, oh my, Bruce Coddington was hilarious. Even if
Yes.
the woman was pregnant, he didn't care.
Oh, he never cared.
Arista Cox says, did April meet Aaron via FFA? He was a blue ribbon pig. You guys don't get to say shit. The whole point of having a financial goal is we get to make a living doing the show, and you guys get to shit all over us. We can't be 255, but we can't be almost all the way short And then also I'm getting called a blue ribbon pig. That doesn't work.
You were a step above my blue ribbon piggy. You were like the big purple grand prize winner.
I appreciate it, but at the same time, it's the money that soothes the wounds of the constant abuse and torment. So as I put the links in the chat, and it's almost 9 o'clock and we're 2:55 away, either money or no blue ribbon pig jokes, please.
There was one time where we, like all of us that were in our close-knit FFA group, men and women, of course, teenagers, but we all would like get together in like the boys' room and like eat and drink and be like in our underwear basically like the whole night. Of course,
FFA
We did
whores.
some weird shit. Yeah, but nobody was having sex, which is the weird part.
So they're gay too.
Yeah.
Dr. Till says to her, it was future fingers of America. Oh.
Future fuckers of America.
See, Senior with a great point. Holy shit, her life is boring. Yeah, you guys were at FFA
It really
events.
wasn't that boring. It just sounds that way.
It was all just people scared to touch genitals, but being this close to doing it.
But isn't that almost more fun and exciting for
No.
like 5 seconds?
No, I'm sorry.
Because once you do the thing, then it's over.
Yeti Flyer says, let's be real. April had too small of tits at the time, so they finger popped big tit ladies.
That is not untrue.
Is that really?
Yeah. I mean, mine aren't bad, but they weren't as big as some. And I was under no impression that I was any better than them, so I guess have at it.
Omega says, Piggy, anything over 250 is a qualified hog, Aaron. Well, I'm not 250. How dare you think that I'm 250? How dare you?
Wow, yeah, let's do the gay things I was part of. I was part of the National Honor Society, and I went on trips for that. I was in marching band, and I went on trips for that. Then I went to band camp.
What group fucked the most?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
What group that you were in fucked the most?
I would say probably FFA and marching band.
FFA marching.
We're all freaky, but like never had enough opportunities for the privacy.
Oh, okay.
If that makes any difference.
Did any of the kids ever get caught fucking each other?
No, but I did. Our FFA advisor did have to yell at some of us for like being in rooms like alone with another, like the other gender. Like, like a boy and a girl get caught like
so they're
trying
thinking
to.
something might be up.
Yeah.
And they try
We've gotten yelled at that way. Now,
Okay.
I was at a church lock-in once, and I definitely caught a couple of my friends having sex upstairs, and
At a
it was
church
just so happened to be this one again.
Oh, boy, he got around.
It was the same girl, different group.
And you wanted him?
I did.
It's too bad.
I got really close at our FFA officers retreat once in a tent. But a friend was in there with us, and I wasn't having it. And
That's
do you
too
want to
bad.
know who that was?
Who the friend was?
Yeah, the other friend. And
All right,
he
April's writing down
desperately-
Litchfield names now.
I'm spelling this wrong.
I don't know that person.
Really? His dad.
Let me see.
I spelt it wrong.
I do not
you know
this man.
His dad owned this place
All right, move your hands
for a
so I
while,
can
or
see.
it was like the.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 over on PayPal. There we go. Time for a PayPal rally as we've been dry on PayPal today. He says, Blue Ribbon, someone thinks very highly of themselves. Scarface with $10 says, April got finger popped at FFA. Aaron got finger popped in the theater club. Hey, wait a minute. No. That's the kind of finger popping you don't want. That's like jailhouse finger popping over there. 245 is the number. Let's, as the black man at our gym used to say, let's go, let's go, let's go. There's all the links in the chat. 245 is the number. Thank you, Scarface and Ryan the Garbage Man, for being the first on PayPal.
Thank you.
Let's make sure they're not the last. They're coming up with FFA initials. Fapping aggressively always. That's FAA, Papa Dan. Come on.
Fa.
It was a goddamn layup, and you missed it. The shit is going on here? Producer Robert says there's only one way to soothe Aaron's soul, and by soul, I mean his meaty tits. You know, for a producer, you're a very mean person.
And how do you soothe those meaty tits? What do you do?
Carbs.
With money. Knock out the goal.
Oh, yeah, with money and knocking out today's goal. That's what we do.
That'll do it.
Hobo Chili says, I'm so happy you did that because I was on the phone with a customer and I wanted to say something about Charlotte's Web and Aaron. Bravo, TX. Well, I'm glad you all got
Charlotte's Web.
glad you all got your jokes in. That's very nice.
Not just a pig.
Again, at 2:45 with an hour and change before we have to bring this sad thing out. I don't think the jokes are necessary. You guys are already joking. I'm already being shit on with the 2:45 away. I think we have to make a choice. Continuing on here, Silo Cyborg says Aaron's head is 125. So, well, no, that's kind of a compliment because that would mean the rest of me is not as big.
It means you're dense.
Dense brain. I'm head heavy. I've got a dense upper part, as it were. All right, so that puts us 2:45 away. Thank you guys very much. There's all the links in the chat. George Hargrove says she wrote down Tukey. Oh, was Tukey in the... He was in the tent?
No.
Did you get molested by a Muppet?
I'm too old for Tukey, I think. He's too new.
Probably. Tukey's
He's a youngling.
He's very childlike and remarkably autistic, and he has behavioral issues. But
what's
good enough, kid.
What's the biggest age gap you've been with before?
You. I mean, if it was any younger than you, I would have been with
Well, I meant older or anything. Older, younger.
No, I've only dated one. No, I've dated two older. And then the rest have been younger. So yeah, you're the biggest age gap. How does that make you feel? How do you process that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think I'm okay.
Prostitution saved my marriage says, anyone else hate fat people? Vinny's mom says, be nice to April. Aaron is the target. Nick the Milkman with $5 says, FFA, fats fapping anonymously.
Surprised nobody's thrown in a gay F word yet.
Yeah, right. Well, you can't.
That seems
in a
like
super
too on the nose.
You can't in a super chat, in fairness. Oh, come at my fat ass, little guy, says Wrestling Fat Faku. All right, thanks, buddy. All right, moving on from, I don't even know how we got on FFA talk.
I don't either.
Oh, it was the Robert De Niro story somehow.
I brought up Bruce Coddington, I think, and then I said...
old men being grabby and handsy.
And I said that he never tried to finger pop me in my parliamentary procedure skirt.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
That was it.
Steve H., thank you very much for $20 over on Rumble. We appreciate that, buddy. And Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Aaron was the food judge in FFA. Aaron loves to eat. See, now that's not even a joke. That's just you being just kind of mean.
You could have been that guy. Who knows?
Well, look, that all brings us down to 220. See that, guys? Those little rallies, they knock it out awfully quick. Keep her going, and that Venmo and PayPal and Streamlabs knocks it out real fast, too. Thank you all for chipping in and supporting. Subscriptions count as well. Rumble rants, all that stuff. Thank you very much. 220 is the number. You're getting down there. And remember, the lower the number gets, the better the insults feel. So salve the wounds, if you will.
I did do something new today, and I always get nervous about that. I do have lip stain on from yesterday, and somebody in the chat just spoke to my insecurities and said that it makes me look old. What is the consensus out there? I don't usually do this.
You don't open this door.
I would like to know.
Really? So
I would.
So you feel like you look older. That is the worst when someone in the chat says
Speaks
something that
That's
kind
why I
of
brought it up.
speaks to some paranoia you have.
Mhm.
That's why it's another thing I get a kick out of our haters for. It's like, they're like, oh no, secretly you really think this. I'm like, do I look like a guy who keeps his emotions secret very well? No. If something bugs the shit out of me, believe that. That's why this has always been kind of an untrollable show. Nobody's more honest and open about what they think are their massive shortcomings and failures more than this guy. I can't help it that the trolls get everything wrong. That they're like, oh, you're worried about this. And I'm like,
no,
not worried about that at all. I go,
Way
do you
off.
want me? If you ask nicely, I'll give you a list of all the things that make me feel like a fraud and a failure. I will write that down for you and produce it in triplicate. But the stuff you think, I can't help it. You're just retarded and you're way off base. I'll give you the full list. But yeah, you're right. When someone in the chat says something and you're like, that, I always point that out and I go, motherfucker, I was just thinking that about myself and I thought I was crazy.
I don't know who said it, but I did see somebody said the dark lipstick makes April look old. And I'm like, I wonder if that's the general consensus or not, which it's okay if it is. I don't really do this very much.
CeeLo Cyborg says Mars is closer to your goal. It's an old couple waiting for Golden Girls to start. Very funny. Good to have you, buddy. About 600 or 700 of you watching this show at the moment. Everybody take a break to hit thumbs up Whether it's Rumble, whether it's YouTube, whether it's X, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Kick, 600 or 700 people hitting the like button all at once sure does sound good to me. 600 or 700 people hitting the subscribe button all at once sure does sound nice to me as well. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up and spread the word. George Hargrove says Erin's way out of her league.
And I always
is that something you're thinking? Is that they're trying to...
That's another insecurity too of mine, is that you truly are out of my league, and I know my time is short with you, but I'm going to make the most of it.
Thank you, George
So I don't want to
Hargrove.
make the most of my time by looking older than I am.
I've only seen George Hargrove chat twice on this show, and it's been today, and I've laughed at both of them.
I have to.
Papa Dan says, you look very mature, April.
See, but that sounds old, right? That sounds old.
See, now they're fucking with you twice.
I know.
Vinny's mom says, you don't look old enough to drink.
See, that's bad in the other direction.
But see, now you can't be pleased.
Well, like sometimes the kids too will go up to me and be like, I know how old you are, but you look like you're like 18 or something. I'm like, well, that'll be good for me down the road, but maybe not today.
Whereas our youngest says, Dad, you're like old, right? Thanks, kiddo. You know what I like? The oldest is now getting old enough where she's like, oh, shoot, I'm like 9 years old. I'm going to be 36 one day. So she doesn't call me old. She's like, no, you're not old at all, Dad. I'm like, God damn right. That's right. Look your mortality in the face and tell it it's not old. Matthew says April looks good. Erin looks morbidly obese, as always.
Okay.
Skeezy says your lipstick looks great. It accents the wrinkles.
I saw somebody else said that too. Yeah. Concrete Pete says, yeah, the red highlights the crow's feet. And, I can't get this off my face fast enough.
Dr. Till says a woman is insecure about her age and looks. When did this start?
I know. Well, that's why I'm very open about it. Like, so see, when people want to shit on me for my appearance and stuff, I'm like, okay, as if I didn't already do that. I'm going to be fine.
Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache says the dark lipstick and the green sweater make you look like you just stopped practicing Wiccan.
Do I have a green sweater on? Do you think this is a green?
It's kind of grayish green, yeah.
It's gray and black.
Sorry.
It's quite literally gray and black.
We're all retarded. I mean, developmentally disabled. I'm sorry, I have a retarded cousin, and we just buried him. Mr. Approachable says, play Aaron, and a couple more years. Your widow's peak is going to look more like a floating island. Okay, see, now there's something that I think about regularly, and he brought it up.
What if your hair, like from right here, started going away and you did have an island?
Look, man, if you look at the men in my family, that's not... Let's just say I'm going to shave my head when that starts
happening. I try not to look at the men in your family. They upset me.
I'm the only one. Billy Buckner says, April looks like my favorite masseuse. Her name's Brandy at the local truck stop massage parlor. Started out nice.
Oh.
It's kind of veered left.
I know.
Root says, April, you are going to be a total catch when you get divorced and end up back in your small town bar drinking your life away for the next 30 years.
Stop it. That's really close to reality, though. Whenever he decides to trade me in because I don't look good anymore and I wore the red lipstick and I look wrinkly, I'm going to wind up back in Litchfield. I'll get a job somewhere where my family's like, oh, you can get in quick here while you're looking for something else. And then I'll drink my life away.
This bit fucking rules. Papa Dan says, I'm 34 and my daughter thinks I was around when TVs were still black and white. D. Luke, I was told by a trick-or-treater last night that I was too young for this street.
Yeah, she's very young looking too, of course.
It's better than being told you're too dark for that
But
street.
do you understand how sometimes, when the neighbor girls will come over and hang out with our kids, and they'll be like, April, you're so pretty. What are you, 18? And I'm like, guys, that's almost disrespectful to the shit I've done in my life. I've done a lot of shit. I've got a whole family and a business. I'm not 18 right now.
Oh, no, I made George Hargrove nervous. I didn't want to do that. He says, I'm 2 for 2. Now I'm afraid to comment again. Oh, no, it's not the case.
See, now we're speaking to his insecurities.
Sugar Floof says, it's usually the folks with no profile pic of their own who have the most to say about a person's looks. Well, you don't think, look at a guy like Melton. You don't think that comes from them knowing that they're ugly and disgusting and they need to pass that somewhere else?
I very much don't care if somebody wants to talk about my appearance. Most women don't think that highly of themselves anyways, so I'm like, you're not far off from what I tell myself. It's fine.
Hobo Chili says Aaron has 3 balding spots on top of his head. It looks like the island around Maui. Yeti Flyer says April looks like she's on her last futile attempt to stay with Aaron while she packs her bags.
Is that what's happening? Can you just at least pack them nice so there's no wrinkles?
while she packs her bags. Does he mean while I pack your bags? Because why would you be making a last futile attempt to stay with me?
I do think that's what he means.
Oh, I'm kicking you out.
You're kicking me out.
Oh, okay.
You're kicking me out, so I'm trying like a new look to see if it'll like help me stick around any.
Wrestling Fat Faku says we may be behind the goal, but at least we don't have the big Dushandowski's sports updates anymore. Fair enough. Dr. Till says, don't worry, April. You got another 4-5 years tops until he fills your ashtray up and trades you in for a Lincoln Continental.
Now you see, that's something I think about. I've thought about that before, how you love those cars and you could either have me or the car. I'm like, well, which one was your lifelong dream?
Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache says that I didn't read the encouraging comment. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry, buddy. He says, trust me, April, behind closed doors, we all say that Aaron should have never been in a position to sniff your crusty G-strings. It's actually insulting towards the both of us.
Somebody else said that I look mature enough to explain the Dewey Decimal System.
Aristocox says, why does April look like this is her first time wearing makeup?
That's true, though. See, you're not going to hurt me with that because I don't wear makeup. You're right. When do I wear makeup besides eyeliner?
Not very much. Not ever.
I'm very insecure about the makeup right now.
Keanu with $9.99 says, happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday, girlfriend. That's my girlfriend.
Only 2:15 away from overtime today. Thank you guys very much for all of your contributions. There's all the links if you want to support what we're doing here. Thumbs up, likes, and subscribes help too. Thank you. I'm going to catch up with the chat, and as quick as I do, we'll go on to our next topics. We got the Derrick Lewis thing.
They're being very
We got an OnlyFans teacher wanting her job back. We got Israel getting more money, the Britney Spears body cam stuff. We got a bunch. Pumpkin Spice is racist. Not racist, colonialist. All of that stuff coming up on today's show. But I got to, look, they're shitting on us, and I got to play it.
I did ask a question, and they're answering.
Yeah. Yeti Flyer says, Aaron, just shave it all. It's a losing battle. I got 3 bald spots and said, fuck it.
Well, the worst part is like, you don't really have bald spots yet, right?
It's just moving back.
But you told me it's not moving.
I lie to myself
lying?
a lot, yeah.
Well, that's lying to me now, too.
Lie to everybody about my hair, for sure. I keep telling people, oh, it looks the same in high school. I saw a high school picture of myself recently. I'm like, couldn't see that much of the top of my head back then. That's for sure.
When are you going to start wearing, like, hats regularly? Are you at that point yet?
Some people say that's part of the problem. When I was younger, I wore hats, and that's what did it. I don't think that's true, though.
People say that about women, too, that if they wore, like, tight ponytails a lot, that it, like, pulled their hair back and, like, made you lose hair.
Okay.
I don't know.
Optic Nerve says, that's true, April. No wrinkles on the clothes because they're all on your face. Chilino says, Aaron, why does your woman look like she had clown lipstick on? Matthew says April is just waiting for her opportunity to run off to Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
Wouldn't be allowed.
Wouldn't we all?
SC Motorsports, April will have to resort to riding around in Ecto 1 once Aaron drops her.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hook up with the Ghostbusters guy.
Maybe Blaine, what was his name? Blaine Adam?
Blaine Adam.
Maybe Blaine Adam will take me in. Blaine Adam, if you hear this, I thought you were cute. Minnesota 8.
Yeti Flyer says, why is April teaching meteorology at St. Cloud State University?
Because the minorities love me.
Keanu says, and girlfriend, you look marvelous.
Not now, Charles.
The Flying Minister says, I thought makeup was supposed to make you look better, but April is more pale than the upper part of my farmer's tan.
And the worst part is I think the red is making me look pale because I've still got a tan under here. I'm wearing bad colors. I look very vampy today.
I'm trying to catch up, but they're coming in way too fast. When they saw it was Roast April Day, they were like, I'm in. Dr. Till
You can pay for this, you know.
You could throw a few bucks in while you...
For $5, you can say whatever you'd like.
What April's trying to say is, if you're going to piss on me, at least throw some money on the dresser drawer, you know?
Right.
Dr. Till says April is dressed like she's auditioning for another Charmed reboot. I hope you get it, April. Something with that much notoriety, Aaron will be sure to keep you until at least 35.
See? You can't drop me yet.
That's nice. George Hargrove says, I like hearing my name, so I'll try to remain consistently witty. Attaboy.
Yes.
Attaboy.
We like you.
Semper Reloaded says you'd figure that the bald spots would distract from his face, but somehow it still doesn't.
Did you hear that Chrissy called you Dwight yesterday when you showed up as Frank the Crusader?
No, I didn't see that.
She said, oh, it's Dwight Schrute. You missed it. Wow.
Well, Chrissy's dead to me.
Nah, she's not.
She's fucking finished in this.
She has to come back here and hang out with us again.
She does. She really called
We
me
love
that?
her. Yeah,
and that wasn't
play
me.
the tapes back.
That wasn't me, by the way. That was Frank the Crusader.
If somebody can go back to Untoward Tuesdays last night on Keanu Thompson's page and find when Aaron walks in as the Crusader, she immediately called you Dwight Schrute.
Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache says Blaine Adam will have April painting miniatures and snorting meth off his wiener. You're welcome.
Do you know what? That's not the first time Chrissy called you that either.
I know.
When I had Chrissy and Lila at home, I was just together alone with them, and you were coming back with the kids.
Yeah.
Chrissy felt bad for saying this, but she's like, she's like, I don't know how far I can joke with him on his show about his appearance, but has like anyone ever called him Dwight Schrute? And I'm like, oh, honey.
Almost everybody.
Almost everybody.
Mr. Approachable says, hey, Aaron, put your hands on top of your head and move your elbows back and forth. I bet you can actually take flight with those lunch lady flaps. Why are we doing this?
Oh, you're so pliable.
Vinny's mom says this is too mean.
I love Vinny's mom.
Vinny's mom thinks this is awful. Keanu says, did I just hear a Kiki drop? Yes, you did.
Yes.
I had, I think Victor send it to me, or producer Robert, one of the two.
It's necessary about 30 times a show.
Mr. Approachable says, hey, Aaron, I talked to Stevie Lou, and he has started training for your fight by strapping 2 speed bags side by side on a heavy bag, so it looks like he's hitting you. Thanks, bud. Flying Minister says, I'm still waiting for Aaron to introduce us to his brother Daryl and his other brother Daryl. That's a Bob Newhart joke. Fuck, you're old. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, love the tits on Aaron, and April looks like a witch with the makeup.
I'm never wearing this again. Like, I can't wear red with like a dark sweater. I look like a vampire.
TVA Dan says Jared Fogle and his teenage bride. Yeti Flyer says, I miss Aaron's weird-shaped tits appearing in the polo. I had my polo on yesterday, for God's sake.
Yeah, what happened to tit polo?
I don't know.
Actually, you rip all your nice polos and you ruin them.
With my tits? Chelino says, Aaron is the one reading all the comments, trashing his woman for free. All right, so are we officially making Trash April Day a pay sort of thing?
A pay-as-you-go moment.
All right, paying to shit on April. That's the rule.
And
215 is the number today. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships,
we will
Rumble
read them.
rants, etc. Kotod over on Rumble says, don't worry, Aaron. At this rate, next year for Halloween, you can go as Friar Tuck and you won't have to shave your head.
I had a question. What did we watch? We were watching Vikings the other day, the show Vikings, and the friar guy, why did they shave the top of their head? Why is that bald?
Something about God. Chevrolet JB says, Aaron, it's not so bad. You look more like your dad every day. All right, I'm leaving.
That's unfortunate. I told him, like, the day you look like your dad, because his dad's got that fucking pot belly fucking the thing. I can't be with that.
Matthew Jenkins says, is insulting Aaron still free? Look, we're 2:15 away today, so we got about an hour left, and we're 2:15 away, so we're officially making Roast Day a Super Chat, Streamlabs, PayPal thing. Not because we want to make you guys pay, but because we got to knock it out, but we also got to give something to you on the other end.
It would be interesting to see them pay for things and see what actually strikes home for us.
I do, see if you can get, you know what? We'll be totally honest if it's something we're insecure about.
I already have been.
We'll let you know if you knocked it out.
Because we're both like aware, like we talk like openly about how we don't think we're like, you know, the bee's knees or anything.
We always say we're nobodies.
We're nobodies. We get it. We're ugly. We're fine.
All right, there's all the links in the chat if you want to contribute. We'll do the Eli Musk.
Eli had a nice mustache.
Eli? So anyway, I'll bury you in the ground, Elon. Elon Musk, George Soros thing, we'll do that later. Right now, let's talk about Derrick Lewis. And again, Super Chats, membership. We got to read it. That's the rule. Whatever it is, whether you become a member, it's Super Chats, it's PayPal. I believe Rumble is the one where you can write whatever you want. Like, it's not censored.
It is.
So I know YouTube, there's certain words you can't say. Rumble, all day long.
Tell me how bad I look in this red lip stain right now.
But while we're waiting for you guys to do that, and while we're we're past the 9 o'clock hour now and 2:15 away, we got news on Derrick Lewis, one of my favorite UFC fighters of all time.
I love him. He's a character.
He's just hilarious. He got caught driving 136 in a 50 yesterday.
Depending on what
last Wednesday.
Depending on what he was driving, that might be the only way to do it.
Harris County court records show that the 38-year-old Lewis was charged with misdemeanor reckless driving and released on a $100 bond.
So they don't really care.
That's it?
He probably makes a lot of money for that city.
So 136 in a 50. And not only are you not in jail right now, but you gave him $100 and said, I think we're good here.
Oh, and even it says he was in a red Lamborghini, so he was a literal red flag just flying down the street.
Wow. Do they have video on this one? Oh, that would be great. No, they don't.
Yeah, if they had like a surveillance film or something.
No. Red Lamborghini, 136 in a 50. That makes sense. Lewis made unsafe lane changes and swerved in and out of lanes, according to authorities. In his defense, when you're going 136, there is no such thing as a safe lane change, and you're going to be swerving
or a signal. Why even signal? No one's going to see it.
If you're going 136 and you go like that, your car's going.
Mm-hmm. God, that'd be so fun, though. You got to do it on an open road when there's no traffic.
Lewis, known for the most knockouts in UFC history, faces a court date on December 17th with defense attorney Edward Chernoff. He posted a $100 personal recognizance bond. Lewis was previously sentenced to 5 years in the Texas State Department of Criminal Justice in 2004 on an aggravated assault charge. I did not know that about him.
I bet a lot of fighters are hitty.
But I didn't know that he went to jail. He is scheduled to fight Yelton Almeida this Saturday in Brazil. I hope he wins.
I do too. I always root for that guy because not only is he good, he is a character, and I want to hear his post-fight interviews.
I think he went on a losing streak there for a while, but I think he's won one in a row. I think he's
won one.
He got a win back. Yeah, he beat De Lima on the Poirier-Gaethje undercard back in July, but he lost he's lost 4 out of his last 5 before that. He went on that run where he knocked out a shitload of people, but then he lost to Cyril Gane and then he's lost 3 of his last 5 since then. And he's 38 years old, so he's not getting any younger. Well,
certainly not getting any lighter.
No, he's definitely a heavy boy. Mike Erb with $5 says shark riding kangaroo armed with ketchup-filled super soaker, dream fuel for April.
That sounds horrific.
Wow, when it came to paying up to shit on April, people went, no, I think I got it out of my system. I'm good here.
Hurt me, damn it.
2:10 away from today. We are getting our proverbial ass kicked just a little bit. If you feel like chipping into this program, please do. Thank you, Scarface, for the $5. That puts us at 205, the 5 over on Rumble. Appreciate that, buddy. Says April in 10 years back in her hometown after Aaron trades her in. Uh-oh.
Have some fun. Real fun. Not like 37-year-old woman on a blind date fun.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is fun, right? We're having fun. I mean, so what if you forgot your wallet? I'll pay. I'm going to pay for us. You'll get it next time, yeah. So you were in prison, right? Killed a man? Oh, I'm sure it was in self-defense.
No, I just felt like killing.
Oh, you tell the best stories. Me and my 3 eggs are having the best time.
Do you see what you're going to leave me with?
Look, I
nothing.
can't afford to feel bad about it because I have to do what's best for me and mine.
I agree. Right? And you should definitely have a very young stepmom in the house for all these kids.
All the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Just someone energetic to keep up with them.
Hobo Chili says, with $5 over on Rumble, says, Aaron, you look like 300 pounds of human pudding in a satin bag. Get in the coffin already. April has potential working the Monday morning shift at the Bunny Ranch. She will accept all forms of coin.
Oh, I mostly accept Kiki coins.
It's fucking hurtful, brother.
That was mean.
Thank you. That puts us an even $200 away, so you guys just all go ahead and team up.
Those are fun, right?
Yeah, you guys just team up and knock that out. $200 away
you
for
sack of pudding.
Today's show. I'm just a big sack of pudding. What can I tell you?
What did he say? In a satin pillowcase?
In a satin pillowcase, which seems messy when you think about it.
Keeps your hair nice, though.
Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. Everybody become a member. Everybody give us money, and we'll be fine. The Missouri high school teacher who was placed on leave last week after being outed as an OnlyFans performer now wants to return to the classroom.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you don't see this very often, whether it's an OnlyFans teacher, a porn teacher, anything like that, which I guess I repeat myself. But you never see them, like, fight back. Usually they get dinged up for the OnlyFans, and they just go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to just hang my head in shame. I'm just going to go ahead and take the L on this one, and I'm going to go away. I'm going to get the fuck out of here, and I'm leaving. This one actually goes, all right, you guys saw my tits. You saw my butthole.
What's left?
It's all out there, so can I have my job back teaching kids, please? Which, by the way, I think the kids would love her.
Obviously.
So they'd probably listen to her.
No.
Pay attention in her class.
Mostly just take note of what she's wearing that day.
Sure, but
maybe what's under it.
But they'd behave. Maybe they wouldn't.
Behave, yes.
Yeah, they'd be quiet. They wouldn't speak up in class unless they wanted her to, she yelled at them. They're like, why don't you hit me with the ruler?
Look, there might be some titters going around back
Well,
there.
there's two of them right there in the front of the class. Megan Gaither, 31, was the second educator to be suspended from St. Clair High School in a matter of weeks for running an OnlyFans page. So this might not be the woman that we covered before. There were two in the last few weeks. There's been two teachers from this school. How much you want to bet these two started theirs at the same time? They're like, okay, I'll start one, you start one. That way, if one of us gets caught, the other one gets caught. We'll do it together. We'll Thelma and Louise our OnlyFans page.
But that's, in my opinion, well, obviously, yes, but that's the only way to do it, because if you both get caught, now you can take your time and do OnlyFans videos together, and you can be those two hot teachers that got fired.
Right, and maybe
making videos.
once in a while you do the crossover gimmick,
Oh, yeah.
And you get everybody in there.
Hopefully they're both hot.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says April looks gothic today. You can tell she's a Marilyn Manson fan.
I'm a big Marlon man.
You're a big Marilyn Manson fan? Yar, I be fishing. Somebody just said, I be fishing the Florida Keys. Oh, it was Roots Calhoun.
Are the keys the gay ones?
Is that the gay key? No, Guy, it's not the gay key. Roots Calhoun says, that's the one I just read, you fucking idiot. Hooters Girl says, I feel attacked by that Stewie video. I'm 35 years old. Well, do you have good tight tits and a decent asshole yet?
She's very hot.
Maybe you're still okay, Hooters Girl.
I know who that is.
So what is it? Well, let's talk to Hooters Girl for a minute before we get back to the OnlyFans chick. So what is it? Are you a psycho?
Are you crazy?
Just be self-aware with us for a second. Everyone will forgive you. You got almost 400 people on YouTube. You got over 300 people Rumble. That's not too many people. That's a small group. 700 people are going to know that you're nuts? There's 8 billion people in the world. You'll be fine.
Nobody knows but me who you are.
Yeah.
So
what do you think it is that's made you alone at this age?
It can't be her package, as a whole, her appearance, because she has that going for her.
Okay.
So it's got to be something else.
Yeah, let me ask you this question as sensitively as I can. The fuck is wrong with you? And be honest.
She's just a horrific drug addict.
Trucker 8, at least then you pinpointed it. Right. At least then you're like, okay, she's a junkie.
Oh, she's
Makes
a junkie.
Sense. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I know this person.
I don't know who
But I'm not, you know what? Damn it. Hold on. Aaron's agent, will you call back in 2 minutes? I didn't hook it up to the board today. I'm a piece of shit. Hold on. All right. My agent said he was calling today with an offer. I can't wait to hear it. Let me just connect because I'm terrible at my job.
I should get
There we go.
We should
all right.
get a small raise or a refund when you do that.
Tell my agent he can call in at any second now. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says when the divorce happens, April will work for Nelson Farm.
Oh.
There you go.
See, that doesn't sound so bad. Thank you.
Perfect.
That's a nice one, right?
So Hooters Girl doesn't want to tell us what's wrong with her.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I don't know what that could be.
Sean says all combined 903. I don't believe that. That's way too high for us. But if it's true, cool, awesome. Everybody hit thumbs up, then everybody hit like. So before my agent calls, Megan Gaither, the teacher in Missouri who got popped for an OnlyFans page.
Choice of words.
She's trying to get back in the classroom. And I think it should be allowed. Look, these women are in a spot where they're now forced to hide the fact that they have an OnlyFans page. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they should have to hide it. I think they should be able, look, if you come to us, if you tell the school what's going on, we're gonna let you slide. We're gonna let you teach class. And then if any of the kids bring it up or if it becomes a distraction in the classroom, we'll have to do something to address that. We can't just let that go.
Right.
Whether it's punishing the kids, whether it's, maybe reanalyzing your employment here, whatever. But I don't think you should find out that the teacher has an OnlyFans and then just bail on them, just get rid of them.
That does seem weird because what if they're a really good teacher?
And we also, if you got a hot teacher, kids are more likely to stick around, pay attention.
Yeah.
They're not going to disrespect
Well, yeah,
them
that's
as
true.
much.
Most kids enjoyed going to the classrooms where there was a hot teacher.
Absolutely.
Nobody likes the ugly ones.
And you're on your best behavior because you want her to think that she's you want her to think that you want her to think that you are well behaved, you're more mature, you're more of a man than you are
you're
a
an
student.
option.
Yeah,
You freak.
that's what you're looking for.
You were that kid, weren't you?
You know,
You were.
I didn't have the ability. I was so immature and such a cut up as the kids
I flirted
say.
with a teacher here or there. I'm not going to
Shameless.
say I didn't.
Shameless. All right, Hooters Girl tells us, I can be a bitch. I'll give you that. My brothers have told people at your old job that I will make them cry. She's saying that to you.
I would like to know my last job, the one before that, or the one before that.
Okay, so you're unlikable. That's what you're saying.
Wow, her brothers?
You're unlikable.
The last one. I know the guy from the last one. Interesting.
So you're attractive. You're a good-looking person, April says.
Yep.
But you're fucking mean and guys think you're a bitch. Okay. That checks out. Maybe, have you tried being nicer? Just wondering.
Is there a certain thing that sets off the bitchiness that
Right.
we could, maybe like recognize as a trigger in ourselves and,
Let's take
better.
I want to find this Megan Gaither. She was this. Okay, so we did not talk about her before. We talked about a different OnlyFans teacher in Missouri. This is her. Oh, yeah. We talked about the blonde one. And she was
Yep.
kind of meh. This one's got some fucking tits.
she's a little thicker, but she's very cute.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of got just like...
Would you?
She's got Midwest hot written all over. A little,
She's got,
little
like,
corn-fed.
A little, I was going to say like dairy fed.
Yeah.
Like she's a little puffier, but like it made her tits real nice and supple.
Right. So now what's her OnlyFans name? Because then we can turn the visual off for the audience. Megan Gaither OnlyFans. Is this the
It's
Megan
just her
Gaither?
name. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that would be her. Okay, so then you do the Corey Adam trick. Let's go. Oh, $10 a month. Nice. And then that. All right. And then you go to images. What?
That didn't work.
Safe search is off. That's usually what works. Son of a bitch.
Why are we not showing anything?
That always.
I need to know what your
oh,
nipples
you know
look
what?
like.
I don't think she does like buttholes
There's
or
one.
anything. There's one with her butt out, but there's no butthole. Yeah, she's not. Maybe she's not that risque.
That's not her.
That's a dude.
Well, what's the point in having an OnlyFans if you're this kind of person and not being risque? Isn't that how you make your money?
And that's not good for your OnlyFans if you can't leak it on Google Images.
Like a teaser, kind of.
Well, no, it means that people haven't leaked your shit. Yeah, there's the OnlyFans trick doesn't work with that one. Well, isn't she a tricky
She's
one?
cute.
Yeah, and again, I don't look. First of all, if you think about it, these OnlyFans girls are actually good for the schools because isn't the schools and the teachers union, isn't their whole big argument that they've been guilt tripping us forever that they don't make enough money?
Mm-hmm.
They're all broke and they don't.
This should prove that.
This should prove that. They have to have an OnlyFans to keep themselves going. This woman's made over $1 million, I guess, on OnlyFans.
Well,
Fucking ain't
tits.
right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, then technically teaching is kind of like your side hustle then, as I like to call it.
That's another thing where it's kind of a positive for them because she can be like, look, I'm obviously doing this because I love doing it. I'm not doing it for the money.
Right, she just really wants to make sure those kids learn things.
You can also recruit the kids and the dads to, subscribe to the
That's
OnlyFans.
what I think. I should reword that.
It's a breeding ground for subscribers.
It's not about the kids, in my opinion, but like if I were like an OnlyFans chick and I was single, I'd definitely be like dad surfing to get more like subscribers.
Go to conferences and hand out cards with your fucking OnlyFans handle on the back.
Just like a little, like an extra business card, like in their stack of like papers.
Right. The Front Porch Conservative with $4.99 says, April, you have nothing to worry about. You are currently very pretty and will age like fine wine. Aaron, well, at least you have a good personality. Thank you.
I think you're hotter now than when I met you.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you. That's a very kind thing for you to say.
Yeah.
Mike Erb with $2 says April broke into mommy's room. There you go. What? Oh, because the lipstick. Oh.
Yeah, you see, it could have been taken as something kind of hot, but now it's more just that the lipstick.
Naughty girl. Mike Erb, thank you for the $2. 190 is the number, boys and girls. Let's keep her going. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Those are the 3 best ways to do it. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble rants. Rumble, God damn it.
Not now, Charles.
There you go. My agent never called back.
Man, love you very much.
That sucks. He probably had an opportunity, and now it's gone.
It's off the table.
It's off the table. Like the bread at our house, am I right? So yes, 190 is the number so far this morning. Let's see if we can get that taken care of. We're getting close. She also taught English. She quit her role as an educator after her suspension and claims she has earned $1 million on OnlyFans. Oh, just in the month since leaving.
Do you see how others of us see that?
Well, you gotta get on the news though for getting fired from your job.
Yeah,
you can't.
And if I have an OnlyFans, I don't want it widely known by my family. I kind of want it on the hush hush.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's talk to my agent. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Aaron, great to talk to you. Great to talk to you.
You
doing
too,
great as usual.
Thank you.
Perfect show. All right. You know the deal. I've got good news, bad news. What do you want first?
You know me, Mr. Agent. I like the bad news first. I like to get it out of the way.
All right. Bad news. You were not selected for the reboot of the Teletubbies. They were afraid you would not fit in the suit.
Oh,
and I'm sorry about that.
That's not kind of them at all. But okay, look, I have to respect their decision. You always told me don't take on show business. Just be grateful for what you get. Okay.
Good news is I talked to Scorsese, and he's working on a sequel to The Love of the Game. This one's got nothing to do with baseball. This is about a man who makes it big in podcasting, but still goes to the Circle J and glory hole just for the love of the game. He thinks you're perfect for it. He says you've been preparing your whole life. What do you say?
And you're saying that my role is a man who becomes a successful podcaster, but I still go and jack off guys and suck their dicks in glory holes because I love it.
That's exactly it. You've worked your whole life for this.
So you're saying I'd be a success?
It's called disbelief. You got to get into Hollywood think, man.
All right.
You got to think bigger.
You know what? I can do this. Now wait a minute. I'm gonna have a stunt double for all the the J scenes, right?
That's not in the budget. I'm sorry.
Fuck. So but they're gonna do like movie magic. I don't actually suck dicks and jack guys off.
Don't clip that.
Well, if you insist on it, we're gonna let you. You don't have to. But, being the diva that you are, we figured you're going to want to be authentic.
You keep saying that that's what I'm going to want to do. I'm telling you right now, and don't forget this time, because you always forget when you go in there with negotiations. I don't want to have to go with you. Tell them I do not, repeat, not want to suck dicks or jack guys off in the movie. Can you remember that is a deal breaker for me and that's something I don't want to do?
Wait a second. Is this like wink, wink? Like I don't want to do it?
No,
legit, I don't want to do it.
No, you do this to me every time. What I'm telling you right now, in front of the entire audience in the whole world, I do not want to jack off or suck dicks in this Scorsese movie.
But you're limiting yourself.
You're such a kidder. You're such a kidder. All right, I gotta run. Marty's calling me. I gotta run.
He thinks I'm kidding.
I gotta run.
All right, thank you, buddy.
You're gonna be perfect.
I don't.
Bye.
All right, but I don't want to jack anybody off or suck any dicks. He left. He left.
Jericho said successful podcasters typically have more hair.
That's fine, but T. Jefferson says we know you're a method actor, Aaron. But I'm not. I'm so not a method actor. I didn't want to jack anybody off or suck any dicks for this movie role.
Why do you feel the need to really oversell the fact that you don't want to? See, now it seems like you're lying.
But he always does that to me. He's like, oh, this is like a wink, wink thing.
Your face is turning red.
He makes me suck dick at every audition I go to, and he hasn't gotten me a single deal that hasn't fallen through.
Nobody clipped that either.
Damn it. I'm not saying I'm not grateful for everything my manager has gotten
All
me.
the dicks you've sucked.
Which is a show with less than 1,000 people watching it and $190 away from our Keep Us in Business daily goal. I'm not saying that I'm not grateful for that. I'm just saying he always wants to add he doesn't even negotiate. He just puts me out there as the guy who will suck dick or jack a guy off.
Well, when you're good at something, never do it for free.
He always has me doing it for free.
You shouldn't do it for free.
He's going to try and get me to jack guys off and mouth fuck a guy, and I'm 190 away from my goal. So not only am I doing it for free, I'm going to have to pay money.
Somebody should really pay Aaron $190 to do that.
Let's knock that out so my agent doesn't make me suck a bunch of dicks and jack guys off at a Martin Scorsese audition for free. Can we at least make sure that we do overtime today? I would appreciate that.
Well, are you going to do said acts in overtime?
Look, my agent gets me these meetings. I do what I have to do to stay employed. I wish he'd negotiate is all I'm saying. Courtney says, you guys were hilarious on Keanu Cast. Oh, thank you. Like and sub. 190 away for today. And we got about 30 minutes. We're literally 30 minutes away from busting this thing out. We had a perfect day yesterday. Unfortunately, we may not be heading that way today, but hey, that's what the offering plate is for. The final edge of desperation. Hey, great news, guys. Oh, wait a minute. We got another call.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a.
How you doing, sir?
Yes. Hi, hello?
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah.
Hi. Fantastic. Thank you. Hi, sir. I just wanted to tell you, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Oh, and don't let those bastards talk about you, especially those goddamn aristocrats. Oh, they're bastards. I swear to God, I hate them. Those fucking guys. Oh, but I'm like I said, I think you're doing a great job. And even your your wife with the nice makeup. She is always such a wonderful woman. And I just wanted to just give you your kudos. So fantastic. Keep it up. Oh God.
I think he tried to call you a whore before he hung up.
I think he did.
Checked his swing, though.
He did. He
did check his
swing. I don't know full swing.
T. Gulag says, is that Shuli? It's not Jewish enough.
Do you know I forgot about that guy?
I know. It's easy. Republicans introduce this is great news, guys. I only want to bring you the best of news. Republicans have introduced a $14.5 Israeli aid bill. $14.5 billion for Israel. Come on. They need it. They need to bomb all the Gaza and West Strip people. West Bank and Gaza Strip people. Come on. They got a lot of killing to do. You think killing Muslims comes cheap? No, it costs about $14.5 billion.
Oy vey.
You know what makes me laugh about all of this Israel war shit is that everyone's either or. Everyone's either this side or that side. And from the very beginning of this thing, I said, look, this terrorist attack is horrible. Like, Hamas is full of really dastardly, vicious, evil people. But Israel is going to overreact and bomb an area where there's a lot of children and a lot of women, and they're going to kill a fuck ton of innocent people, and they're not going to give a shit because they do not see those Muslims as equal to them. Nope. They do not see them as the same level of human being as they see Israelis and Jews, but I repeat myself, they see it as a lesser race of people. And so therefore, if the Israelis get attacked by a terrorist attack, they can kill whoever the fuck they want, and if you question it, you don't believe Israel has the right to defend themselves.
Do you want to know something even more dirty, that there's a development about this whole bill
What's
here
that?
and funding? I heard on the news this morning that the administration was demanding there be funding for Ukraine rolled into that check too.
Oh, well, of course, when in Rome, just
you might as well just hit all our targets.
Yeah,
there.
just all the wars we're
Anyone
involved.
else we got?
All the wars we help start and instigate and then fund. Make sure you're cutting a check for all of them. Get Yemen in there too.
Yeah, do we want to help China take over Taiwan as well?
Oh, might as well, right? And then we'll sell weapons to Taiwan, while they do that. Perfect. But here's the good news.
We're double dipping.
They're funding that $14.5 billion Israeli aid bill by taking the money away from the IRS.
But that's still our money, isn't it?
Sure. But they're not coming up with a bill where we print new money to give it to Israel. We're just taking the money. This money was going to be used to have agents put guns to our heads and make us pay taxes that they believe we owe. So instead, it's going to go over to the Middle East where an Israeli will get a rifle so they can shoot a little Muslim kid and swear to God that they were holding a bomb for Hamas. So,
well, great.
I guess
I feel better now.
It hurts less Americans. I suppose.
I guess. Well, no, because any money the IRS has probably came from us anyways from paying taxes, right?
Well, all of it does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I will say that the whole Israeli-Hamas thing, it's so funny to watch the media types and the education types fight with each other and, just go like, oh, yeah, you should lose your job. You should be kicked out of school. You should have this. You should have that. It's like, are both of you, I'm sorry, but are both of your sides above criticism? You guys both do shit you can be criticized for.
Yeah.
Hamas, you fucking committed a terrible atrocity at that concert event thing, whatever it was. Israel, far be it for me to say, you guys can tend to go a little overboard with the mutilation and the kid death.
It's pretty weird.
That's all we're saying.
Unnerving.
So everybody's got to dig in and take their sides. And now we're giving Israel another $14.5 billion in aid. And by the way, with that porous southern border we have, in no way, if you were a Hamas Muslim extremist in the Middle East, in no way would you find a way to get into Mexico and then come across the southern border and then try to enact any kind of revenge you might feel you need to enact against the United States of America, because the U.S. is the one thing funding and fueling the Israeli war machine.
Right, so there'd be no reason, really, to...
There would be no benefit
to
you. You would not feel so bad. You would not feel so angry that you come over to the United States and do some fucked up shit.
I don't think so.
No, not at all. We've totally thought this thing through, the United States government. We've totally got it figured out. So $14.5 billion coming out of the IRS to go to Israel, and it sounds like we're talking about throwing some more money at Ukraine as well. Well, you know what? While the pocketbook's open, could you maybe help all the people in the Rust Belt who are suffering with opioid addiction? I'm just kidding. You're not going to help actual Americans.
Oh, they're helping keep them on opioids. They're giving them out.
Oh, yeah, so it takes away all their pain of this modern economy. All right, guys, before we get into the Britney Spears body cam video of her getting pulled over last week, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, at Midland Armory, they have a great selection of firearms, lower receivers, rifles, shotguns, handguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, and so much more. Take a look at some of those weapons that they have at Midland. Just get a load of them, would you? They look great. A lot of those suppressors look great. Anything that needs an FFL license, you can have that sent to a shop near you, and you can pick it up by ordering it online at MidlandArmory.com. If you have an FFL, you can have it delivered right to your door. A lot of the parts and gear and optics and shit like that, they can just deliver that to your door anyway. But make sure you use the promo code SteelToe and get a big discount on your firearms and firearms accessories. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com, promo code SteelToe. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Our pals at All Care Towing have the trucks and wreckers big enough for absolutely any type of equipment, motorcycle up to heavy-duty equipment. That's All Care Towing, the fastest out in the field. If you get in an accident, especially here in Minnesota in the wintertime, and time is kind of the essence, you want the fastest in the business, and that is All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, our buddy Cheetos, who pulled our fat out of the fire yesterday. Sure could use one of you guys today. Of course, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, great place to go to watch the games, whether it's hockey, basketball, football, no matter what. Live music every Saturday night on the Fireball stage, and just a fun place to have some beers and cocktails with your friends, grab a pizza, and have a good party. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's Bar today. What do we got? 25 minutes until we got to rattle the offering plate here.
Went quick.
We're still 190 away, so if you've enjoyed today's show and you can spare a couple of bucks, please do keep us going, keep us on the air like we're NPR or some shit, because, well, we basically are, except without the government handouts. Throw us a couple of bucks, keep Steel Toe in the front of your mind, and keep us going. We've had a lot of perfect games lately. So there's going to be some struggle days, but I still think we can knock this one out. There's MSO flexing his muscles. He thinks he's got this one won.
Don't let him.
If you feel like proving him wrong, $10 at a time will do it. $5 at a time will do it. A membership here and there will do it. Let's go ahead and do that before we bust out the offering plate, play the music, and try to knock out the whole thing all at once. 190 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, and everything else. How many times have you two met Geno? God, we've hung out with Geno over a handful of times. Quite a bit. You know what? Honestly, I can't even count.
It is hard.
How many times we've hung out with Geno? It's quite a bit. Geno and Keanu, of course. How dare you?
My girlfriend.
Yeah, Geno and Keanu C. Thompson. Let's watch the Britney Spears thing while you guys knock out the rest of that 190. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Hit the like button and subscribe. Britney Spears was pulled over recently, and you just you watch her and you know that there's kind of a little kid there that just kind of stopped developing at some point because they don't get like consequences.
Right.
They don't understand how they're fucking up. They don't even understand that they are fucking up.
It's like they never got any like direction.
She's really kind of the female Michael Jackson minus the molestation accusations, because she's stuck in this, never land of, I'll always be a kid. I'm dancing around in my, in my underwear, in my kitchen and in my hallway and everything. And then she gets pulled over and she doesn't seem the least bit concerned about it. Let's check it out. Now, I operate under the assumption that Britney Spears is always high.
I agree too. She doesn't seem normal.
I think she's always on some kind of medication that's fucking up her brain. Let's take a look. There's Mr. Police Officer.
Imagine being the guy to pull over Britney Spears.
That's a story to tell.
TT, my house is right there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, pass on the double yellows. You can't do that.
I'm so sorry.
Do you have your license?
So she crossed double yellows is what she's guilty of.
Well, that's pretty minor, isn't it?
Well, unless a car's coming the other way. The whole point of double yellows is they're telling you, hey, don't veer off into this lane because you can't see if there's another motherfucker popping up over the hill coming to hit you.
I do understand that.
So that is kind of a dangerous game you're playing if you're crossing double yellows.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to shade you. Hold on. There we go.
My security at my house has my passport and my driver's license.
Okay.
I just flew in from Mexico.
Okay, you haven't gotten your license yet? I stopped you a few weeks ago, and you're supposed to get your license.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so he's pulled her over before. So Brittany's a dog shit driver. Way to beat those stereotypes, young lady.
Yeah, she is a terrible driver, apparently.
Really bad. Pulled you over a few weeks ago. You didn't have a license then. Well, then you got to bust her for the no license now.
Right, and the shine definitely wore off from the first time where you maybe let her slide.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know you can't pass on the double yellows?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, the reason for that is there's private driveways, so people are pulling in and out.
There's a bathroom it's about to come out right now. I'm so sorry.
Okay. You hear that? She has a book coming out. She's like, I'm sorry, I have a book coming out. Like, that means anything about...
I need to use the bathroom. I have a book coming out right now.
Okay, yeah, the reason for that is there's private driveways, so people are pulling in and out.
There's a bathroom it's about to come out right now. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Wait, did you see her book's about to come out or her butt's about to come out?
I'm conflicted. I'm not sure.
I have to go to the bathroom. My butt's about to come out?
Maybe.
Oh, my God. Does Britney Spears have a prolapsed anus?
That would make more sense.
That actually, you know what? I was going to be surprised by that. I could actually see that being the case.
Because saying you need to use the bathroom and your book is coming out doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what does that have to do? I have to go to the bathroom and my book is coming out. Oh, what? Like she's busy, so she has to pass on a double yellow?
I guess.
Because she has to piss and...
No, maybe she's just really got a shit.
Oh, you know what? We're forgetting option 3.
What is it?
She's retarded.
So people are pulling in and out.
There's a bathroom it's about to come out right
My
now.
butt.
Yeah, I think she said my butt is about to come out.
How do you respond to that, officer?
Yeah, yeah. Balls in your court, copper.
I need to use the restroom. My butt's about to fall out.
My butt's about to fall out. And he's like, well, look, there have been people with their butts coming out before and they haven't passed on a double yellow.
Right.
Okay, do you have any, like, photo ID or anything with your name on it? I know who you are, but...
Yes, they have to.
Okay, you really got to carry it. Is there a reason why you don't carry it with you?
No, it's because I forgot to take it back from the... Security holds it.
Yeah.
She's a fucking child. She just said she can't carry her ID with her because she basically forgets it places.
Well, she probably has no pants on either.
That's a possibility.
No
as
pants
well.
for the wallet.
So you see what I mean about the arrested development, and she basically has the developmental capabilities of a child.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, I can't have my ID with me. Why? Oh, I just leave it places and just forget it.
And her excuses are always very childish.
Yeah. My dog ate it.
I just really need to go to the bathroom. My butt's about to fall out.
Yeah.
That's a very childish thing.
My butt's about to fall out. I need to go potty. She should have said potty. It would have been more fitting.
Yeah. So do they, so you fly into the airport, right? And then they take it from you and they take it home?
Tell this guy's fucking walkie-talkie to shut up.
Yeah, he's talking to Britney.
They kind of have been really rude. They take my dogs away the last time I was there. So we've had to,
at the airport?
Yeah, well, they want to take it and they take it to the thing and they search it and everything. They never did that before, so my security is very cautious about the passports and everything and make sure that I'm not taken advantage of when they were really kind of rude.
Again, she needs to be taken care of. She needs to be watched over.
She's also doing this with her hair on the other side of her.
My security saw them looking at my passport and my ID, and they've never seen them do that before. At the airport?
That's all they do, right?
That's their only job. There's one guy whose job is just to stare at people's IDs all day.
Yeah, if it's not that guy, it's the guy wanding you to make sure there's nothing in you.
Last time I was
Got
there,
it.
so that's why.
Ma'am, here's that information. What's your address out here? Do you know your address out here?
Oh, then they obviously have to mute it while she gives photos.
Okay. Are you sure that's what it is? Is that considered Thousand Oaks or is it Newbury Park or Westlake? And do you know the zip code by any chance? Do you know the zip code by any chance? No.
She doesn't know the zip code. She doesn't know her fucking address.
She doesn't know how to get home. Like, if she was really fucked up at a club and she had to have somebody drive her home, she wouldn't know.
She's in her 40s.
Yeah. Yep, this is rookie shit.
She can't be trusted to carry a driver's license, which in my opinion, if you can't be trusted to hold on to the thing, you can't be trusted to have it. So
Let alone drive.
She's not allowed to hold on to her driver's license. She doesn't know her address, and she fiddles with her hair and tells the cops her butt's about to fall out from having to go to the bathroom while being pulled over for passing on a double yellow. Excuse me, but what part of this interaction leads me to believe she should not have her driver's license taken away?
No, it's 100%. Like, people like this, and you have money, you could just have people drive you anyways. She doesn't need to be driving, right?
No.
Okay, I'll look it up real quick.
3140.
And just confirm, so your license is at your house? Is there a way you can make like a photocopy and you can keep it in that same envelope that way? And I promise you, I'm not out here just trying to pull you over.
Have it next time. Honestly, it's so dumb.
Oh,
I don't have it.
okay. And I understand because you don't want people to like try to take it as a souvenir or something. So,
I mean, that's a little psychotic. Do you know how many people more famous than Britney Spears carry their IDs with them and they're totally fine and nobody steals them?
I'm on your side. I'm not going to sit and pretend somebody wouldn't love to have her ID.
I get that, but Jesus Christ, maybe hold on to it.
and I just want you to know that I'm not out here trying to pull you over. I'm out here looking for people speeding and passing over the double yellows, okay?
And she did it
I'm just
again.
looking up the zip code.
Oops, she did it again.
Oh, get it?
All right, I think that's
Seriously,
about the
though,
end of it.
like,
That's a fucked up person. Like they should have never taken that stupid what do you call it? The conservatorship. They should have never taken that away from her.
Was she allowed to drive on that?
That's a good question.
I don't remember.
Although You Ain't Getting My Money does say would. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, if there was a girl and she wasn't Britney Spears and she looked like Britney Spears and you saw her out one night, you would want to fuck the shit out of that girl.
Absolutely.
100%. But like, just watching just watching her life now that she has control of it again, you're just like,
does she have control?
As much as she's had, yeah.
Yeah.
And the way she treats her family is so shitty because, I still haven't heard an argument where her dad's not a fucking genius for taking her $3 million that she had left and turning it into $60.
Right.
And all you had to do to turn that 3 million into 60 was not let her have it.
And like everyone in her family is basically leaving her too. I feel like her relationship with her sister's over, her father, her kids.
Yeah.
Her kids all left.
It's all done. All right, guys, we have another VIP.
Oh my God.
This time it is Hooters Girl.
Yeah.
Becoming a VIP. Thank you very much, Hooters Girl.
Thank you. She already is one.
She says, another VIP. Aaron, you need to eat surströmming. I don't know what that is. April, could I get kid sizes? I would like my daughter to wear your merch. Well, there you go.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That puts us 40 away. And then, of course, Cheetos with 100 says just because. Thank you very much, buddy.
Wow.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That, of course, means that we are 60 ahead.
Wow.
For tomorrow.
That's insane, you guys.
Thank you guys
so
very much. God damn it.
Not now, Charles.
There you go. Well, guys, that's it for the goal today, and that means I'm not gonna call that the perfect game though, because we did get into that 4th hour where we had to be like, all right, we are getting the fucking
nervous.
shit kicked out of us here. So I'm gonna call it's a win for us over MSO, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly beg free. Was it beg free the first 3.5 hours? Sure. But as we got down to the wire, it didn't get beggy, but it got a little, hey, fucking, we strong-armed you a little bit. So while this didn't come out today, I'm still not comfortable calling that a perfect day.
So Hooters Girl, just text me whatever you want. That's cool.
Green Aaron says, thank you. That will take $1 off our weekly goal.
So wait, you said Yags dropped 100 on there too?
No, Cheetos.
Oh, Cheetos did again?
Cheetos with a hundo. Yeah.
Jesus, man. Thank you.
We almost got to go do a show for him with all this.
Can I say something?
What?
For as many or the troubles that we had before this last show we had, it still turned out great. It was so much fun. I was kind of wondering time frame, like a month, and like which location.
March or April, and maybe somewhere closer to Ricada's neck of the woods.
We haven't really explored over there much.
Or maybe we do Foley again. Mr. Jim's is always really good to us. Could do Foley again in March or April.
Sure.
And then, then the anniversary show in August. I think 3 shows a year is a pretty good. 3 shows a year, and one of them with special guests. That's 2. Then that's 2 shows a year for the VIPs to get free tickets to.
Yeah, they're just such a good time.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. As a matter of fact, like the when we do regular comedy shows, it's basically the hundreds and hundreds of VIPs we have. It's just basically
It's
a fan.
hangout.
It's a fan appreciation night. I pay Johnny, I pay another comic, and we sell tickets, don't get me wrong, but it basically just covers what we pay the guys. And then we go, everybody come out, let's drink, let's have a good time.
And then we'll sing karaoke after.
Yeah, it's really fun, those steel toe shows. We'll probably do the next one in March. April's starting to get a little too warm. We'll probably do the next one in March.
Warm.
We'll do March, August, and October from now on. I think that's a good stretch.
Okay.
Good span. LA, this one. Yeah, this is Los Angeles County. I think LA is just dead.
LA's dead in general. You know what? I've never seen such a confusing city, because if you watch any type of, and these are not true reality, of course, but like any kind of reality shows where these rich people show you around their parts of LA, it looks nothing like the average sections that we would spend time in.
Yeah, but even those rich people are leaving.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Like they're even bailing.
I mean, safety's a big issue.
I think it's dead. So for like, when people get mad about shit in LA, like this next story that we're about to do, I don't want people to take it as like, oh, why are you even still giving a shit about LA? To me, it's just, let's watch how far down this can go.
Well, yeah, now it should be a study.
Yeah,
almost.
Now it's just, once a city dies, how much worse can it get? By the way, Green Aaron says, don't make him mad or you'll see flamin' hot Cheetos.
I see what you did there.
Green Aaron also says, LA is dead, just like Red Bar. Change that bag there, buddy. Oh, it's full of poop. See what Green Aaron is.
Is there anything more demeaning than having a bag of your own shit strapped to your stomach?
No. The fact that it's strapped to your stomach makes it even worse. Hey, Green Aaron, you're supposed to be like an insulting version of me. We're fine-tuning the bit. I mean, before he was getting a little trolly. Now he's being too friendly. I'm part of the problem here because I'm giving him too many rules. You know what? I need to let Green Aaron cook.
Yeah, let him do his thing.
I need to let Green Aaron do his thing.
I think he's been fine.
He's doing a great job. So in L.A. County, social workers are required to ask children, reportedly as young as 10 years old, about their sexual orientation and gender identity. And I don't know, like maybe I'm just becoming a fascist in my old age, but to me, this should be like a sting operation to throw people in a camp. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, almost like baiting. Like you bait like a pedophile with children, and then you're like, oh, you clearly were after that child. Now you're going away.
And it should be a morality test for Americans. Like, you know how they say, like, oh, you know, the Nazis were bad guys. Yeah, but think of all those soldiers who just went ahead and carried out orders and did that stuff without thinking, even though they might have known it was wrong or evil, but the guys in charge told them to, so they did it. I think we need to try to get rid of that element of society as much as we can.
I agree.
So I think what we should do is we should do this as a test and say, hey, you need to ask these kids as young as 10 what their sexual orientation is. And Ryobi will get you in a minute. Just hold for 1 second there. We should do that as a test. And then if they do ask it, we go, nope, get the fuck out of here. And we take them to some kind of camp or we lock them in jail or whatever. Because even if somebody tells you to, you don't ask a kid about sex.
No, it's gross. It's untoward. It's not okay. Like, we need our children to stay children as long as possible, and sex is not part of that.
And if you're a social worker, you don't need to know what the kid likes to fuck anyway. There's no
10-year-olds
reason.
shouldn't be fucking.
That too, of course.
So,
Unless you're hobo and you're just so goddamn hot, you can get it.
If there's 10-year-olds out there having sex and stuff too, I think there's like people around them need to be looked at.
You don't know this, but the Aristococks all started fucking at 8.
Well, then I
right?
lay down, my swords.
Don't.
Here.
They're incapable of controlling themselves. But yeah, 10 years
They've
old.
made it very clear they think I'm ugly.
Asking them about sexual orientation and gender identity as young as 10. That's an easy fix. The ones who don't do it, you don't fire them. You go, hey, congratulations, you're a free thinker. Merritt Rook from Law & Order SVU would be very proud of you. You're not a sheep. Congratulations. But then the ones that do, we just take them away. And they're like, but you told me to. It's like, I told you to ask a 10-year-old whether they like dick or pussy, and you didn't question me for a second. You're not fit to be here anymore.
These poor kids, like, I was with Guy Sartell in the chat, said, like, sexual orientation is no as a child. Like, it's just that's off limits. That's a no. I'm into Go-Gurts. I'm into Lunchables. I'm into bullshit.
Exactly.
Like, I want to go play with my friends. We're not talking about sex yet.
Let's go to Ryobi real quick. Ryobi, what do you have for us, sir?
Yeah, I'm a little behind. I don't really care. I think pretty much everybody in the chat and everybody who watches the show thinks that they want to. Well, anyway, I'll give my opinion on Rumble Friday about this latest topic, but let's go back to Britney Spears.
Okay, go ahead.
Because that's where I was when I called in.
Okay, understandable.
You guys were talking about, I can't believe she says poopy and I'm going to dump my bum and all this. You both say tummy.
Hey.
You say,
now, wait
my
a minute.
tummy hurts. I've heard it repeatedly from both of you.
Listen, but I don't say that to a cop when he's pulling me over. I don't go, officer, my tummy.
I know you say it to 900 grown adults. Don't laugh. You say it too.
First of all, you're lying about one thing. We do not have 900 people watching.
900? Exactly.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you guys both say that all the time. Oh, my tummy. And please don't say, well, we say it to our kids. Well, yeah, I understand that, but we're not your kids.
Hey, Ryobi.
We're grown adults.
Ryobi,
Yeah.
I care about you like I would one of my own children.
Right, I care about you like a son.
Yeah.
You're like a son to me, right?
Come here, my son. Come here, my son, and let me help you. It sounds like you have an upset tummy.
I'll feed you, baby bird.
Ryobi, quick question. You sound a little crabby. How is your tummy?
It hurts.
Yeah, see, do you need to sit down on the potty and maybe see if something comes out of your booty butt?
I did that already. It was all watery and smelled.
Oh, no.
I think I have diarrhea.
Oh, no, you have poopies. That's not good. Well, we'll just, you know what? You go rest your tummy. You go up to bed, and we'll bring you some chicky soup, and we'll bring you some crackies with it.
Yeah.
Can I get some nuggies? Some chicken nuggies, the dinosaur ones?
You know what? Even with an upset tummy, our big boy still likes his nuggies. We will bring you some nuggies. The dinosaur nuggies, absolutely.
Yeah, air fryer, not the ones that get mushy in the microwave.
All right, now you're being a cunt.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Thank you, buddy. What? That's how we talk to the children.
It is. I miss him.
Kids?
Ryobi's one of the good ones. Well, I always miss the kids. But no, Ryobi's one of the good ones.
Giving crackies to the kids, says ambivalent bastard. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking on calling crackers crackies. It was
bring the poor kids some crack rocks.
You know, we said the thing about the thing where people, tap into your insecurity, the thing you're thinking, and they say it out loud. I hate ambivalent bastard for doing the crackies thing, because when I said it, I was like, that sounds fucking stupid. I hope nobody catches on.
And what does it say about me that I didn't notice that you said crackies?
Yeah, that was fucked up, man.
I was thinking some Sprite.
A spokesperson for the County Department of Children and Family Services confirmed the policy, which requires... That's the worst part, is remember when this was all just starting out with schools about, like, sexual orientation and gender identity and shit like that? And at least when we found out, the school would have the shame and they would at least have the humility to go to us and go, yeah, we're sorry. We didn't mean to fuck around with your kids and all of that stuff, and we feel bad. They didn't mean it.
Right.
But at least they acted like they got caught doing something wrong. Like now we're like, hey, hi, I'm here from Not the Bee, and we're just calling to check in. We heard a crazy rumor, and it can't be true, but we wanted to call and confirm it with you. We heard that your Child and Family Services Division was asking 10-year-olds about their sexual identity and gender identity. We just wanted to call and confirm and make sure that's incorrect. And no, we do that all the time. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, we do that all the time. We just ask third graders, hey, you like to suck on peenies or vaginas? And we're like, but you're supposed to deny this. You're not supposed to admit it. Oh, no, it's totally fine. We admit it now because when you guys threatened to kick the shit out of us and enact street justice on us for fucking around with your children, we get to call you a transphobe and get you fired from your job.
Yeah, I mean, as parents, it does hurt a little extra that people that would ask children that stuff are not being put away. So you do feel like you need to take it upon yourself to take care of that person, right?
I mean, it just... it's getting to the point now where I don't see any solution to our children being abused and fucked with other than to start fighting the abusers. I mean, because who do you go
Nobody
to?
else does.
You can't go to the government. The government's infested with these fucking people. The government's
They
compromised.
don't care.
Maybe the courts, but the courts have shown that they're compromised with this shit. You have some single mom who runs around and goes, I'm going to cut my kid's dick off because he told me he wants to wear a dress. And then you have a dad who's got joint custody and he's like, no, you're not fucking doing that to our child. And the judges sided with the mom on giving the puberty blockers and shit.
You know, and that's like the weird thing, like the puberty blockers and the chopping off kid dicks and shit like that. Somehow a single mom saying that is more acceptable in some circles now than saying you vote Republican.
Yes, you can
Isn't
say
that terrifying?
I voted for Trump. Well, we're gonna take another look at your custody there, and we might
just take your kid.
We might take your child away from you. Hey, excuse me, my child danced to a Lady Gaga song, so I'm gonna put him on puberty blockers and make appointments to cut his dick off. Oh, you're such a brave mom. Wow, way to fight for your kid. Oh, by the way, all I did was vote for Trump. Well, we're gonna execute you now.
That's my point. Like, you can't go anywhere and say that you voted for Trump ever, lest you lose everything and all your friends and your family because they hate you now. But if you had a child and you're especially a single mom, and you're like, I really think they're just the opposite gender and we should really just push that now. That's just accepted and fine. And
yeah. I've said this before when it was the school boards and all that shit. It's getting to, like, we have to turn back this stuff by voting and stuff like it. Because if we don't, like, we're talking about fucking with people's kids, and there's no stop to that. And when the pushback comes, there's no stop to the pushback. I was saying years ago when this was going on at school boards, I said, if you guys don't stop pushing this shit, it will end in violence.
Yeah, it will. And it's...
And by the way, it ain't going to be violence against people like me.
No.
It's going to be on the other end. It's going to be these fucking teachers, these school board people, these politicians. They're going to be dragged out of their fucking houses. And I don't want to see that happen. I want them to stop fucking with people's kids.
I would like to live in a world where people could just stop sexualizing children.
Yes, that would be great.
But it seems impossible. People just need to have kids and sex in the same sentence. I don't know why that is.
And
It's
how
disgusting.
do we and how do we not see that as a giant red flag?
It used to be. It used to be a huge red flag. Oh, you want to talk about sex around my kid? You're dead now.
You get in a lot of trouble if you point out the statistics and the data on the LGBTQ community and child molestation and shit like that. And if you talk about how, wow, they really do seem to sexualize children a lot more than other people, and that you get in trouble, that's a homophobic thing to say. That's a terrible thing to say. But when they want to show up and read fucking basically porn books to your kids dressed in drag, that's just, oh, that's wonderful. And it's like, what do you mean that's wonderful? That's exactly the thing I was just talking about.
That's exactly the thing, by the way, that wasn't cool 10 years ago. It wasn't okay.
Nobody. I don't care if you're dressed in drag or if you're dressed like a banker. We're not reading fuck books to kids.
No.
Guy Sartell says Sartell, Minnesota is preventing this shit. Can't change anything that's currently on the books with a split 3-3 school board, but they can prevent new shit. I mean, that's where it starts, right? You start it there, and then hopefully you can push it back. Because if you can't get the votes to push it back, I'm sorry, parents are not going to be told like, "Hey, you lost the election. We're going to do with your kids what we want." No, they're gonna find other ways. And
well, then I'm in favor of like homeschooling. Like if I found out that my children were being talked to about sex and shit at age 10, especially 10 or younger. Like, I don't want them around those people. I think my child's in danger now, and they're not going to have that at home.
Sean says, statistically, single fathers are much better parents, and the child is far more successful in life than from a single mom. I mean, you'd like it if both of them were involved, but yeah, I
agree.
I get that.
I do believe that a single father would be less inclined to feel like he needs to impress the rest of the world about his parenting skills than a woman.
Right. Yeah, because if somebody says something about a dad's parenting skills, usually the response you get is, "Hey, how about you go fuck yourself and mind your business?" Mm-hmm. That's about it.
No, you worry about your own kids.
A mom feels the need to, "Oh, no, look what I'm doing. I'm doing wonderful." It's like, the guys are just like, "How about you fuck off and don't talk about my kids and shit." Ambivalent Bastard says, "Do you like sucking on peenies or vaginis?" Bitch, I just want my crackies.
See what you've done.
I'm never going to live down crackies, am I? Two new people in the chat that have been very funny today, the George Hargrove guy and Ambivalent Bastard. I like them both. And I always love seeing new people in the chat. Hit like. We love that. Somebody says, nowadays all it takes is my son picked up my daughter's Barbie. He believes he's a girl, so I'm helping with his transition. And I'm worried that these moms, they're not like playing a dirty trick on these kids to get them that way. I think these moms convince themselves that it's the kid's idea while they continue to push this on the child. And then the child, because they're getting positive feedback from the mom, keeps telling them what they want to hear. And the mom totally convinces themselves that they never convinced the kid to do it.
Boy, that is a sick cycle to be in. But moms are very good at convincing their children just about anything.
And it's you. And by the way, isn't it amazing that the things those kids end up convinced of never disagree with anything the mom wants? It always just seems
funny how that correlates.
It works out perfectly with exactly what mom. Isn't that amazing that the kids are coming out of the kid's mouth after they talk to their mother? They're saying exactly the things that the mother believes personally and privately. That's incredible. I mean, that is just an amazing 100% match 100% of the time. It's just a remarkable statistical anomaly.
Well, it works that way. It's just so great that mothers and their children can have such a codependent relationship.
They agree on everything. That's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. They can never think for themselves.
If my kids agreed with me on everything, I would just go, "What is wrong with you?"
Yeah, that's not normal.
You know I'm wrong 50% of the time. You need to switch it up a little. When I say something, you got to, and they do have wonderful kids. They will say like, "No, Dad, I don't think that's what we should be doing."
Our kids are very smart.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate that.
Are you sure we should do that? Maybe we should do this today. There's been many times, in fact, more often than not, where I go, "You know what? Yeah, you guys are
I wish
probably
I could
right."
repeat it on the air here, but I can't. Like, one of our kids said the silliest thing about like marriages the other day. Do you remember what she said? It was the youngest one. Or were you not in the room?
What did she say?
Can I say it here? She's really young, so I'm sure she heard this somewhere. Or maybe she was just like noticing most couples are this way.
Yeah.
Somebody made a joke about like a boy having a boyfriend, and the youngest said, "Boys can't marry boys. Like a girl and a boy get married," and the whole room like died.
Fucking base.
The whole room looked at her, and I was like, there you go. I don't know where you noticed that or where you heard it from, but...
That works fine.
Okay.
Somebody says nowadays all it takes is, I'm sorry, I left off at that one. Guy Sartell says Natalie got voted in talking about trans shit during debates. It should have been a nail in her coffin. Yeah, that's alarming.
Isn't that
That
scary?
someone gets elected talking about that. She's another one. She made her son trans.
Oh, did she?
Yes. She's another single mom. I think that's part of the reason the marriage broke up is that guy was like, fuck, she is complete.
She's ruining my family.
And I understand it. I understand a guy going, look, man, I'd rather have 100% of the say 50% of the time than 0% of the say 100% of the time. I get that. I understand a guy going, maybe my only chance to have any impact here if shit's going the wrong way is to break off and do it myself most of the time.
Right.
Because
you at least have the ability to get your thoughts out.
right. And if you're in there with someone who's really controlling, like she was, or like she still is, this Natalie, yeah, she turned one of her sons trans.
That had to be such a heartbreaking moment for the dad.
And when I say turned them trans, what I mean is I'm sure the kid said some shit that all young children say, but the mom then just reaffirmed it and co-signed it and backed it up. And I'm sorry, but these moms push them in that direction. It's a social fad, and the moms push them in that direction. There's no medical diagnosis. There's no analysis by a psychiatrist. There's no scans. There's no nothing done. The mom just goes, this is the way I say it is, so you have to treat them this way. I believe there should be at least a year of extensive therapy before any therapist goes and diagnoses a kid with gender dysphoria.
I played so many boy-type games, video games, anything with my brother, action figures, cars, tractors, all of it growing up. There wouldn't have been a second when my parents were like, oh my God, she must be a boy.
I'm sorry, but the fact that quote-unquote trans kids are up 700% and a lot of them seem to come from single moms, that's not science. That's not medicine. That's something else.
That's a trend.
That's a trend.
Is what that is.
Is what that is. Ambivalent Bastard says, is that how you got married to begin with? P.A. Cheddar, want to get married? Whatever you want. That would have been so romantic. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, vote Guy Sartell for Sartell School Board. I'd vote. No bullshit.
I would vote for Guy Sartell.
If I moved,
for that school board.
if I moved across the road, I'd be able to vote for Guy Sartell.
I don't think Guy has ever been a fan of mine at all, but I do agree with pretty much most things he says on like social issues.
Ambivalent Bastard says, he doesn't remember me from The Bad Place. Oh, did you come from Twitch?
I remember that name.
Oh, from Twitch. Yeah, but I haven't seen you around here much. Thank you for coming back. I'm going to cut this talk off because I'm going to get in trouble.
I know there was part of me too that even just saying that one of our kids just outwardly, probably because she notices most couples in her life are a man and a woman.
No, I'm saying I'm gonna get in trouble with YouTube.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, for talking about this shit. I gotta probably fucking back it. I get worked up.
Well, it's children.
Yeah. This shit,
That's something to get worked up over.
We joke about a lot of shit on this show, but this is one topic where even when I start by joking around, I always, no matter what, I just end.
Well, because most people are terrified of the thought of that happening to their child, right? Somebody impressing that upon them.
And nobody helping.
Yeah, nobody does help. That's
Nobody
the most
helps.
helpless sensation is like, guys, all this evil shit is happening right in front of your face. Why does nobody care? And then they're all just like, well, I don't know. It just seems fine to me.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Okay.
Guy Sartell says, calm down, April. I just give you shit. We would get along in real life. I'm a fake account on the internet. You're all right.
Calm.
That's a good point. He is a fake account on the internet.
I'm fine.
Toad Shark says Aaron loves the trans. I think that it says self-soothing in 5 seconds. Yeah, I need to just go.
Here.
There we go.
Here, give me the inside. Give me.
The inside of the arm. Oh, there we go.
You're okay.
There we go.
You're in a safe place here.
Oh, I'm gonna be all right. There we go. Do you guys want any Elisa Jordana today during overtime, or do you want me to open up the 8 o'clock hour stories? I've got some Washington Post letting us know that pumpkin spice has a violent history, which I didn't know. Do we mind pumpkin spice with African children? I didn't know.
Maybe.
I can open up the 8 o'clock hour stories, or I can go with my buddy. Oh, God damn it. I forgot my buddy's name. Not Huel. That's from Breaking Bad.
Huel?
But what's his fucking name? I feel bad now. Where is it? James, there it is. My buddy James, he sent me one. A manic Elisa calls other people crazy, LOL. Kicked out, throws a huge temper tantrum. Okay, so we have 2 clips. I'll let you guys choose if you want Elisa Jordana or if you want the 8 o'clock stories. I'll let you guys decide.
I have a preference. I don't think it's my place, though.
All right, let's go. Ambivalent Bastard says the violence of nutmeg. Okay. Concrete Pete says it calms the incredible bulk. I don't want to be the incredible bulk.
We have a new superhero.
Toad Shark says more trans talk. I am not getting myself in trouble, you son of a bitch. Root says Laura is from Easter Island. Have you seen her head? Now, how is that? Now we're just talking shit about other listeners. Skeezy says, because we are powerless to do anything about it, that's why we get so worked up. We struggle against the invisible chains. That's a good point.
Yes, that's it.
Ned Pepper says 8 o'clock hour stories, 8 o'clock hour stories, 8 o'clock hour stories.
That one's winning.
Okay, 8 o'clock hour
That's
stories.
how I feel too.
All right, we'll go into that one. I want to find out how pumpkin spice is violence. First of all, I would love for it to be. If we could cancel pumpkin spice, I would be for cancel culture. Enough of these fucking wipe routes. You don't think that they're wrecking society because we cater to them so much? I mean, I'm sorry. White women are like communists. You can't let them play by the same rules as everyone else because they tend to take advantage of your own system and use it against you. Sorry. But
I understand.
You people are a scourge.
We're bad.
I mean, if we give you, you just take. It's not thank you. It's not this. And then if we give it to you 3-4 times in a row, now it becomes an entitlement. And then that's what you should get. Great example, although she's a fat black woman. The woman from the Cheesecake Factory story yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Which I wish I could have talked about that. Fine place to eat. Terrible for you, but fine food.
I will say this about Cheesecake Factory. It just seems like Cisco frozen delivered products.
But it doesn't taste
lot
bad.
of them. Yeah, I mean,
I've eaten there one time, and it was really good.
Well, anyway, the pumpkin spice thing is just another one of those things where, like, you have to celebrate it or they get mad. Like, if you sit there and you go, it's fucking horseshit. God, that stuff. You're an idiot for liking that. And they're like, it's part of their identity. It's part of their personality. It's like their sense of humor. It's tied to them.
It's like one leaf falls on the ground in the fall, and it's leggings, Uggs, and pumpkin spice weather.
And the problem is we tried to make fun of them so they would stop.
Yeah.
And it's like they acted like our mockery didn't exist. Now I understand what it's like to be a troll of this show. When you make fun of it, you get angry, you get pissed, and they go, yeah, I don't care. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing. I understand now what it's like to be a troll of this show, because that's me with white women in most of their hobbies. I go, Don't you realize that I fucking think this is stupid? And they're like, we don't care. We're just going to do what we've been doing. You're like, but I'm going to keep yelling at you. So now I get it. I understand all of these people that hate Steel Toe. They're mad because they're angry, they're upset, and we just kind of, as Varys once said, the big fish eat the little fish, and I just keep paddling along. Man. That's the same thing with these goddamn, I am the white pumpkin spice lover of internet irrelevant podcasts.
You're the white pumpkin spice lover?
I am the white lady pumpkin spice lover. There we go.
You are.
Of irrelevant online podcasts. Because no matter what you say about me, no matter how much you hate what I do, I'm just going to smile at you and keep doing it. I get it now.
All right.
Some spices are part of a natural course of trade, said Sarah. Oh, by the way, the person complaining about pumpkin spice having a violent history, Sarah Wasberg.
But that's probably a white chick, though.
Mm-hmm. Right, well,
so why are we?
Some would call her a white chick.
I mean, look, I'm a white chick. I've actually never had a pumpkin splice. A pumpkin spice latte.
I don't know if you'd call her. I mean, I guess some people would call her white.
Black. Or wait, white when it's convenient.
Sarah Wasberg.
Does that check out?
Yeah. In 2023, WAPO discovered the cutthroat spice trade of previous centuries and has now decided that we, who had nothing to do with it, should probably feel bad about it and drink pumpkin spice lattes with a hint of more bitterness.
Jeez.
She says it just happens that the main spices in pumpkin spice are fraught with colonizer histories. I have to say, do people like Sarah Wasberg just seek out methods of victimization?
Yes.
Like, did they or not victimization in this case, guilt. Do they seek out guilt? Like, hey, you know what? I'm having a pretty good day today. I feel terrible about that. Can I find out a way something I enjoy is racist or bad?
You've told me that shit before. You've said there are groups of people that just feel the undying need to feel bad or feel angry or upset. Like it's a need, it's an addiction. Like you're addicted to feeling bad, nothing can be good for you.
You're addicted to feeling guilty about shit, and when you're not feeling guilty about shit, you're addicted to being a victim of something. You're never just a normal person who can say, hey, how's the weather?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's crazy.
Okay, Jerky, we knocked it out a long time ago. Sorry, buddy. Hate to disappoint you. It's true that if we didn't consume food that hadn't been touched by slavery and indigenous displacement, we wouldn't be eating a lot of food. Sarah. We wouldn't be eating any food if it hadn't been touched by slavery. Guess what's been normal for the overwhelming majority of human history in the overwhelming majority of places where humans have lived? Slavery. It's been the norm. It's not white on black. It's not black on white. It's everybody on everybody. Everyone has enslaved everyone throughout the course of history. You know who ended it, Sarah? The West. The people that you call the colonizers and the evil people and the terrible, while they were still cutting off kids' arms and still are to this day in diamond mines and iPhone factories and shit like that, the West ended that shit 200 years ago. The West was ending slavery. So all of this American and European fucking white guilt about all of this shit, do you not realize that you, as you know, white Europeans and white Americans, you've probably been at the most progressive end of fixing all this shit?
Right. We might not have always had it right, but we're the first ones to acknowledge we didn't have it right.
Who do you think pushed back against slavery first? Fucking Zimbabwe?
Good luck.
Who do you think pushed back against it first? Brazil? Cambodia? You think they were pushing back against a lot?
Third world countries.
A lot of these fucking countries still have slaves. So as far as like, you know, oh, we should feel bad about pumpkin spice, or we should feel bad about silk, or we should feel bad about this fabric or that, because it was part of slavery and this was that. Well, okay, then feel bad about that silk. Feel bad about that pumpkin spice. Feel bad about that when it happened back then. It doesn't happen anymore.
But it's just that I don't even like that I have to defend a pumpkin spice latte. But the pumpkins didn't do the slavery shit, and neither did the spices. They were just like a vehicle.
You want to defend the pumpkins and the spices. You want to defend them. You feel they're being unfairly attacked.
They technically had nothing to do with like enslaving people. Just because they had been carted about by slaves at one point, that has nothing to do with the people that put the slaves there with the pumpkins and the spice.
Say it, April. Pumpkin spice did nothing wrong.
I can't say that. It's ruined white women.
Well,
for a different reason.
White women ruined themselves.
It's like anytime a white woman clings to something and makes it part of their identity, like I'm a pumpkin spice latte drinker, like that's the end of you. I'm sorry. Or I'm a single mom. Or I wear Uggs and leggings. Like now that's just who you are now, and you're not interesting.
I want to see, before I read a couple of these super chats and we go through the chat here in a little bit, I want to finish her thoughts, Sarah Wasberg's thoughts on pumpkin spice. But whenever foods enter the pop culture lexicon, the way pumpkin spice has in the U.S., it's important to acknowledge how it reached us. No, it's not. It's not. There's your answer. It's not.
She's being disingenuous. You could say this about most things. People have tried to do this with chocolate, and all the cunts still eat chocolate.
All the things. Everything came from slavery. I'm sorry. Everything in this world has been touched by slavery.
Or like all the diamond mining and stuff like that, but you'd still wear it if somebody gave you one, wouldn't you?
That's my favorite one, is women who complain about diamond mining, and I'm like, you're fucking wearing them. The gall of you.
The gall of you, you would wear that.
The gall of you. I believe
somebody died to get you this fucking $30,000 rock.
April doesn't have a lot of like social misgivings about shit. But when it came to like wedding rings and stuff, she's like, look, I'd feel better with the lab grown.
No, I didn't.
I thought you said you'd feel better.
I was never that person.
I thought you said you felt guilty about the
No, you said that. Mining. Because I didn't even know there was a difference.
You know what? The fucking guy at the jewelry store.
I've never said that.
Okay.
Like for me, I was
So you are a cunt who doesn't care who fucking dies for your sparkles.
Yeah.
You are a piece
I
of
don't
shit.
have any sparkles. The only piece of like fine jewelry I have is this.
So
I've
now-
never had anything else.
I wonder
is
where I thought
lab-grown.
I thought somebody told me they felt bad about.
Well, it
the
must have been your other
birthmark.
fiancés
I don't-
because it wasn't me.
No, I didn't have
Like,
no.
I just remember when you were talking to me about it at the jewelry store, I remember saying, like, I didn't know kids just die over diamond mining.
That's what it was.
I
You
didn't
know.
know.
I thought you were okay.
I was so, like, because I don't pay attention to jewelry, I didn't know the downfalls of diamond mining.
It's funny how like the diamond industry fucking buried that fact for years. And then lab-grown diamonds came out and they went, hey, they're conflict-free diamonds. Hey, look, it's lab-grown diamonds. And we're like, why did you guys need to grow them in a lab? And they're like, you know, for fun. We're just fucking around. Wanted to give it to you. What do you say?
Just more, you can, like,
but they
don't
still
have to search for them.
They still wouldn't admit. They're like, yeah, it's because you guys found out that we basically slaughter black babies to get these, and you were starting to get a little chippy about it. So
Yeah, don't ever tell people that I've cared a
you
good
didn't
shit
know. That's
about
what
where
it
my
was.
diamond came from.
That's what it was. You didn't know.
I didn't
and they
know,
explained it. Yeah,
and I don't.
But no, at the jewelry stores now, they actually will explain it to people. Whereas before, that was like the most dirty kept secret.
But
until they had an option where they could make more money.
But do you also see that I think that that's a sales tactic? Like they just need diamonds to go out the door, so they'll tell them that, oh, we're being nice and we don't kill children to get our diamonds.
Oh no, that's accurate. They are. I mean,
just
if
think it's
they're-
a sales pitch. They
no,
don't care.
if they're lab grown, they're not killing babies to get
I
those.
know, Aaron. I'm telling you that they tell people that so that the things go out the door. People buy them.
Well, yeah, you got to sell them. But
I
I
don't
think
think
also. I think also all these diamond mining companies were like, look, we don't want to change. We'd like to keep doing it the way we are, because they also convinced women, no offense, they're fucking dumb, but they also convinced women that diamonds were rare. Did you know that diamonds are one of the most plentiful resources in the world?
Yeah, I don't think they're rare.
There's enough diamonds to give every man, woman, and child in the world an entire cup, like measuring cup full of diamonds. That's how.
I suppose that they're just hard to get to. That's really all it is. They do exist, though.
Not even really that.
If you have the right tools.
No, what basically happened was women, as Louis C.K. once said, women were cunts who didn't care who died for their sparkles. So they just jacked the shit out of the price of diamonds, and the profit margin on diamonds is ridiculous.
I mean,
it's
look,
crazy.
I've got more costume jewelry than I'll ever need, but like I said, I don't have any real diamonds.
They're shiny,
So,
and women didn't care.
I don't know.
They were just shiny, and people lied to them forever, so they went, we're good. They
Well,
went,
talk to DJ Bitson Jewelers. Like their whole slogan now that everybody else has lab grown is real love, real diamonds. Like, so like the opposite of that then would be that it's not real love if it's not a real diamond.
those are the people who like don't want to get away from the killing African kids.
Right.
They're like,
That's
no,
DJ Bitson.
fuck you. We want to kill African kids. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Roots Calhoun says, if I'm rocking diamonds, they better have been farmed by little African kids missing limbs.
Right. It just doesn't have the same sparkle to it if it doesn't.
Hobo Chili says, I've talked to soldiers from the African Union that have raided diamond operations for conflict diamonds. The stories they tell are disgusting. Yeah, but the rocks are shiny, so what are you going to do? Jesse Esparza says, how many candies did you get yesterday for Halloween and to eat?
We do have some extras.
Need to fucking tell. I didn't have. Look. Hobo Aristocox. I'll be honest with you. I totally did not have 2 fun-sized Twix for breakfast this morning.
I haven't eaten yet. That sounds good.
I'm going to the gym after I drop the Tahoe off for an oil change. Okay.
I forgot you have that today.
Ambivalent Bastard says, you guys found out that we basically slaughtered black babies. April, don't ever tell anyone that I cared. Yeah, that was kind of April's response. Don't tell people that I gave a shit about the African babies.
No, it's just that when you brought it up, you were kind of making me sound like some liberal that really is just an activist-y person.
No, I
I'm
remember.
like, I didn't know.
No, I just remember it came up when we were shopping, and I thought it was from you.
I do not
because I
think-
didn't bring it up.
I do not think African babies should be dying for diamonds. I would actually stop wearing diamonds if that were the case. You know,
If babies stopped dying for them,
if babies kept dying, like
you would stop wearing them.
intentionally, like people just were like throwing babies at diamond pits.
That's basically what they do.
I'm okay with not wearing it. I don't care. But yeah, I didn't know is my thing.
Yeah, Union Jack and Sean both in the chat nailed it. So the De Beers Diamonds Company owns most of the world's mines and most of the supply of diamonds. And basically what they do is they just lock them down and they release a little bit at a time. And they keep the supply down so they can jack up the price. It's fucking so, it's just so shitty. Like De Beers should not be, someone in De Beers should be in prison for what they do. My Lost Interest says, listening while mowing my lawn, imagining April has removed her sweater. There you go.
I am wearing something lovely under here today. You'll be impressed.
I can't wait to see it.
You haven't seen this one in a while.
Ooh, oh, is it the one with the... Hold on. It's...
I didn't mean for this to take this long.
Hold on a minute. Is it this one?
Mm-mm. Oh, now I feel bad because I didn't do that one.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
God.
I don't.
Now I know your favorite.
Well, now I don't know. That one's probably my favorite. And the new one.
Well, now I feel like you're not going to like this one, so I'll just take it off.
The one you got with Chrissy and that
Chrissy
one.
picked me out I almost said dopest bra.
The dopest.
It's pretty fucking cool, and it's hot. And she helped me unclasp it and helped me get into it and everything.
Now my lost interest is whacking off.
It was real hot. Like, so Chrissy and I went to the Mall of America together where we proceeded to spend like 2 hours in Victoria's Secret because she wanted things. Where we went to the fitting rooms then, and I grabbed one and she grabbed one across from me. And we just exchange and come out and be like, oh, does this look good? Or how can I help you with this? And
I didn't know this. I had to look. I had to grab Chrissy Mayer pics for the thumbnail for the best of last night. I did not realize this about Chrissy. I haven't met her in person and everything. Big fucking tits. I didn't know.
She does have some big tits.
I didn't know.
I actually know her exact tit size.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Because, get this, I helped Chrissy shop for bras and thongs.
Oh, well, you don't have a bra size for thongs.
But I know her thong size, too. I would never tell.
Look at you.
I don't kiss and tell.
Look at you just in the knowledge of all the need-to-know information. That's amazing.
It was very privileged.
All right, we got 7 minutes left. Do we do the Ritz-Carlton semen water story or a hayride getting shut down after somebody got run over by a tractor? What do you guys want?
I liked both of those. I like semen and tractors. So
You do like I can attest, guys. She loves semen and she loves tractors.
Oh, viewer's choice on this one.
She likes them both. You guys want semen water or run over by a tractor? Go ahead. Hayride says Hooters Girl. Both
Hayride's
says
fun.
Union Jack.
How long do we have?
We got 7 minutes.
7 minutes?
6 or 7 minutes.
Gee, can we pump it out that fast?
30-year-old Ray DeVito. I'm not interested in April or Chrissy's breast. Let's talk about Zumach. That would be something Ray would say. Tractor semen, says Ambivalent Bastard. Both. All right, we'll keep the semen one for the evening show tonight. And we'll do this Cedar Farm story first. This is fucking gruesome. You know how people go to those like haunted hayrides Halloween
I wanted
time?
to go this year.
Yeah, we just kind of ran out of time. Unless they still keep them up the weekend after. They might.
They don't.
So this one got shut down because somebody had a little bit of an oopsie. But I will say this. For the people who went to be scared shitless, they got a little bonus.
Okay.
A Smithfield farm has shut down its haunted hayride for the season after a teenage worker was somehow
I
dragged.
hate this.
The fact that she's
No.
taking up the whole screen?
I hate that they do these fucking videos where you can't maximize them. So basically, I got to go like this.
That works out fine.
There we go. Well, fuck them anyway.
She's already
Under a
maximized.
tractor last night. Police have said the teen is in critical condition. NBC 10's Katie Benoit joins us live from near Seven Cedars Farm with what we're learning from people who say they were there last night. Good evening, Katie.
Hey, Sam.
What is this, the Frumpy Broad Evening News?
I don't know.
What the fuck is going on
I
here?
mean, there's no real winners here.
Yeah.
People who were here last night say
Katie Benoit. I wish she was Nancy.
Yeah, and she said the other lady announced her as Katie Benoit. What?
Do you know who Nancy Benoit was?
Chris Benoit's wife?
Oh, okay. There you
Come
go.
on.
Oh, it just wasn't funny. Okay. I was expecting more. That's all.
Seven Cedars
I
Farm
don't need
with
her
what
to
we're
die.
learning from people who say they were there last night. Good evening, Katie.
Nice brows.
Hey, Sam, people who were here last night say it was a nightmare. Now, we've also learned that a similar incident happened a few years ago here at the farm, but in that case...
Well, these fucking retarded farm employees not know to stay away from underneath the tractor?
Or is it like a drunken patron or something falling off a wagon.
Oh, okay.
Teens' injuries were minor. Haunted hayride closed. Seven Cedars Farm is a ghost town. After a 14-year-old...
Well, I mean, that's technically a good thing, right?
Get it?
I mean, you want it to be haunted.
It's a ghost town.
It's a ghost town.
Aaron.
Terrible choice of words.
girl was struck Saturday night by a trailer carrying about 30 people.
The individual that was struck was an employee there. She was an actor, and she got caught up underneath the trailer and got dragged and got enlarged with the rear wheels.
Smithfield fire officials say...
Boy.
That's a bad day.
That's a rough way to go.
That's a bad day if an empty wagon.
Because you know what? That doesn't end right away.
No, that one's gonna be slow. Something's gonna be rupturing. You're gonna be bleeding.
So now,
internally.
so you get like the zombies and the things and the chainsaw people that come out at you during these hay rides, and you run one over. So at first, I'm sure everybody on board is like, "Oh, this is part of the show," until you hear this person screaming a blood-curdling, "Please don't let me die" kind of a scream. Oh, that is a...
How do you unhear that? Like, you have to have that in your head the rest of your life.
I'd love to be the manager of that place after everybody got off the hayride. They're like, "Can we get our money back, please?" Like, I don't know. You all pissed your pants. It seems like we did a good job. You're not getting your money back. You came here to be terrified. Are you not entertained?
We did our job.
We've done our job. You pissed and shit yourself.
Look at how far we're willing to go just to make sure you got scared.
Look, you guys got a corpse. What other haunted hayride does that for you? Ungrateful bastards.
The incident happened in the woods around 8.
I was fortunate enough that the operator of the tractor, when he realized that there was a problem going behind him, stopped it immediately. He was assisted by other occupants that were on that trailer and physically had to lift her up. So the trailer was approximately about 25 feet long, probably 10 feet wide. And they had to lift that off of her.
The teen was taken.
So everybody had to get involved. You pay your money, you ride the thing, and they're like, "Hey, could you guys get off and help lift this fucking thing?" You know, there was one like white lady who was like, "I'm going to stay on here with my kids." While everybody else had to lift the trailer and her deadweight ass up in the air.
I hadn't considered that. Some assholes just sitting there.
I guaranteed some assholes stayed on that trailer and made everybody lift them up.
Taken to Hasbro Children's Hospital with what authorities described as critical injuries. Officials say those include broken bones. After the incident, the farm shut down the operation. One woman told NBC 10 off camera she was waiting in line at the time when an announcement was made about the accident. She says first responders were quickly on scene, adding she came for a fright night and got a real horror.
Well, then you're good.
Got a real whore.
You got a whore.
Whore.
Who can think about fucking prostitutes at a time like this, lady?
For investigating, officials had cleared hay rides to happen on Sunday, but without actors. But on social media, the farm shared there would be no more this season, saying in part, "We felt it was the right thing to do, and there was no way we could have carried on after that." The Post also says, "We are absolutely devastated by this incident, and we want to send our thoughts and prayers to the actor and her family involved.
How about some
We are
money?
completely heartbroken over this, and we hope she has a speedy recovery."
Oh, she's not dead.
Yeah, she didn't die. It just had critical injuries.
When I'm telling you right now, when I got this story last night, it said fatal.
Dude, can you imagine though
They've changed this story since I picked it up. I grabbed this because it said fatal. Even in my notes, I said fatal accident.
I'm gathering that it said fatal when you found it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm disappointed that she's not dead. Like, I guess technically you should be happy.
You should. You almost would rather be dead than feel your bones crunching in slow motion because those wagons don't. They don't make them move very fast, so it's just slow rolling over you.
MSO says, better off mining diamonds. Yeah, right? A little bit.
Can you imagine your bones crunching like that under the weight of a wagon?
I usually try not to, but as the audience will tell you, I probably have enough padding. Get it? Because I'm a chunker ass.
You're my prized pig at the fair.
You guys aren't affecting me at all. You have no impact.
I don't feel like I look old today.
Ambivalent Bastard says, when your haunted hayride actors go full method, give that woman a post-mortem Oscar. Yeah, I mean, she didn't die, but she broke a lot of bones, apparently.
You're certainly not going back to do that job again, right?
I don't think your parents will let you. She seems like a dependent,
How
like
old was
16
she?
or 17. It's a rough way to go. Stay out of the way of the tractor, though, you fucking idiot. That's the problem. A lot of people get hurt, so we automatically give them sympathy. But at the same time, like, that's do you know how slow tractors move? That's a remarkably avoidable accident.
Well, that's what I just said. But what if like a piece of your clothing got stuck under the tire or something?
Wear tighter clothing.
You're not supposed to wear.
Be a sexy zombie.
Yeah, you're not supposed to wear loose clothing around any farm equipment.
Oh, Ambivalent Bastard says maybe she was pregnant and isn't anymore. Oh, maybe it was a nice high school abortion, the freeway.
Just woes it out slowly with the tire.
Aristocock says over under on how many Tootsie Rolls Aaron has consumed in the last 24 hours. Joke's on you. We don't have any Tootsie Rolls with our candy we handed out.
I really don't. This is going to be a hot take maybe. I hate Tootsie Rolls. I think they're disgusting. They have a weird chemical taste with their chocolate, quote unquote.
I could take them or leave them.
I really don't like them.
Mr. Approachable, Aaron wouldn't die because he has built-in airbags right there in the front. Oh, isn't that kind? Thank you guys very much. That's going to do it for today. Thank you to everybody who contributed to this program and to Hooters Girl for becoming a VIP. We appreciate that. That helped us out a bunch, and our buddy Cheetos, and then everybody who chipped in 5, 10, 15, 20 at a time. We appreciate that as you keep this show going strong. Hit like, hit subscribe. We like that too. April, thanks for being here today.
Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to piss off, and we will be back tonight for a fun little VIP giveaway show tonight. Take it easy the rest of the way.